world updates to 𝐏𝐿, some quality of life improvements for training mode, and a new survivor pass. All this and more as we dive into the update 31.2 patch report. First up, we've made updates to some areas of 𝐏𝐿. The studio has been turned into an abandoned hospital, changing the layout, adding new buildings, and also a few more loot and cover spots. We also added a new bridge to the shipyard and improved the terrain around Hosan Prison, Songam, and Hosan to give you more strategic opportunities in this area. Next, training mode has been improved as well based on your feedback. Training mode now has infinite ammo, recommended attachments automatically on weapons, and the ability to save and import your personal weapon and gear settings. We also improved the sound training area to provide feedback when a wrong target is hit. This update also features a brand new survivor pass, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 31.2 is here, so load up your training gear, grab the new survivor pass, and hot drop back into 𝐏𝐿. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
'Hello everyone, I'm 21. I play for team PMA.
Hello tất cả mọi người, mình là Hoàng Ép đến từ đội tuyển 𝐿𝐻 Squad và hôm nay mình tham gia một trò chơi rất là vui vẻ. Hy vọng mọi người cùng đón chờ.
ผมทิกเกอร์ครับจากทีม E Arena ครับวันนี้ก็จะมาเล่นเกมกับเพื่อนๆใน PUBG นะครับก็จะเป็นไงมาดูกันครับ
Hi guys. I'm Kermit the Frog. I like playing PUBG. My favorite map is Miramar. And yeah, I'm Kermit. Thank you.
เป็น TE Corey
I think is 𝐏𝐿𝐒 from Team Beast.
I think 𝐏𝐿𝐒 from T.
Inside.
No.
I like playing PUBG. My favorite map is Miramar. And yeah, I'm Kermit. Thank you.
Hi guys, I'm Inside from Team Bliss.
โอ้
This is Kermit.
Almost.
Thanks.
ฮัลโหลสวัสดีครับพอดีว่าผมค่อนข้างที่จะเรื่องการยิงอะเต็งหนึ่งแล้ว PUBG ไม่รู้ว่าจะเดาได้ไหมนะแต่ผมบอกเลยว่าการยิงผมไม่แพ้ใครหรอก
I think Eddie from Brian.
EA Electric.
แซมตี้ต้องหาแซมตี้
ฮัลโหลสวัสดีครับพอดีว่าผมค่อนข้างที่จะเรื่องการยิงอะเต็งหนึ่งแล้ว PUBG ไม่รู้ว่าจะเดาได้ไหมนะแต่ผมบอกเลยว่าการยิงผมไม่แพ้ใครหรอก
อีซี่จัดอ่ะ
สวัสดีครับ ผมเป็นหนึ่งในตัวแทนทีมไทย ก็ไม่รู้เหมือนกันว่าใครลองทายกันดู
โอ้ง่ายจัด easy
I think Thunderbird.
เอ้ยมันรู้ no ธนดลฮองเอฟ
No Thunderbird?
no เบลมอส
Oh, really? You sure?
yeah you can change yeah
Đừng.
you can
No.
you can check
No, the boy. I think Thunderbird. Yeah, I sure.
ธนดลครับผม
Okay, I will go for Tanado.
สวัสดีครับ ผมเป็นหนึ่งในตัวแทนทีมไทย ก็ไม่รู้เหมือนกันว่าใครลองทายกันดู
Tôi là một tuyển thủ chuyên đi lẻ và gần mò đối thủ. Tôi tên là 𝐏𝐿𝐒
who are you
I think Quesama from TL.
เซมครับเซมควรสมา
Okay,
I know him no copy I know him สมา I know
I think Ninja 2K.
ดูสิ
Yeah.
Tôi là một tuyển thủ chuyên đi lẻ và gần mò đối thủ. Tôi tên là 𝐏𝐿𝐒
น้ำมัน E85 หรือ E20 มันดีไหมครับ แล้วถ้าดีทำไมพวกรถแพงๆหรือเครื่องบินถึงไม่ใช้น้ำมันพวกนี้กันเหรอครับ แต่ถ้าเป็นผมนะ ผมน่าจะใช้น้ำมันพืชครับ
ทีมไทยEsports World Cup
Oh from EA
Yeah from EA นะสิ
I think 60 of Jacob
Yeah, I think I go with that's it.
I think 60 yeah
ชัวร์ไม่ชัวร์ห้อง
yeah I'm sure
สิครับสิ
น้ำมัน E85 หรือ E20 มันดีไหมครับ และถ้าดีทำไมพวกรถแพงๆหรือเครื่องบินถึงไม่ใช้น้ำมันพวกนี้กันเหรอครับ แต่ถ้าเป็นผมนะ ผมน่าจะใช้น้ำมันพืชครับ
我有2只猫，1只狗。我的猫叫圈圈，我的狗叫富贵儿，还有1只猫叫阿强。
I knew it. Yeah.
ซาเวียร์
I think PMA ลุ้น
I think is 国皇骄阳 from Taiju from the X-Men.
我有2只猫，1只狗。我的猫叫圈圈，我的狗叫富贵儿，还有1只猫叫阿强。
I'm ready
Again, one more time. Good luck everyone in PAQ and thanks. Bye bye.
Cảm ơn tất cả mọi người đã theo bọn mình trong trò chơi này. Cảm ơn mọi người.
ฝากทุกคนที่กำลังดูอยู่หรือว่าเชียร์อยู่ครับก็ฝาก EA ไว้ในอ้อมหัวใจแล้วก็ทีมไทยทุกทีมด้วยครับก็จะทำให้เต็มที่ครับผม
วิธีรำตรงไหนครับได้เชียร์สวัสดีครับผมเมกาลอสจากทีม Take Me Please ครับวันนี้ก็จะมาเล่นเกมไทย4ชื่อทีมครับ
Hello, my name is Pascal. I from Lock You Up.
You confirm ครับ
E5?
อ๋อว่าแล้วเชียร์ได้เชียร์เต็มเป็นเทนเมนต์ครับ
Maybe DC?
Team Bliss ครับเดา
Day trade gaming?
DCE ครับเดา
DC? I don't know.
วิธีรำตรงไหนครับวิธีรำมันอยู่ตรงไหนอ่ะ PMA ครับ
TNA?
Serverless ครับ
Serverless. Forest.
Are you sure about that?
ไม่รู้แล้วครับบุรีรัมย์ครับ
Forest. ของ分
ทีมนี้ที่เคยได้แชมป์เยอะๆใช่ไหมครับ เอาทีไฟแล้วกันครับโอ้โห
本地的呀
บีดครับบีดเหมือนกันครับ ไอ้ขาวๆนั้นไม่นับเหรอครับอีอารีนา
EA
สวัสดีครับ ก็ฝากทีม Take Me Please ด้วยครับ เป็นการเดินทางครั้งใหม่ของพวกเรานะครับ ในวันที่ 19 ถึง 29 นี้นะครับ ใน APAC Qualify ครับ ฝากติดตามเชียร์ด้วยครับ ขอบคุณครับ
希望粉丝们多多支持我们这个队伍，在9月的19到29之间举办的 APAC2的比赛里，我们会好好表现的。谢谢大家，拜拜拜拜。
Xin chào tất cả mọi người, mình Technology đến từ đội tuyển Severus. Hôm nay mình sẽ chơi một mini game nho nhỏ đến từ giải đấu vòng loại PGS.
สวัสดีครับผมมาเล่นจากทีม Forest Gaming นะครับ ก็วันนี้จะมาเล่นเกมทายชุดสีกันนะครับจะเป็นยังไงก็ไปดูกันเลยครับ
FIFA, I think FIFA
เต็มครับ
Severus
เติมเวลาเหมือนกันครับ
đồng chí Esports DCE
เหมือนกันครับตอนที่ Esports ต่อกับX-Men ครับ Savage เป็น Esports
2 hours later.
รู้เลยครับ
Forest Gaming
Forest เหมือนกันครับ ทีมจากประเทศอะไรครับเวียดนาม
Severus
รัสเซีย Esports หรือเปล่า
PE Esports 𝐏𝐿𝐻 Global
PE เหมือนกันครับชอบ PE ผมรู้แล้ว ตอบก่อนก็ได้ครับ ตอบ SGD ครับ
The same brand SGD
แต่ผมน่าจะรู้แล้วแหละ
T5
T5 ครับ ผมต้องตอบเลย X Stadium Esports ครับ
𝐏𝐿𝐻
มีทีมของโซนไหน
Valentine Esports. Đây chết gaming sao ta?
ได้เทรดครับ อันนี้ของด้วย ผมตอบวลีไทยครับ
Tem Entertainment. Cyber Esports.
Yeah, boy.
ได้เวลาครับ
Nice.
Chào tạm biệt mọi người, mong mọi người hãy ủng hộ của mình tại giải đấu vòng loại APAC PGS lần này nhé. Chúc mọi người.
ก็ฝากทุกคนมาเชียร์ทีมไทยทุกทีมด้วยนะครับ แล้วก็เชียร์ Forest Gaming ด้วยนะครับผมครับ
Welcome everybody to the PGS 5 and 6 APAC qualifiers final stage. After months and months of practice and perfection, we finally made it here. We've been through our play-in stage. We determined the top 8 teams from that lobby that made it through to this lobby, and the other top 8 teams have been waiting for that lobby to finish. And finally, we get our epic battle, and this is a very, very, very stacked lobby. I don't think any APAC lobby is going to be not stacked going forward. I think this region has obviously shown its strength in recent years, and this is one of the best lobbies we can put together. I'm Extreme. I'm joined by Contra. We've got 4 days of PUBG action ready for you guys to enjoy, and I mean, I really enjoyed the play-in stage. I'm certain that these upcoming 4 days will be as epic as the play-in stage. How are you feeling, Contra?
I'm feeling excited, and of course, with the stage now being set for all these big teams to join right in, I'm just looking forward to see who will represent APAC in these PGS rounds heading into a couple months' time, or even some say in a few weeks' time as well. So with that being said, of course, we got big names who you guys may have been very familiar with. And if you guys are joining for the very first time, of course, we'll give you the lowdown and all the details necessary as we are now heading into the final stage. So these are our teams on board, as 16 teams are now bunched up together with 8 who have previously qualified and another 8 that moves in from the play-ins, and it's going to be back-to-back rounds of 6 rounds per day for us to conclude a 4-day event. So I am excited to see which teams will move forward.
Yeah, very excited to see which teams will move forward. 4 slots available for PGS 5 and 6, and of course SGD already claimed that Malaysian wildcard slot. 4 days of action, a 1-day break in between, but this is how we got here. Obviously that 16-team play-ins lobby was insane to watch and an absolute joy to be a part of. That's done now. We are at the final stage. No more games after this. This is what the teams and players have been working towards for the last few months.
That's right, and it all culminates right here with only the best teams left available. So we'll have 2 days of action starting from today as well as tomorrow, and then we'll take a day off for them to get a little bit of reset, and then we continue over on the weekend, as that will be the last hurdle for them to take claim of those 4 spots. And also, whoever makes it through, they will have plenty more PGC points to add up to the tally. And some of them also do have PGC points from the previous phase as well. So I guess there's a whole lot of calculations to do, but we'll keep it simple for now, as we'll be focusing on the first 2 days. But they are playing for a lion's share of $80,000. And on top of that, of course, there's also individual prizes like the MVP, 𝐏𝐿𝐒, Grandmaster, individual accolades. But the biggest prize of it all, they want that 25K at the top spot.
Yeah, I mean, that's an insane amount of money. And for an APAC qualifier, that not only are you going to you're trying your best in this regardless to qualify through to PGS 5 and 6, but $25,000, honestly, you might get more from winning this than going through to PGS 5 and 6. Yeah, that's just how it might end up. It's a very generous amount of money, and there's a lot on the line. These are your final stage teams. The top 8 seeded teams obviously came at the top of the leaderboards in their respective qualifiers and their respective games months ago when they qualified through to EWC, and those are the play-ins teams, the ones that made it through that 16-team lobby we had last week. And when you look at those play-ins teams, multiple of them, if not majority of them, you could see them being the top 8 seeded teams in a different universe. That's how stacked this lobby is. It's obviously a very Thailand dominant lobby, but we've got some very fierce Vietnamese teams in here as well. A recap for you guys: lots of action happened throughout this play-in stage. It's almost impossible for me to recall all of the action because we got some very, very cool moments throughout of it all.
True enough, and overall, when we talk about Thai teams, we have to keep our eyes peeled for these couple of names coming from the play-ins. E-Arena as well as FW Esports. They both respectively have gained 2 to 3 chicken dinners, and we also have big moments like this from Now1. That shows why he's probably one of the best players in the lobby.
Yeah, we saw a lot of pump action essentially. Obviously, Mings had his highlight with the pump. There was the Banana1 highlight with the pump, and we saw some good use coming out of it in micro situations as well, where it just got its 1, it just got its 2. It seemed to be very, very, very useful. It's been quite powerful for some time, but we definitely got to see it dominate in a lobby like this. This is that Mings highlight I was talking about. Not only did he get that incredible jumping shot, but he lined all 3 of them up. And as I said, 3 clicks on the mouse, and it was very easy. A good win from FW as well. They topped the play-ins lobby, so they're definitely a team to look at coming into this final stage, along with Buriram, who was looking quite sharp towards the tail end of that play-in stage. We were waiting for them to warm up, and they definitely did.
Yeah, and of course, that begs the question, whether if the teams who are waiting for a week to get into action, those who have qualified previously, to be able to get just about enough warm-up to really show up to speed against those who qualified through the play-ins. So there's definitely a whole lot for them to prove as well, despite them having a lot of international accolades. As we currently look at the current top 4 MVPs, 𝐏𝐿𝐒 has been exceptional. 80 points earned by this individual player of E-Arena, and then you have a mixed bag of names coming from different Thai teams such as QC as well as Bram United. Of course, that's Chasing Edie as well as Reluctant Squad's very own Van Nye. Honestly, it's so close when you compare the points altogether.
Yeah, it's good to see Van Nye up there because Reluctant Squad were, I mean, they were great on day 1, but then they kind of fell out of it a bit, and they obviously made a great performance on the final day to push through into that top 8 again once they fell out of it. So it's good to see Van Nye up there. He's obviously performing quite well for his team, and a crucial player for them to look to if they ever do fall on hard times. The longest kill in the play-in stage was 𝐏𝐿𝐒. 𝐿𝐒 had it for a long time. I think for first 3 days potentially, and then I guess Jacob solid away on that final day. So I don't think he's going to get that individual prize. I think that'll be handed out at the end of the final stage, but 600 and something odd meters is definitely insane. And 𝐿𝐷𝐷 coming out with 800 damage on nades. A similar situation, 𝐏𝐿𝐷𝐷 was on top of nade damage for I think the first 2 or 3 days as well, and then 𝐿𝐷𝐷𝐷 obviously came out and sold away.
Yeah, we've seen all these Tide games to be great masters overall, and we expect to also see similar action come in from big names like Daytrade, as well as Cerberus hailing from Vietnam as well. So I wonder if these guys will be able to keep up to speed, or perhaps it will be pretty much the same story as compared to what we have got being offered through the playing stages. And speaking of which, we are going to be diving into our game real soon, as we'll kick off our matches with double back-to-back rounds of Erangel, and then we move to Rondo, and on match 4, it's going to be Taego, and we end the night with that double Miramar round.
Yeah, good to start on Erangel, and I think this also means that we're going to be ending on Erangel, which is a fantastic sign for everyone involved, ourselves included. Good to end on what has been the home map for everyone in the PUBG community for years and years and years. Fantastic to see. Excited to go to Erangel first. We did the rehearsal games yesterday, and there were hot drops, of course. We had 2 Erangel games for rehearsal, and of course there were hot drops, but I think we learned in the play-in stage that it's difficult to determine whether the hot drops we see in rehearsal are actually going to transition through to official games, because the rehearsal games, you're TDMing anyway, right? You're just warming up. Sure, you're seeing how you stack up against the rest of the lobby. So I don't want to make any assumptions. I don't want to make any analyses that we're going to get some insane hot drops. I'm sure there will be drop spot contention. Maybe not on Erangel, maybe on some other maps. This lobby has 24 games to
fix some of all these form of mistakes that they've committed, or have they refined their craft overall to face up against the best?
Yeah, it's a good question. Have the teams in the play-in stage that were not super confident, have they been able to build up that confidence? I'm so sorry, guys. We've got to throw to another break. The game, it just doesn't want to work for us right now. It is delaying getting through to this game 1. We will be right back.
world updates to 𝐏𝐿, some quality of life improvements for training mode, and a new survivor pass. All this and more as we dive into the update 31.2 patch report. First up, we've made updates to some areas of 𝐏𝐿. The studio has been turned into an abandoned hospital, changing the layout, adding new buildings, and also a few more loot and cover spots. We also added a new bridge to the shipyard and improved the terrain around Hosan Prison, Songam, and Hosan to give you more strategic opportunities in this area. Next, training mode has been improved as well based on your feedback. Training mode now has infinite ammo, recommended attachments automatically on weapons, and the ability to save and import your personal weapon and gear settings. We also improved the sound training area to provide feedback when a wrong target is hit. This update also features a brand new survivor pass, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 31.2 is here, so load up your training gear, grab the new survivor pass, and hot drop back into 𝐏𝐿. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Hello everyone, I'm 21. I play for team PMA.
Hello tất cả mọi người, mình là 𝐏𝐿 đến từ đội tuyển 𝐿𝐻 Squad và hôm nay mình tham gia một trò chơi rất là vui vẻ. Hy vọng mọi người cùng đón chờ.
ผมทิกเกอร์ครับจากทีม E Arena ครับวันนี้ก็จะมาเล่นเกมกับเพื่อนๆในครับจีนะครับก็จะเป็นไงมาดูกันครับ
Hi guys. I'm Kermit the Frog. I like playing PUBG. My favorite map is Miramar. And yeah, I'm Kermit. Thank you.
เป็น TE Corey.
I think is 𝐏𝐿𝐒 from Team Biz.
I think 𝐏𝐿𝐒 from T.
Inside.
No.
I like playing PUBG. My favorite map is Miramar. And yeah, I'm Kermit. Thank you.
Hi guys, I'm Inside from Team Bliss.
Oh.
This is Kermit.
Almost.
Thanks.
ฮัลโหลสวัสดีครับพอดีว่าผมค่อนข้างที่จะเรื่องการยิงอะเต็งหนึ่งแล้ว PUBG ไม่รู้ว่าจะเดาได้ไหมนะแต่
I think Eddie from Brian.
EA Electric.
แดมตี้น้องแดมตี้
ฮัลโหลสวัสดีครับพอดีว่าผมค่อนข้างที่จะเรื่องการยิงอะเต็งหนึ่งแล้ว PUBG ไม่รู้ว่าจะเดาได้ไหมนะแต่
อีซี่จัดอ่ะ
สวัสดีครับ ผมเป็นหนึ่งในตัวแทนทีมไทย ก็ไม่รู้เหมือนกันว่าใครลองทายกันดู
โอ้ง่ายจัด easy
I think Thunderbird.
มันรู้ no Thunderdon ฮองเอฟ
No Thunderbird?
no Belmont
Oh, really? You sure?
yeah you can change yeah
Đừng.
you can
No.
you can change
No, the boy. I think Thunderbird. Yeah, I sure.
ธนดลครับผม
Okay, I will go for Tanado.
สวัสดีครับ ผมเป็นหนึ่งในไม่รู้เหมือนกันว่าใครลองทายกันดู
Tôi là một tuyển thủ chuyên đi lẻ và gần mò đối thủ. Tôi tên là 𝐏𝐿𝐒.
Who are you
I think 𝐏𝐿𝐒 from TL.
same ครับ same คุยสมา
Okay,
I know him no copy I know him สมา I know
I think Ninja 2K. Yeah.
Tôi là một tuyển thủ chuyên đi lẻ và gần mò đối thủ. Tôi tên là 𝐏𝐿𝐒.
น้ำมัน E85 หรือ E20 มันดีไหมครับ แล้วถ้าดีทำไมพวกรถแพงๆหรือเครื่องบินถึงไม่ใช้น้ำมันพวกนี้กันเหรอครับ แต่ถ้าเป็นผมนะ ผมน่าจะใช้น้ำมันพืชครับ
ทีมไทย Esports World ครับ
Oh, from EA?
Yeah, from EA now.
I think 60 of 𝐏𝐿.
Yeah, I think I go with last week.
I think 60. Yeah.
Sure? You sure không?
Yeah, I'm sure. 60.
CC ครับ CC
น้ำมัน E85 หรือ E20 มันดีไหมครับ และถ้าดีทำไมพวกรถแพงๆหรือเครื่องบินถึงไม่ใช้น้ำมันพวกนี้กันเหรอครับ แต่ถ้าเป็นผมนะ ผมน่าจะใช้น้ำมันพืชครับ
我有2只猫，1只狗。我的猫叫圈圈，我的狗叫富贵儿，还有1只猫叫阿强。
I knew it. Yeah.
Xavier.
I think PMA Lun Lun.
I think it's 𝐏𝐆𝐒 from Taizu from the X-Men.
我有2只猫，1只狗。我的猫叫圈圈，我的狗叫富贵儿，还有1只猫叫阿强。
I'm ready.
Again.
Well, everyone, finally we can get game 1 underway. About 30 seconds until we get into Erangel now. We've been talking about etc., but now finally we get to actually see what's going to happen. The other question, the other unknown, is what's the plane path going to be? That'll be an unknown as we go into every single game. But I think it's probably quite important for this first game. If people have drop spots they want to claim, the plane path is obviously going to be quite important. So hopefully it's generous. Hopefully it's generous for everyone to drop exactly where they want to and basically mark their territory. Otherwise it could get dodgy going into game 2.
Yeah, hopefully it's not too skewed onto either corner of the map, or else we will see too many of all these contests without any form of clarity on where exactly are they contesting. But at least for now, it's a clean slate for teams who have started in the play-ins, and will they bring the momentum moving into the finals? We will now find out, as we do have some of the teams that have been waiting to get some action, and here we go as we start off from the south, moving all the way up north towards the corner Stalbert. It'll be a little bit of an extension to even get towards areas like Georgia Pole, so perhaps certain teams who are interested will have take a look at the island. There's about 5 teams on board, or it seemed like it's 5 teams, but it's about at least the 3 of them. So that's pretty interesting on how these teams will be able to journey their way through if it does end up in the mainland. But we've seen game 1 back in the plains to actually favor the ones who start off in the island. So in any moment, we'll be able to at least check out what happens in first phase, as teams are already fighting for those vehicles. They trade, or if I say AGG, not so lucky.
Damn. Zest will be the first one down in the final stage, and he's dead at 1 minute and 30 seconds on the clock. That's not how you want to start if you're AGG, especially on a zone like that. Dead center. That would have been a very powerful spot to be. Zest obviously tasked to go for that hard spawn, but 𝐾𝐿 much quicker to it, had the better parachute, and Zest caught out in the middle of nowhere. Would have been good, I suppose, if he could get some backup from his teammates in Rooftop or Roshok, but they obviously couldn't get a gun in time. Bliss seem quite happy and content in Yasnaya. No team to contest them, no one around them. Maybe someone will camp them, but they seem totally okay for the moment, which is good. And yeah, like you mentioned, there were 4 teams on Military Island. SGD, Take Me Please, Reluctant Squad, and 1 other as well. Reluctant Squad quick crossing the bridge as well. They don't want anything to do with any of the action on Military Island. They don't want to get caught up in all the chaos and have to delay crossing a bridge because a team beats them to it. They'd rather just get across right now.
Yeah, you can see the tempo of the play has been very early on SRT5. They're not too far off from the first phase, so we got quite an ample time for them to still loot up and enter into the way. Perhaps playing through the fields of Gatka or even Ruins could be an option for Tier 5. We've seen some good stuff, at least from the practice rounds, but FW already having a little bit of difficulty with the vehicles, but FW Esports, they look to be in really hot form back in the play-ins, scoring the top seed throughout the run. But I wonder if they would be able to, once again, enact the same sort of play style as they did have a stellar run throughout the couple of days that they played out.
Well, they're looking to continue it. They're going for a bridge camp on Forest Gaming in Game 1. So they're looking to continue that momentum and make a mark on this lobby. I think they saw 4 teams go across to military and they've definitely recognized their opportunity. I think also it probably has to do with the fact that they are confident to be able to move into this zone. Their, I suppose, quadrant of the zone in that southeastern side is mostly free. It's just Cerberus that they have to worry about, and Cerberus are likely to move in and just play center just based off prio. So FW will have time to pull off this bridge camp and then move into zone without congestion. So it's a good play to start off with, but as you can see, Forest is wary of it. They are crossing the scaffolding on either side of the bridge, being very, very careful. They don't want to start off game 1 in bad form.
Yeah, and perhaps if they're going to go in rather late, I hope that they do have a couple of emergency pickups for them to utilize just to get in a little bit safer, though despite using it early does not really bring too many advantages, so perhaps they're willing to still scrap it out, at least for Forrest, who's already on the bridge. Meanwhile, for E-Arena, they start up north, so they should have ample space for them to work with. Whereas, it will probably take a while before FW Esports finds anything through the eastern corners of the bridge. Waiting for teams to rotate over, but Zigzag does spot a plane hovering.
Yeah.
You might assume that to be maybe one of the teams that goes in for those emergency pickups, but probably it's just going to drop in a crate or so. As for E-Arena, I think they're just going to look for decent pickups here as they trade or opting to scout out and about. Might be a good one-pointer in for Jacob if he drives any further deeper into the corners of 70, but it seems like day trade should be safe to bypass the bridge, and if they do group into Yasnaya, we know who's waiting for them. The Aussie boys coming from Team Blizz should be up and ready to go for a fight.
Well, Team Blizz have moved into the center in a very good spot. It's funny looking at Day Trade and E-Arena here because they've kind of collided. Both of those teams coming from the northeast and the north. Well, the north, I suppose, just in 70 for E-Arena. They both have this ideal scout spot into this next zone, and they've both rocked up to it at basically the same time. And so they've had to be very careful to avoid any danger. It's made it awkward for E-Arena to actually get to that location and scout on that northern plateau just above the river. Day Trade are already there. And so E-Arena kind of have to wait their turn or choose alternate scout spots. Olympus down and out. That FW bridge camp paying off. SGD arrived to the apartments. Mings, he didn't actually land on the roof. Is that going to cost him as he runs in the back door? It's dodgy, but he survives. SGD 4-man up in the apartments. A very, very strong position. QC opting to go for a 2-2 to the sheds on the hill and inside of school. Strong for them as well. Question is, does SGD split those apartments? Do they stay in one as all 4? Definitely smarter to at least split 2-2. And yeah, FW did get there one. Olympus was sent across that bridge as a scout. He loses his life, but it gives across the information that that bridge is being camped.
Yeah, overall, Forest will have to look for an alternative route. Perhaps they won't be moving over onto the western end, but there is TMP around that corner of the map as well. So I'm not too sure if they're just going to maybe burn a couple of minutes just sitting by the blue for the meantime, as that may actually have the risk of FW to be moving deeper into the map. Meanwhile, Rum United spots out movements coming in from Elite Esports. Walker trying to swerve past. It will be safe for now. And it's interesting to note that, you know, since SGD has already qualified for the PGC slot,
yeah,
They may not have that many stakes to play for as compared to the rest of the squad, but of course this
Well, the
will
money.
be, yeah, that's a whole lot of money on the line. And also, you want to be battle ready when you do get to PGC. So, of course, there's no better lobby than to start off with this APAC rounds. So, right now, only a single point being garnered by both FW as well as QC. Other than that, it's just a little bit of a wear and tear through some vehicles as well as armor. While I really do love the fact that all these teams, majority of them, are already pretty much looking for the center zone as compared to looking to long outskirts. Of course, Force Natural Gaming had no other choice but to hold back.
A very passive game one, only a couple off kills here and there. But everyone playing very stock standard PUBG. Priority has been taken, majority of the priority has been taken in the center of the center of the circle. Everyone happy to sit tight and wait to see what Phase 2 does. And yeah, it's an interesting point that you raise, SGD, the only team in the lobby in the unique circumstance of already being guaranteed to go to PGC, but other than the money that they're playing for, they're also playing for that PGC 5 and 6 slot. So they are absolutely going to be playing it the exact same way that everyone else will be, if not more confident that they've guaranteed PGC for themselves. See how dangerous they can be. They're currently sat in the apartments. Obviously a very powerful spot. And I like their split. When you take the apartments like this, it is often better to hedge your bets on the eastern side. A lot easier to defend. And a lot easier to unstuck yourself, essentially. You can get stuck on that western side, get kind of pincered between the school's lines of sight and the hill's lines of sight. So SGD playing the apartments standard as well. Phase 2 coming up in a couple seconds here. Is it going to be kind or is it going to be incredible? Oh, that is not how you want to start off. That is not how you want to start off the final stage. That is so good for Day Trade and eArena, and everyone else is going to be in shambles.
It definitely will be happy days for eArena to farm up some points, especially for those who are hoping to get across from the Rozak Bridge. eArena apparently has a great setup already, as they've been holding through the hillside. I do wonder if Daytrade's going to go in to go up, lurk around some of the members of eArena to perhaps assault them eventually. And seemingly enough, based on the minimap, it seemed like that may actually happen. Speaking of which, here we go. It's actually 𝐿𝑒𝑟𝑖X that's driving through a compound, hoping to claim it for his own, and Tunnel quickly make sure that he won't be able to even put his name on the spot. But 1 HP left! Oh boy. Any closer, he will be knocked as well, and you would bet the rest of the squad will swarm right in. But now, both sides being alarmed. eArena knows that Tunnel is out there, but they haven't really gotten the full intel of where exactly the rest of Day Trade is currently at.
You can see Bliss coming in on the backside as well. They won't third-party this just yet, but if they get the opener onto Flash at the Petty, or maybe someone exposing themselves on the hillside, Bliss might look to third-party this. But in reality, it's not really a fight. It's just 𝐿𝑒𝑟𝑖X that's been knocked, and eArena are looking for revenge. Zizzy might get it. He might also go down himself. Norans can't hit the shots. And eArena survives with 3. Day Trade have been playing this very well so far. Just on a macro level, playing the positions quite well. Tanadol and Nurin still playing that hillside split with Belmoth, and Flash is the back marker, essentially the anchor sitting inside the Petty. Monty is getting closer though, creeping to see if he can get that opener. If he starts to shoot and Flash doesn't go down, then you can bet Day Trade are going to look to back Flash up. I don't think the exit is going to be super easy for Flash, unless his car is parked and perfect and ready to go. Monty just has to choose his timing correctly. If Bliss were to get that Petty, then that is a very powerful position.
It could be, especially now that they're scattered on the white position. Day Trade, they're hoping to eventually get a couple of catches, but I don't really suspect whether if they've taken notice of Team Bliss just yet.
Just backing off.
But Team Bliss certainly can apply enough pressure, and it seems like they will pull back, like you said. Team Bliss, they have plenty of options. They don't really have to overcommit, since this is still a decent spot for them to hold out here in Phase 2.
Yeah.
But I'm not too sure for how long, because they're currently staying in the open area play. we might actually see more and more teams joining their way into the deeper corners of this north point later on, as the circle will eventually move in a minute or so. But for the expendables, they will be very happy to just sit put inside Rosa and wait till the circle dictates where they should go up next. But that also leaves other teams that were starting off over south side to be in a little bit of a predicament whether if they should do a hard shift or not, especially for SGD, who took the apartments, and now it will straight away from the hands of the Malaysian squad. So plenty to be done, but we see at least about 60% of these teams are already on board.
I like how everyone was playing that previous phase too. Everyone found their way in with very little casualties, but now it's crunch time. Now that circle has chosen where it's going to go, and the priority positions are going to be fought over relentlessly. E-Arena and Day Trade will most likely stay put. Teraton 5 as well. They can just hold their western edge. Got a good split going for them as well. TMP going to have to come in and figure something out. Do they fight Teraton 5? Do they move up to the northern side of the zone? Fight around the terrain? Important questions that need to be answered. The expendables, you mentioned them. They can sit tight in Rozhok if they wanted to. Flucky actually hit those shots. That's from the flat top all the way across the other side of the river into Roz. Delwyn from the expendables is on the other side of the river, but no, those were shots into Rozhok. Very sharp from Flucky. Starting off the final stage with a little bit of confidence. A knock like that will always inspire you to continue to do it. Burram on a very desperate rotate. Trying to find some hole in the terrain. Nice grouping from them so far. Maybe a little bit split from the front car, but Dimisy's almost acting as the bait right now, unfortunately. They will go towards the gas station. Park up underneath it. Difficult spot to hold. Doable, though. They just have to make sure that they aren't going to get grenaded. Spread out spacing is crucial in this situation.
Speaking of spacing, Team Bliss was not too far off of this location as well. They're kind of stuck in the middle of nowhere. Hopefully that's not within the sight of Insight, speaking of which he does receive a little bit of tag.
Insight's under pressure, to be honest.
And there's barely enough cover for him as well. So
he's got that shot,
some long
but I mean, he's alone with Burram on the south, and then I think that's Tem Entertainment coming in from the north. Insight's in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, so definitely need a little bit of helping hand, but Tem Entertainment is just driving right past these members of TB, and Talon got his wheels pretty much stuck, and he will have to just hold on to the towers for the meantime. Meanwhile, Reluctant Squad have gotten themselves a decent compound to work with. Spots out TMP, moving across the hill, as we will start to see more traits going through. Reluctant Squad sending Zayu deeper to join alongside with Jun, while Tem Entertainment goes in for a full collapse. It's gonna be Rogue that goes down. Tem Entertainment just shreds apart the entirety of Forest. They've had a rough round for trying to get past the bridge, and the moment they get by, it didn't seem like they got any luck at all.
Damn, rough first game from Forest. Yeah, it just difficult to get anything going. That circle shifts even more north. Definitely a few teams stranded out in the open, Bliss being one of them. The expendables have to make their way across the river now. Actually, they've already got their foothold. It's QC who are in a world of hurt. TMP pulling up on that hillside. They can survive. They should be able to survive there. Car cover, smokes up. Hopefully they've got a bank of utility to use. They may lose one in the process, but they should be able to survive until the end game. I mean, no one can run up to TMP. No one can walk over to them and just grenade them. At least not yet. FW making a desperate dash into the zone. Where do they go? They're definitely not going to crash the gas station. Not a chance. Look towards Day Trade, single yellow. That's the play for FW. They rock up. They try shoot through those windows, but it's difficult. Razor's knocked on the entry. Good grenade from Belmoth. So far, this is going in Day Trade's favor.
Yeah, having a little bit of one up, and they might be able to rush outwards to try to take them all on. Highmass was managing to also lob in the grenade towards SGD members, but this is a solid defense being displayed by some of the top dogs of Thailand. Day Trade Gaming still holding on true. FW Esports finding it difficult to crack through. Somehow, Highmass has been able to do it all by himself as he takes out MML. More and more of these grenades being lobbed right in, but there are multiple shields now being deployed, but he knocks his own teammate. Oh boy.
No, that was a 6-axe knock. That was a 6-axe knock, and he barges in through the back door and gets another one as well. That nade is perfect. Right into the living room, right on Tanador's foot, and FW have made that breach work. Daytrade, I thought their setup was really, really good. They had, I think it was Nurend in the backside there with the, or maybe, oh no, it was Belmoth in the back there with that foldable shield. It's like a deadly combination, but just couldn't get it done. Good util usage from FW, and of course they survive on the backside of that yellow, which is difficult by itself. Tem Entertainment they've just switched spots with Take Me Please. Take Me Please have vacated that, given it away to Tem Entertainment. And Take Me Please look like they've ended up in a worse position. J-Die knocked. They've chosen to not play the hillside anymore. Instead, they're going to go low. There are rocks and trees there that you can use as cover, but your cars and foldable shields will be as important. It's going to be difficult for them to survive here, probably more so difficult than their previous spot.
It's so tough for them to actually hold out where there's multiple angles for them to guard. Meanwhile, Tim Bliss playing by the edges, trying to rush through up against BRU. Relying on all the smokes as Monty slowly gets shredded out. Open angles for Dimitri. He did not manage to win out that trade. Now it's all out for blood for Canaxi. He runs out blues on that P90 and will have to just hold for a moment. Two members knocked out from side of Team Bliss as they try to fight through the edges, but BRU does not survive. Insight has got them all sorted out, and also having Teddy to also third party in between. So they will have to open this passage up against Daytrade, who's currently preoccupied with plenty of teams shooting their way.
Yeah, I don't think Bliss are going to be able to survive this with all four up. 𝐏𝐆𝐒's already gone down. Monty will certainly die to the blue. And yeah, their next target is Daytrade, but AGG have started to arrive too. They're also out of a position. Where do they go? Surti rocks up just on the low side of the road, and Insight greets him with about 75 damage. Nade out as well. That should be on the mark. It looks like it is. It's perfect. Akita steals it away though. That's another kill added to the tally for Team Bliss, but from here, it's just going to get harder. AGG aren't really Team Bliss's problem. The problem for them is Daytrade, and Daytrade have that gas station locked down. The entry into that compound is basically wide open. Rossiter Jr. can't hit the spray. T5 tallies 0 kills as they try to make their way into the zone.
There's just bodies everywhere on the open fields. Pong tries to align his shots, but he does not land it. It's instead Mingzi that does pull up the palm shot, hitting the mark perfectly. But Mingzi still has to deal with Ranger X. He's trying to push through. It's only down to Ranger. And it's tough to even manage a revive at the moment. Consider the fact that there's just plenty of more teams surrounding him at the moment. Just got to rely on all these smokes as Pain drops all these bombshells and Molotovs into the smoke. Barely any wiggle room, but Ranger X is pushing through towards the trees. Perhaps that could be an angle where Pain will be able to spot him out while Meglovs catches something in return up against Reluctant Squad. More names slowly disappearing from our screen as he shoots through the smoke. Jervis does trade back though. SGD looking pretty clean.
Well done to get through that kind of a mess. Cerberus is the next target for them, but they've already locked down some of the best spots on that side of the zone. Insight down to 𝐏𝐿. Bleed making their aggress as well. Reluctant Squad trying to push outside of that yellow and see if they can get a third party, a foothold into what is going to be the next zone. A great nade from Glories takes down Tigger, and now there's only 2 left on the arena. The Expendables push up. Expectations are high for the Expendables. We know what they can do. We know what their peak can be. About time we see them in peak form. Daytrade gone. Can't do it up against FW, who took their yellow. Tigger will get rezzed actually. The arena, nice smoke wall. It's a short smoke wall, but it's a good one. They'll get that res and they'll be able to fight back against the Expendables, who haven't made it deep enough off that initial knock.
Oh, Solazzi's in trouble though. 1 HP left, and now dealing with the entirety of SGD. That will be quickly claimed. Hisaki will try to respond on his own, but not quick enough. Mingzi popping off today. Wow, with an M249.
Insane.
That's insane. Absolutely insane. But this lobby is equally as sharp. The Expendables, They're still rallying on despite having only 1 point. There's definitely more to garner up against the rest of E-Arena. Big pile of nades dropped right in, catches onto Tigger, and this could be a full flush sent his way as the Expendables looking rather confident to eventually clear off this vicinity. Only one member left inside of E-Arena. Down to Sizzy. He's waiting for that revive. Barely enough space or even time. Not a perfect lob, but the Expendables should be able to sort this out rather quickly. Whereas the rest of the field, they now have to look for that space directly in the center where we see that rupture as the Expendables will claim the entirety of E-Arena.
Expendables definitely have another spot to go to as well. Technically, this bowl that was on the side of the hill should be their next destination, but they've also got to make sure that FW don't stop them from getting there. Delwyn, nice knock. Banana 1, smoke up, see if they can get that res. TE looking quite strong, and they've kept 4 up through that entire debacle as well. Reluctant Squad, similar story for them. Nice shot from 𝐷𝐼U. Sharp as ever. Down goes Trick. Bleed now down to, I believe, 1 or 2. Yeah, just up to 1. 2 members of Bleed knocked. Orkarin taken down by Tycon, who does have that Orm. I believe that's the second Orm in the lobby. There's another one on another player as well. Yeah, I'm starting to believe he's the rock for this team. He has done so well for them and come up clutch in so many different situations. If he didn't warm up in the play-in stage, then I don't know, man. This guy is an absolute beast. Maybe his next task is far too much to deal with, though. 4 members of the Expendables approaching Mingzi's territory. He does get 1, but immediately ran over. His life ends. SGD falls out of this game. There's chaos across the server. Bleed go out as well. The Expendables have taken control of this hill.
But I gotta say, the play-in teams are looking hella hot heading into this first matchup.
Yeah.
SGD making it to the top 5 with Ming's effort is just incredible. And we still have FW really hitting every shot possible today. The Expendables having been clipped up by Tong K on that AUG as well. This could very well be anyone's game to take. But RS, they've been pretty clean throughout the course of the run, staying rather safe as compared to the rest of the squads, taking the lower side of the hill. So more often than not, we'll probably see TE to take on FW before committing to RS.
Reluctant Squad have been a silent killer in this game. They haven't really done much, but that entire north side is now wiped, and they have full control of it. The Expendables on the ropes too. 1 knocked, nades coming in from 𝐷𝐼U. Will it hit its mark? No, almost. Just in front of Clory's. Duck Juice, though, on the other hand, he'll get a nice nade onto Banana 1. Jun actually pushing up on a very, very nice angle. He goes for the car instead. The bush on his right blocks his LOS. That is the most unlucky placed bush I've seen in my life. Tanvu was a free kill at that tree, and that bush stopped Jun from seeing him. Molly down, though, flashes out. Tanvu's blind and most likely on fire in a moment here, but he avoids the Molotov. The flush does come in from 𝐷𝐼U, who backs down the hill now to get another angle. Dancing in between these trees. Tanvu throws a molly of his own. Another one to come in as well. Just continue to deny space. That one hits its mark. 𝐷𝐼U on fire. Tanvu doesn't know it, though. He does now. 𝐷𝐼U's a freebie. This is looking great for the Expendables. Already up to 10 kills.
But despite that, the circle does belong to Reluctant Squad at the moment, as they are hoping to gatekeep the rest of TE from moving across. But it's pretty much an equal trade, unless if they manage to get the revives over the corner map, which I don't believe they will be able to reach 𝐷𝐼U at this moment. It's going to be a blind angle to take on Van Lai, so he's holding deep into the center. He will be able to cure the movements coming from Duck Juice. He's playing practically, hoping to get this catch. Oh, might be able to actually connect, but now he spots both of them. We'll try to actually take them on with a barrel spray. So they have plenty of utilities for the exchange, but
oh my,
Juice is going for a big
Hwang. They're both trying to match each other on this flank. Both trying to match each other and go as wide as they can. They both rocked up, engine stopped, exact same time. Tanvu has the knock. Hwang's flank is unsuccessful. The Expendables now up to 11 kills. Look to finish this off with a nice, well-played 2 versus 1. Tanvu picked up a fresh vest, which is undeniably what's saving him in this fight. I think that was the Orm shot that must have hit Van Nai's leg. He backs into that smoke, and Tanvu doesn't want to give this up. Duck Juice down low has all the information that Tanvu needs. play it off the contact, play off what Van Knight does. He's down to 0 bullets in that Orm.
Oh, he managed to
Oh, make it 20.
Lucky enough for him, he managed to find a couple of bullets out there. Should be able to at least spot small little pixels of Duckju's body, but it's definitely hard to align with the pressure coming from Tanvu. They seem numbered. It seems like it's going to be a battle of the arms as he tries to go in from top. 1 HP left, and they will seal the deal with the first chicken dinner going over to the Expendables. Incredible win to kick off our finals.
Such a good game from the Expendables. They fought their way from the south side of the zone all the way in Rozhok. They cross that river, they fight their way through, they take control of E-Arena's flat top, they destroy everyone on that hillside, and they played that 1v2 at the end there to perfection. No idea or nothing that Reluctant Squad could do. The Expendables come out with a very, very good game to open up the finals stage. They played that exceptionally, and I love to see that coming out of them.
Yeah, that pivotal moment coming in from Duckjuice to reposition with the vehicle down the hill, that was probably the best play possible in that circumstance when you're going up against a 2 versus 2. They were looking to be gated off from that area, and it just basically sent these members of RS to be in a disarray. But in the early game, we did manage to catch a lot of all these skirmishes, especially with that hard shift over the north. And they trade. I thought they had a chance, but FW, they look hella clean.
Yeah, this is a really, really, really nice push from FW, the team that topped the playing stage, starting off really well. Bliss struggled here on the edge, but they do actually clean up Buriram. So Buriram, I believe, got a 0-point game. I don't think they got any of those kills. If they did, then they would have had the bleeds on Team Bliss. So maybe they got one. Cerberus as well, a team that we absolutely have to keep an eye on. Didn't have too much of an impact in this game. Unfortunately, just stuck between a rock and a hard place on this hillside. SGD, Mings came out swinging. Again, one of my MVPs from the play-in stage, doing so well in this initial game. Eventually taken out though, but not before a nice sequence with the M249. This is the Expendables. I mean, this is where it really started for them. Taking out E-Arena at this flat top, or this triple, sorry. It was very, very important for them to do so. I thought they did it a little bit too late, but in the end, it didn't actually matter. They clean it up nicely. They take down Mings, the absolute menace on the M249. This is crucial for Jun. That bush, I'm telling you, man, that bush was out to sabotage Jun. He just couldn't see Tanvu, and if he did see Tanvu, that would have been the target priority rather than the person in the car. A nice shot from Tanvu, and he finishes it off as well. Perfectly played. 2 versus 1 from the Expendables. A 13-kill win to start out the final stage is exactly what we want to see out of the Expendables. You may not have them in your on paper top 4 that's filled with E-Arena and Cerberus and Theraton 5, but the Expendables certainly can put themselves up there in the top 4 and qualify for PGS 5 and 6. They have incredibly talented players, and every time they pop off, it's a joy to witness.
Yeah, I've just been smiling ear to ear to see how many arm shots actually connect coming in from these members of Expendables, as well as all the other squads who have received some of all these packages. And with that, even that restock and that final moment coming from that final member of Reluctant Squad, I thought he would be able to trade in for a chance at the 1 versus 1, but the Expendables, they look super clean, whether if it's a close quarter combat or not. Like, that moment where Duckjuice takes over that lower side of the hill, that really delivered them all that opportunity, all the vision that they actually required to eventually overwhelm the rest of Reluctant Squad. Else, I thought, you know, RS, they really had a great position to hold out. And of course, like you mentioned, that bush was in the way, or else it could have been a little bit cleaner.
Yeah, that bush, I mean, I'm going to harp on it because it's funny, but it actually did mess with Jun in the moment, you know? He looks at that car, that's the only target on his screen. He can't see, I believe it was Tanvu at that tree. If he does, then obviously he's going to target the player that can actually kill him, that's actually a threat to him, right? And then he'll switch to that car. That definitely a defining moment in that endgame. And it was funny to me as well how both Reluctant Squad and the Expendables sent a player out to the very edge of the zone at the exact same time. They were both communicating most likely the exact same thing. I'm going to go super wide. I'm going to go super wide. And they both did it at the same time. And at that point, it gets a little weird. Obviously, both teams are basically playing parallel to each other. But a nice shot from 𝐴𝐿 neutralizes that threat, and then they can focus on that 2v1. And it was a very well played 2v1 at that. The pressure was being applied. There was nothing that the player in the bowl could do. He did his best, to be honest with you, 𝐴𝐿. There was probably a timing in which 𝐴𝐿 wasn't pushing, and I believe it was 𝐿𝐼, maybe? I forget the Reluctant squad player who was up at the end there, but he definitely could have hit that 𝐴𝐿 shot. Difficult 𝐴𝐿 shot to hit on the player at the UAS, but if he'd hit that, then there's another option in which he can just take that 1v1 on 𝐴𝐿 coming in from the side. So yeah, a nice played 1 versus 2. Opportunities for a Reluctant squad, but when the Expendables have momentum, I'm not really sure what you're meant to do against it. They just ran through that lobby.
Yeah, overall, we have definitely known TE to be that form of team to be able to uphold that same sort of finesse that they've been able to pull off in these international stages. And overall, it's great to see that they're still remaining to be consistent to what they've been able to pull up from the past. And of course, for those teams from the play-ins, we still got SGD on fire with Mings, you've mentioned early on with that crazy M249. And it really seemed to me that this match itself, it definitely was set into a spot where teams were having a lot of difficulties looking for playing area, where you saw majority of the round, it's all these squads driving around looking for a bowl of some sort to hold out, but there was none to be found. So they were forced to tuck by the corner of the map. So they have to go with a big wraparound, and the one that does it the best was TE.
7 kills to 𝐴𝐿, 827 damage. It is a phenomenal way to start out this stage. I mean, 7 kills by itself is a fantastic game, and obviously 𝐴𝐿 was pivotal in their win. Almost 2,000 damage. They almost got there, but no one cares about damage when you're going to get a 13-kill win. Excellent for the Expendables. One of the teams I'm definitely looking at to do quite well. I don't know where I'd put them if you asked me to rank all the teams. The Expendables are that one team that could be at the very top. They could be kind of down in the bottom 8. You know, it's dodgy for me to place them on a ranking, but certainly when they are on form, they are very scary.
Yeah, on top of that, when we take a look at the leaderboard later on, we will see a lot of teams to be pretty neck and neck in terms of these points. As you look at the middle pack, you have a high average ratio of points being gained by SGD, Bleed, Team Blizz, but of course, beginning at the top 4, it's FW once more, where we've seen them thrive back in the play-ins with multiple chicken dinners. They now found that same form of rhythm to be able to acquire still have the amount of points, alongside with AG Global, which is rather interesting because we didn't really spot too many fights between them, but they managed to go in for multiple pickoffs throughout the course of the battle.
I feel like they died in actually I have no idea. I feel like I'm with you. I'm struggling to remember where AGG was. I guess we didn't have an opportunity to spectate them too much, but yeah, 11 kills to their name. Great stuff from them. Silent. They were the silent killer. I called Reluctant Squad the silent killer, but it turned out AGG had a lot of impact. Reluctant Squad, I mean, coming in second, but they didn't really have too many kills, unfortunately. That northern side kind of tore itself apart, and they walked into that space, essentially, and so they only end up with 9. But yeah, the total leaderboard right now, of course, is going to be the Expendables on top. A valiant effort from FW. They were also one of those other teams in that game just fighting as hard as they possibly could, just to get as much done as they possibly can, and they did so. They did quite well.
Yeah, same goes to Team Blizz, which was gaining a lot of control over onto the southeastern corner map, where they had to go in for all these wraparound, but it was overwhelming with how many teams on board, and certain teams like TMP, Forest, they were already struggling in the early game. It was ultra unlucky for Forest Natural Gaming, where there was just no spot for them to book at all, where teams were already taking a lot of that space in the center of the map. So hopefully it's a better run for Tiraton 5 TMP as well as Forest Natural Gaming in these upcoming rounds, as we've already sorted out game 1 with the Expendables taking claim of the first chicken dinner. So this one we'll probably see teams to be maybe even more confident to go for more fights, because game 1, it really seemed like they were just feeling it out.
Yeah, feeling it out, definitely. No hot drops, no early action of really any sort. Maybe we'll get some early action on Erangel in Game 2. We will throw to a very short break. Don't go anywhere, we will be right back.
World updates to 𝐏𝐿, some quality of life improvements for training mode, and a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 31.2 patch report. First up, we've made updates to some areas of 𝐏𝐿. The studio has been turned into an abandoned hospital, changing the layout, adding new buildings, and also a few more loot and cover spots. We also added a new bridge to the shipyard and improved the terrain around Hosan Prison, Songam, and Hosan to give you more strategic opportunities in this area. Next, training mode has been improved as well based on your feedback. Training mode now has infinite ammo, recommended attachments automatically on weapons, and the ability to save and import your personal weapon and gear settings. We also improved the sound training area to provide feedback when a wrong target is hit. This update also features a brand new Survivor Pass, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 31.2 is here, so load up your training gear, grab the new Survivor Pass, and hot drop back into 𝐏𝐿. We'll see you on the battlegrounds. World update.
Welcome back, everyone. Game 1 in the books. The Expendables took the first win of the finals stage, and now we look to see whether they can continue that performance. We talked enough about the Expendables and how they're potentially one of the teams that could nab that top 4 slot. Very strong, and if you get them with a little bit of momentum, I'm sure the Expendables can do quite well in a lobby like this. But there's so many other teams in this lobby that we have yet to see, so many other teams we have yet to talk about, so many storylines to observe, especially when we hit those final couple days. But we've just done game 1. There are 23 more games left to be played. Erangel is your second map of the day, as usual. And yeah, we didn't see any early action on Erangel in game 1. Hopefully we'll be able to see some of that on game 2.
Yeah, and overall, when we take a look back in game 1, certain teams from the play-ins have definitely found a great rhythm for them to haul quite some massive points. We're looking at teams like Reluctant Squad to be able to bag a massive double digit at the very least to keep up the speed to what the winners have to offer. And of course, there's still more to be answered coming from other squads like Day Trade, Cerberus Esports, where they had their fair share of highlights, but definitely they are definitely hungry for more than just a couple of takedowns. So with that being said, this will be a our second angle of the evening, and we will see if they will bring us even more explosive battles coming our way.
Yeah, the first game of Wrangle was played quite conservatively. Everyone just kind of took their prior spot and then, well, they didn't really move until the circle told them to. I think a couple of teams were quite good when it came to pre-rotating and making sure that they were in a good spot for that next zone. But yeah, a lot of teams playing very stock standard, kind of international tier PUBG in that first game. Few pockets of chaos here and there. That end game was very difficult to figure out what was going on. I completely lost track of what was happening on that northern side when we were spectating E-Arena versus Expendables in that triple. That northern side was, I think, yeah, it was just chaos, and I had no idea what the hell was going on up there. But yeah, still a very exciting game one. As soon as we got to that end game, we got to see a lot of good individual performances. Hopefully we can see that in game two. It's a different playing path. Some of the drops will be exactly the same, but I'm still not seeing any hot drops. Bliss and Bleed might be going for the hard spawn on the eastern side of Yaz. I think, yeah, it looks like Insights nabbed that one, so Bleed lose out on that hard spawn. But in terms of hot drops, in terms of contests, other car contests, no, we got nothing. It is pretty clean on game two.
Yeah, we've seen some adjustments coming into game two as well, as you say that.
Wait.
Oh boy.
I didn't see this.
Cal managed to get away though, so that's good on him because he managed to yoink that vehicle and stay safe for the course of the run. 𝐏𝐿 almost getting first blood within the first minute of the game, but you're over a bridge.
Okay.
Oh, it's Sophia as well as Huang. I guess they don't really have any weapons at all, so they're just blocking each other from moving past. Yo, I guess
they're trying.
They got no stakes involved, so they will just hinder RS's progression. Is he trying to shove him off the bridge?
He's just trying to delay time for his teammates to get a gun, right? So Payne is just trying to make sure Huang can't cross the bridge, and eventually Huang gets free. He were close as well. Guns were just about to arrive. Very, very close for Huang. Yeah, I was looking at the picture on. I was looking at the map stream, not the picture-in-picture on that 𝐿 engagement at the start there. I was hard locked in on the map stream. I didn't see that 𝐿 was approaching AGG. Very interesting stuff. But, okay, so we did get a little bit of early action, but no one actually died. It was just some car action here and there, people going for hard spawns. I guess that's the subcategory of contest is the fight for the hard spawns, because oftentimes, I mean, we know the value of cars, we know the value of vehicles in PUBG, and even if you're not going to contest for actual loot spots, well, some of those hard spawns intersect with those loot spots, and so teams will fight for them, and I guess whoever's got the best parachute wins a lot of the time. Saw a lot of that, and yeah, thankfully no one died. We still have 64 alive 3 minutes in.
Yeah, on top of that, plenty of adjustments to be made by all these squads coming into this game too. Forest were one of the teams who dropped into the islands. This time, they will be playing it a lot safer as they drop very early into 𝐏𝐿, but they will have to take a long journey to get into the center, which shouldn't exactly be a problem considering that this flight path has been more than generous for all these squads to be able to take pick their poison overall. What's going to be interesting is on what could potentially happen over onto the southwest end, because last I saw it was Day Trade as well as Bram United pretty close to each other. One taking Primas Quarry, that will be Day Trade, and Brim is holding out in 𝐿𝐿. So if Day Trade were to dive deeper into the zone, they might have to eventually take up a fight either against Brim or even the likes of Reluctant Squad, who are holding true to that very pure section.
Yeah, Brim probably going to opt for scouting on that Pachinki Hill. And yeah, that leaves Day Trade trying to figure out where to go after that. They'll definitely scout them. The timing might also be kind of slower than we think. Like we're sitting here thinking that maybe Buriram and Day Trade might collide, but Day Trade might opt for a completely different position, or they might opt to go a little bit quicker, a little bit slower. Day Trade might even beat them if Buriram decide to loot very late, but they aren't. I can see on the map stream that they are moving into Pachinki Hill. So Burram in prime position for this next zone. Insight rocked up quite close to Tem Entertainment as well. Looking for an entry potentially, or maybe he has no idea that they are there. And somehow Clories is inside Pachinki. And Delwyn as well. So QC and the Expendables are neighboring each other at the moment. And obviously Opons is aware. TE should be aware. QC was the team to loot Pachinki, if I'm not mistaken. And so they've come back, they've regrouped. Did Akita spot that player at the backside of the ice cream? I'm not sure. Insight sending it in, so probably not. Rogue is on the top floor of the double. White shots exchanged. 𝐏𝐆 down to very, very low. They also have no idea about Thunders just yet, so as they push into Rogue, Thunders has an opportunity for a backstab.
Oh, this is an interesting split going on here. Tem Entertainment sends their cavalry into the walls. As they go in for the full collapse, it's Monty quickly getting a catch as they will eliminate 12 Kanawan in just a sprinkle moment, and that's a double for Monty. They are looking hella confident to just go in for that full flush right now, and they just hit every single shot. It's all Monty and Inside. And only down to 1.
Thunders never even got involved. And 𝐏𝐿𝐿, as soon as his buggy hit the tree or the UAS, whatever it was, he just sat inside. I don't think 𝐏𝐿𝐿 got out of the car. I wonder whether that was a DC or whether he was trying to get himself unstuck. But yeah, him and Thunders never had impact at all in this fight. Thunders, did they... I wonder, I'm actually curious as to whether this is like a team house situation and Thunders and 𝐏𝐿𝐿 are timed out at the exact same time. Yeah, Thunders is full AFK. He's not even at the PC. So 𝐏𝐿𝐿 and Thunders, I believe in that fight, just DC'd at the most unfortunate time possible. Like, you could not ask for a worse time for technical issues on their side. That is incredibly unlucky.
Yeah.
For Tem Entertainment. That's rough.
We thought that we're getting, a full flush Vincent from the side of Tem, and they absolutely froze. And I also felt like it seemed a little bit strange on how that fight actually went. Pretty straightforward, as Team Bliss just quickly claims all 4 of these members without any form of a hassle at all. So
it might have been all of them, to be honest with you, because when they pushed up that stairs, it looked a little bit too easy for, I believe it was 𝐏𝐿 to get that knock on the player on the second floor. The first knock on Tem Entertainment was difficult to tell whether he was DC'd, but yeah, that's really, really unlucky for Tem Entertainment. That was looking like a really good kind of bait breach for them. Thunders obviously would have had a really big impact in that fight. Team Bliss had no idea he was there, so yeah, very unlucky. Very, very, very unlucky. But we move over to T5 versus Take Me Please. T5 playing with a bit of aggression, but not committing to it. Take Me Please have a good enough split where T5 don't want to mess with it.
Yeah, it's definitely hard for T5 to take up a fight across these compounds. And they're happy where they're currently at. Still within the first phase of the circle, deeper into the ruin sector. What's interesting to note is the position of Arena, who are absolutely ready to see whether if there's going to be teams cutting by the corner bridge. They've been doing this for the most part of the play-ins, and it's been relatively successful, especially for that past round where they did manage to still get quite a lot of trades going in their favor. Speaking of trades right now, AEG also has been spotted out by Lyrics. There was an initial trade that sees Lyrics having a broken helmet at the moment, but it should be too worrisome for them. With plenty of resources left available, they should be able to last till they find maybe a different compound where they could just look for overstocks. While MML rocking over the corner of the port, I wonder if you've spotted out these members of FW Esports, who's just hugging by the edge of it. So, just the early game long-range taps from all across the fields. Other than that, no full commitment whatsoever. Tier 5, they didn't really start off in a great note for game 1. We had Pat, who got caught up very early on. And when they tried to move into the circle, we last saw Tier 5 was just battling for position, but SGD was just solid, hunkering down onto that southwestern end, and they didn't really give any space at all to T5.
Yeah, I think, obviously, at the start of that first Erangel game, Flucky hit some really nice shots from Northern Flat Top straight into Rozhok, but as we spectated the rest of T5, it was rough across the board in terms of mechanical ability. So hopefully they can warm up into the second game as the Expendables lose 1. They tried to leave Pachinki at just the wrong time. 𝐿 ready for it. And 𝐏𝐆𝐒 takes his first kill. The Expendables escape as 3, sending it potentially straight into Cerberus Esports. But over here on the bridge, Daytrade are engaging with Reluctant Squad. Nuren's alone at this warehouse, kind of acting as the anchor as Nuren tries to leave. Belmoth didn't get in that car. He stays inside the smoke. Bit of a bait potentially, but looks like Reluctant Squad is leaving, so probably won't amount to anything. Zayu, Van Nye, they're all getting in their cars. They're all leaving. They don't want anything to do with this, probably because it's a fight outside of zone. It wouldn't really result in anything other than kills for Reluctant Squad, and it just delays them getting a good spot in the zone.
Oh boy, but Daytrade now trying to fight back though. Thankfully, no tar is being popped, so they should be able to just continue on their journey forward. And like you said, there's no point in actually taking those fights on the outskirts where it's not going to be beneficial for a real squad where there's still plenty more space to claim. As I do say that, a lot of these squads are definitely vying for airspace, but what really went under where SGD found themselves like collapse up against Brum United. 𝐷𝐵𝐻 now tries to bring in that grenade to try to flush off any form of members of SGD around this compound. Zone 8 now zones him off. But at least they can still work with 2. Will be a daunting task up against SGD, who's wrapping all around them at the moment. 𝐷𝐵𝐻 does manage to spot out MML though. While they did receive a little bit of helping hand coming from FW Esports, with Raze also chiming in at the very same time. Big Nate's now flown across. MML hugging about the corner. Might be able to be sniffed out. And yes, he does. Finds it after all. 𝐿𝐵𝐻 holding on to the top corner. But he's trying to deal with that pressure from the hillside. It's not easy for SGD to play this one out as BRU. They're still looking relatively feisty. It's now picking true. And, almost taking down 𝐷𝐵𝐻.
I think that was a headshot. Nasty from 𝐿𝐵𝐻. Oh, the nade finishes 𝐷𝐵𝐻 off. He goes into that room to heal, but 𝐿𝐵𝐻 is on it. 𝐾𝐋 and 𝐷𝐵𝐻 fighting back here against SGD. Relentless aggression from SGD too. They were the ones to engage on this fight first, and Buriram have done very well to turn what was a 2 versus 4 into now a 1 versus 1 with the help of FW, but FW are just looking for kills. They're not really siding with anyone in this just yet. And Reluctant Squad there on the south, looking to finish this off too, and Cerberus as well. Why not get a 3rd team in? I think that counts as 5 teams potentially getting in on that fight if you want to count Reluctant Squad, even though they didn't get a knock. That was just impossible for Buriram and SGD to escape from. It leaves 1 from SGD. First couple games for Buriram haven't paid off just yet. They've had a bunch of aggression, don't get me wrong. And now it's Reluctant Squad's turn. 𝐿𝐵𝐻 already put down to 14 HP. Going to be very difficult to get this, well, it's a 1v2, potentially 1v3. Depends how many Reluctant Squad members arrive to this compound. They haven't cleared that back room. That's where he resides. Trigger Discipline from 𝐿𝐵𝐻. He opens up, but he can't get one. I really, really love and respect that Trigger Discipline. That was some Counter-Strike level stuff, but it just doesn't pay off. They kind of mess around at the bottom of the stairs. Someone pulls out a flash and someone looks into that back room, and 𝐿𝐵𝐻 just can't get it done. I respect it. I love the Trigger Discipline, but just too many members to deal with.
Yeah, it was definitely overwhelming, but that could have been a big play for 𝐿𝐵𝐻. But after all, he has been able to hold out for long enough up against Brum United, and there was so much pressure coming through the hills. I was just not expecting Cerberus Esports to also be involved, where we barely even get to see them from that mini-map. Speaking of that, we do have a couple more catches, and that's also from Cerberus, with 𝐿𝐻 taking down the Juice out in the open as he quickly claims it before anybody else does. While Team 𝐵𝐻 looking for a free pass, but 𝐿𝐻 is not going to make it all too easy, but there's just too many teams on the voyage moving into the southern corner of the map. And that's really takes firm control of this open space of the region, while 𝐿𝐻 also managed to spot out 𝐏𝐿 moving across. That's one member down from the side of Bleed Esports, as they will not stop for anything at all. Now, the problem is, where exactly could they book for the moment? Bleed Esports, stuck in the middle of nowhere. They just got to rely on the terrains for the meantime. While there's just very little compounds for majority of these teams to eventually work with that is unclaimed at the moment.
Cerberus have a really good split on the northern side. Haven't seen zone in a minute, but it has centered up, I suppose, where you would expect, kind of just to the right of the pancake compound that the Expendables currently reside in. Open ground in the center of this one. Bliss dive into the center, claim that single. Cerberus have a, like I said, that nasty split on the northern side with the Prio and the flat top in that low ground. Very deadly. 𝐿 looking to get involved as well, coming down from the top of Potato. They've already claimed one AGG member on rotation. QC now looking to clean up the scrap. Sapao rotating through. Nawadra, couple tags, and checks and gets it. Sapao down and out. Opons will claim it. AGG tried to make that rotate and got caught in between two separate teams. If they weren't going to die on that first rotation through T5, then QC will happily clean it up. Luckily, two of them do make it through, so they're not fully out of it just yet. They're just in a really, really rough spot. When you lose two members on rotation like that, it basically neuters the chance of making any sort of breach. If you wanted to breach the flat top or the single that Bliss just took, if you lose two members on rotation like that, those options become not really viable. And so you have to send it somewhere where instead you're just hunkering down and looking to survive for as long as possible.
True enough, and that was a beautiful spray that we saw coming from the side of Jixing. Now, it will be another shift that will be favoring Team Bliss at the moment, as they're currently in the direct center of it all. Well, we'll definitely want to see whether they can hold out, because I do believe certain teams will be hoping to crash into that same quarter to just claim that spot to hold out for that late game. For the moment, though, over on North, there's just commotion happening between Q Confirmed. Tier 5 has been struggling to actually find that space and will now challenge E Arena in close proximity. Rositet driving directly into that corner, not noticing Jacob. And that could be the demise, but Jacob gets quickly sorted out. T5 responds in a swift manner.
Yeah, you're right. Very swift. That could have been very bad for T5, but they clean it up. Arena not able to get anything off of that. And yeah, T5 don't waste too much time. Tanadol was forced to go to the close range dragon of Zest just pushing straight up. I'd love to see that from AGG. They're a duo right now, and they recognize they need as many points as they can possibly get. They recognized Tanadol's shack was a weakness. He was a solo at that position, and so happily they will push up, throw some nades in, and it's a successful endeavor from AGG. Love to see it. Very calculated aggression, and it pays off for them. Nuren's having to smoke his car. The tires will be popped otherwise. And he's going to look to get out of those double barns as quickly as he can. Flash might have to be the man to pick both of his teammates up. Run back to the edge of that plateau. Forest up against Reluctant Squad here at Normandy. It's an even trade right now. As I say that, I look to my bottom left, and Forest have lost two members. Scappy, my personal MVP from the play-in stage. It always seemed like Scappy was doing so much for Forest Gaming Olympus as well, doing so much for this team. Scappy has to res now, though. He can't be the one taking fights. That's all down to Baron. He's got so much on his shoulders. Jun exposes himself. It's a freebie for Baron. So much more work to do, though. Dancing around these crates, Reluctant Squad have to team up if they want any chance at this.
But they're really holding it well through these containers. Scappy now still has mates sent his way. Should be able to eventually go in for the revive, but that also allows some chance for the opposing squad to be able to also go for revives of their own. Well, take me, please. On the outskirts, spots out Sir T. He's barely got any cover at all, forced to actually make a deep run. But at least a couple of trees are in the way, so they'll be able to hug for sure for now. Baron eventually takes down June. So they're slowly winning out that fight over the south. While that's happening, it's AG. Now soaking some damage coming from TMP. These late rotations working very well in TMP's favor, but they're diving deep, charging towards the rest of AGG, where they find this rock to be a very solid defensive cover for the meantime. But I see that those nades are slowly flying in. UNQ looking slightly worried, but he will definitely take a little bit of read over on this corner map. Sir T, he's on the other side of the blue zone. I don't think he can last for long. He might just be taken out there by the zone. Still got a couple 8s that he could work with, but I don't think he's looking to step out.
I mean, probably wants at least 1 here. 0 bullets in his Mark 12. He has to pick his timing right. He definitely wants 1 or just to survive, but how much more can he get if he just survives? It's a spray onto the Dacia. He does land it in the end. It was looking like a very good lineup for 2. He only gets 1. UNQ immediately goes for that res onto Megalos, but that's time spent doing something that TMP don't want to spend time doing. Latte does have a foothold, but it's not in the zone. And there's not many spots for TMP to go after that. So they're going to have to fight for this one. Flash. Shaq on the low side of the road. Teammate Belmoth in the bowl just to its west. It's a good split if you have to sit there as a duo. See if Daytrade can make anything of it. Orkaran running down the hill. Darkmai spots him. 50 damage or so. Desperately trying to get to his teammates who are in the northern side of Snake here, being absolutely blasted by T5 as they arrive. Teddy trying to fight back. Flucky's better on that Famus. Bleed down to 1 now, and it's just Orkaran. He goes down as well. T5 have opened up the northern side of Snake, up to 6 kills now.
Wow, they just wrap around these corners and found themselves a bunch of kills, and they managed to cleanly weather the storm. Whereas Daytrade, they look for a deeper angle into the center. With a little bit of pressure mounting coming in from the southern end, where TMP is also looking for the straights, but Daytrade, they found the entire squad of QC. Not too sure what went on. It was a full collapse directly to the center, and TMP, they take note of that. They don't want to rush into that position. While FW, they signed themselves for another battle. They drop big nades towards the rest of Tier 5. Great shots onto Fluky. Now it's only down to Patampong, and that is going to be another swift blow being dealt by the rest of FW Esports. Now, with plenty of space opened up, FW sees another opportunity for a dinner.
So clean from FW. Raze as well. We'll be looking to him to perform in this this final stage. Definitely the player to watch on that team. Delwyn and Tanvu, I mean, that's just nade central right there. The HE does about 50 damage. The Molly's going to deny a bunch of space. It even knocks Tanvu. There's a Molly in return, but it shouldn't be that dangerous. Just have to heal through it. Latte actually gets knocked to Delwyn's own nade. Another one coming through. It's TMP down and out. Delwyn stands up for the Expendables, doesn't let them go out just yet. Fantastically done from him. He loses his teammate in the process, but it's a worthy sacrifice to get that one done. And now Forest have to make their way across this road. Daytrade standing in their way. They did lose 1. It's just down to Flash now, stuck inside that shack. There's 4 up for Forest here, but Scappy's the only one looking towards that Daytrade member. It shouldn't be too difficult to deal with Flash. They just have to do it in a coordinated manner as to not lose Scappy.
But that's definitely has strong tension coming in from Cerberus Esports, having so much action happening onto that corner shack. Speaking of which, Flash is not allowed to even leave the side of Olympus. So he's not exactly in the zone, but it's only buying time for Scappy to eventually seal the deal. So 1 more point added to the block for Forest Natural Gaming, having a better run here in game 2. Delwyn trying to stay afloat, but there's barely enough space through that tree. That will be Scappy to take claim, and now we're back into the top 4 with all the 4 squads having a full healthy team up and running for that chicken dinner. So at this moment, Cerberus Esports have secured the direct north. I'm not too sure about Team Blizz, whether if they're going to be in a decent spot though, because they're all hunkering down onto that same compound. FW Esports might be looking to take claim later on, as pot shots are now 5 back and we're on side of Sabalzi. Great angles coming from Banana 1. And that will definitely hold the rest of Cerberus Esports back, and that's a beautiful knock. Great tag team duo from inside, and Monty.
As soon as Cerberus leave that compound, they park up, but they're not aware that they're as exposed as that. Team Blizz can combine with FW's angles, and it nets both teams a point each. Cerberus were certainly not expecting that. Haisaki does have that low side dirt road, but they definitely wanted some members high up just to have a little bit of long range cover. You don't want to all sit where 𝐏𝐼𝐸 is, but maybe that would have been the smart play in the moment. They lose 2. Been having a fun game from them so far. They've mostly just been allowed to spray their DMRs from a distance. Now it's the real test. FW step outside of Snake into the terrain. And this is probably why Cerberus were keeping members high as well. They didn't want FW to flank around or get a power position on them, but it's inevitable. Banana 1 is doing that exact thing right now, and he'll be in the zone for the next couple minutes as well. He won't have to move for a while. He'll stagger zone, make sure that 𝐼𝐸 doesn't pull off any cheeky flank for Forest. I mean, they're just playing on the edge. They've got smokes up, car cover. They can only really use their trees, and yeah, I mean, Bliss just sat inside the building with 𝐾𝐿 in the bunker next to that shack. They have the easiest job here, but it might not result in their win. Yeah, they're fed right now, but this could easily collapse on them if they don't play this to perfection. Forest, they're going to be the target of everyone in the lobby. Forest have the least space out of anyone in this server to play when this one starts to close in.
Yeah, they were forced to run towards the area where Team Bliss is currently at. Plenty of open space, like you said. There could be sitting ducks, especially now with those vehicles being punctured off. But now one trying to take perfect angles up against KM99, where it's just a long-range 1v1 duel between these two players. While 𝐾𝐿 spots out Scappy. Beautiful taps coming in from the SLR. He's got to claim it really quickly, though, before Cerberus actually takes claim. Speaking of which, 𝐾𝐿 managed to do so. One member out there, Team Bliss, they're playing this to perfection, and all they really have to do is just to hold still for the moment. Not going to be an easy task for Cerberus to move anywhere deeper, as there's already attention being drawn in from the side of Forest Natural Gaming, as well as FW Esports for the entire time. So perhaps this actually buys a little bit more room for Forest Natural to move deeper. I wonder if they will be able to deploy those 5 smokes into perfect location. But for now, they're holding it back for the meantime. Widespread finds 𝐼𝐸, catching one more on the chopping block, while 𝐾𝐿 also submitted a couple of taps. They're just trying to rush up to the north, but that wasn't the best play possible for Forest, but they don't have much options left.
Yeah, they see a little bit of a corner in the zone that they have an LOS on, but they can't even make it there to begin with. Now it's FW looking to clean up Cerberus. Forest actually getting involved as well. There's a nade to flush out 6 sacks. 𝐼𝐸 with his second stolen kill of this endgame. KM99 making it more difficult for FW than they would have liked, but in return, 𝐼𝐸 does get knocked. FW in the power position in this endgame, at least for the moment. That could all change in an instant. 𝐼𝐸 needs to go out. So does KM99. He's making this so hard for FW. Another kill added to him. He's just playing around smokes on this edge, making it a living hell for FW to get any play done that they want. 𝐼𝐸 as well, a thorn in FW's side. Obviously, he's in the head rent-free at the moment, and as they have been the entire game, Bliss will sit in that single. They don't have to do anything overcomplicated to win this game. They just have to wait for everyone else around them to tear themselves apart.
Speaking of playing the waiting game near, 𝐼𝐸 being spotted out as well. That's going to be a flashbang being possible for his. But that one goes in for the shred. We'll be able to claim that final member of Cerberus Esports. Team Bliss absolutely healthy throughout this ordeal between the 4 squads. Has the best possibilities to close out with a chicken dinner, but they cannot commit any form of mistakes. That could actually leave a little bit of spacing for them to solely get picked off, but at least for the moment. Well, speaking of which, 𝐾𝐿 got taken down. KM99 on his efforts to quickly take claim of that point. And that would be KM trying to deny himself by the blow.
Oh, what the? Oh! Okay, yep.
He tries to find cover behind the tree, but it's just too
he
painful.
He second-guessed it for a second there. I thought he was going to deny as well, but then he started running back in. He was obviously not safe at that foldable shield. Wanted to go out into the blue to heal or something like that, and then realized it's far too chunky to be able to tank it. Second-guessed himself, doubled back, but at that point it was too late. He was most likely dead anyway, but his impact in this endgame is undeniable. FW down to 2, basically because of him. Team Bliss also lose 𝐾𝐿 because of him. KM99 more of a menace here than we thought. And we go into this 2 versus 3. Obviously, advantage to Team Bliss. Positional advantage, man advantage, every single advantage in the world. FW, though, looking to be sharp, looking to hit these headshots. If they can get that opening knock, they might have a chance here.
He spotted out 2 members of Team Bliss. That's more than enough info for them to actually work around with, but it's really down to Monty that can actually have a big impact in this fight. Monty's just hiding by the corner of the shack. He knows that they're just around this corner. If he gets a good vision, a clean angle, that will be it for Team Bliss to eventually secure it. And the zone's creeping in. This is not going to be playing in those spaces. They're pretty much chunked down already by Akita. All being lined up. This should be it, as the Australians might be able to celebrate an early victory here in day 1. But it's far from over. Still a fighting chance for FW, but they got to play this to perfection.
They're running out of space to even take 1v1 duels. As soon as they peek over this dirt road, Akita is ready with the Mark 12 to deal damage. They can't even throw smokes out without taking damage. Banana 1 down, and Monty steps up to claim the second. It is a 10-kill dub for Team Bliss. They convert the feed, they convert the night. Well, it wasn't 9 circles. They sent it there quite early, but they convert it, and that's the important thing.
Yeah, it's absolutely clean coming in from Team Bliss, and we're happy to see them coming back into the finals in order to exert dominance up against all these slots involved. And overall, that God compound that they were holding true, I'm just really surprised that there was no teams going in for a direct challenge, but we could see majority of all these squads were pretty much deadlocked over onto each respective corners of the map, which makes things so much more difficult for them to eventually take up the challenge towards the rest of Team Blizz. But overall, hefty amount of fights in the early game where we see pickoffs after pickoffs, and I think that Chixing is absolutely on point with his sprays today. But this hole between Buram as well as SGD sees SGD coming on top, and Jervis almost had his big moment up there up against Productive Spot, but he can only do so much being alone.
It was a very interesting endgame. I always enjoy watching those kinds of endgames where it's going to end up being, you know, 4 or 5 teams all alive with 4 up, just because they've had those prior positions for the longest time. And yeah, we get a banger endgame. But I mean, yeah, you said it. It started off 4 versus 4 versus 4 versus 4. So it was good stuff. Very good game. Very entertaining to spectate. Bliss, a very nice send early after their initial engagement with Tem Entertainment. They send it straight to that single and are rewarded for it. And the important thing is there are going to be people in Twitch chat now saying they got fed and yada yada yada. And while that's all true, they convert the win. They don't fumble it. They don't let it slip away. And it certainly could have easily slipped away from them multiple times. But they don't let it, and they get 10 kills for their efforts.
Yeah, it was a very technical game where you also saw a moment in time where Banana 1 has gotten angles onto 2 of the members inside of the compound where it could easily go down south if they were not careful enough. But of course, thankfully, Monty was holding into a closer position to eventually seal the deal for Team Blizz. So this is a big 20-pointer earned by the Australian squad, and we're just really happy to see them thriving heading into game 1, where they stick to their protocols. They didn't do anything funky throughout the match, and they managed to celebrate a massive win here.
Yeah, I think confidence and momentum is super important for Bliss, and this gives them both, right? If you inspire 𝐏𝐆 with a bunch of confidence, then that's a player that will just run through the lobby if he's feeling confident. And honestly, the same is said for the rest of the players on Bliss as well. It's a nice win. Don't get me wrong, it's a very nice win. If you get fed like that, I mean, 10 kills is a respectable amount, right? Sometimes teams get fed, they get 4 to 6 kills, and it's like, yeah, well, the zone helped them out a bit, right? But if you're getting 10 kills, then yeah, you've put in the work. And I'd love to see that Bliss were extending themselves out as well, looking for opportunities to get other kills as well, not just sit inside that single and wait for the teams, wait for the win to come to them. They were happy to extend themselves out a bit, and they were disciplined with it as well. I loved 𝐏𝐆's position at that shack, obviously resulting in him getting that kill on Scappy, weakening Forest, making it difficult for Forest to do anything on that edge. Unfortunately, when he decided to run back, he gets shut down, but that's just the nature of the game. Bliss played that well. They deserve that win.
Yeah, on top of that, of course, I think it's tremendous effort for Force Natural Gaming to also bounce back in this game. Though on those final couple of moments, you see a little bit of panic coming from Cam90N, but they did actually put a dent to Bliss by taking out 𝐏𝐿 in those moments where it could easily turn really sour for Team Blizz if you were allowed even more of that spacing, because they were at first guarding off against Cerberus Esports as well as some of these members of FW over the north. So it gets very tricky to play out. But of course, for Natural Gaming, they were running out of options. We saw them trying to full send a couple of vehicles up towards the north side, which was a wide open spacing, which saw them all clipped up. So rather unfortunate, but sometimes you just got to make certain desperate attempts. So that's the nature of the tournament, where you're not being given easy rounds to play around with covers or so. So tough luck, but hey, I'm glad that they got it going, because game one, they didn't manage to do all too much. So it's a big recovery for us.
Yeah, look, I actually respect the attempt to go for that northern edge. I think we recognized very early that Forest weren't going to have much space once they had to leave the edge that they were on, and they recognized that there's an LOS for them in the top left of that zone. They just couldn't make it there in the end. Your MVP for that match is 𝐏𝐿. 1 kill to himself, which means he... Is this really the MVP of that game? I don't want to knock 𝐏𝐿. And his position was obviously crucial in that endgame. Don't get me wrong. Maybe it's because he had most damage, but he's the MVP. He contributed to 16% of the team's points. Yeah, look, I mean, I think there's probably... yeah, this one's caught me off guard a little bit. I'm not gonna lie.
Me too,
to you.
honestly, because like, remember when we started off the game, Team Blizz actually caught off an entire squad. Was it T5 or so? Where inside Monty, Tem Entertainment. So they got quite a bunch of kills. Don't get me wrong, 𝐏𝐿 was really impactful because he was playing on the outskirts, really taking charge, and I guess that's that tremendous effort that sees him being the guy that bites the bullet for Team Blizz. So we give him a little something.
Yeah, look, I mean, killing Scappy, taking down Scappy is important. That guy is an absolute menace wherever you put him. So, yeah, MVP goes to 𝐏𝐿. 20 points, though, for Team Blizz. Gives them so much confidence as they go into this lobby. Very, very, very important for them. Like you said, Forest rough game 1, but going into game 2, they got themselves 13 points. FW, another respectable game from them. 13 points on the board. Cerberus showing up as well. Like, they didn't really show up in game 1, but here they are, consistent as ever, 11 points to themselves, and the rest of the lobby goes down in increments of 1 to 2. It's a decent game to leave us on Erangel, essentially. 28, 27, 26, and then there's a gap, a 10-point gap between the top 3 and 4th, which is Cerberus.
Still very competitive. We look at the numbers on the block where, you know, BRU, E-Arena, back in the play-ins, they were the teams that takes a little bit of time to actually get their engines running. So I'm not too concerned whether if they will eventually find their big rounds on the block. And of course, it might look worrying, but it's only the first 2 games, so still plenty of chances out there. But
yeah,
I'm glad to see, you know, the teams who are directly seeded into this finals, they're really racking up those big points, showing that they absolutely do deserve to be here, not really earning just a free pass overall. So we've already got 2 invited teams, as a matter of fact, to claim those dinners. Started off with the Expendables, and here we have Team Blizz.
Yeah, and it's a Thailand-dominated lobby, but they haven't got a win in the first couple games. Maybe they will when we go to Rondo, but a Vietnamese and a Australian win for the first 2 games is a stark contrast to what we were seeing in the play-in stage, where 5 out of 6 of the games on basically every day went to Thailand. So it's good to see the variety. And yeah, I think when we had that leaderboard up, I looked to the bottom side and I saw Tem, Buriram, and E-Arena all in the 14th to 16th position, but as we know from the play-in stage, both E-Arena and Buriram at least are still warming up into this competition. We will throw, I almost messed it up again, we will throw to a very short break. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back with Rondo.
Updates to 𝐏𝐿, some quality of life improvements for training mode, and a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 31.2 patch report. First up, we've made updates to some areas of 𝐏𝐿. The studio has been turned into an abandoned hospital, changing the layout, adding new buildings, and also a few more loot and cover spots. We also added a new bridge to the shipyard and improved the terrain around Hosan Prison, Songam, and Hosan to give you more strategic opportunities in this area. Next, training mode has been improved as well based on your feedback. Training mode now has infinite ammo, recommended attachments automatically on weapons, and the ability to save and import your personal weapon and gear settings. We also improved the sound training area to provide feedback when a wrong target is hit. This update also features a brand new survivor pass, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 31.2 is here, so load up your training gear, grab the new survivor pass, and hot drop back into Tago. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Welcome back. Game 2 in the books. It was a win to Bliss. That makes a Vietnam win and an Australia win for the first 2 games of the finals stage. No Thailand win yet, but we've got 4 games left to see if that region will show up, and they should. They are the majority region in this lobby and very dominant at that. We're also still waiting for a couple of the teams that you would probably put up there in your top 8, top 4 to show up. But again, 22 games now left to determine your top 4 going through to PGS 5 and 6. Plenty of time for people to warm up. We have Rondo coming up next, and I think in the play-in stage, it was probably a pretty even map when it came to tempo. We had some games where it was action-packed, some games where it wasn't so action-packed. Pockets of chaos here and there, but nothing too crazy, not like the first few games of Erangel in the play-in stage. So looking forward to a very moderate temperature Rondo, I suppose, coming up.
Yeah, I would expect to see the same myself, where we've seen how things have played out back in the play-ins, where usually for the first phase, it's about them trying to assessing a couple of areas of play where it's viable, where in such a wide map, there's just so much that you could possibly do in order to open some good spots for your own team. And I guess the craziness happens around phase 4 as well as 5, where teams are just struggling to even book a spot for themselves, which is probably a little similar to what happens back in those past 2 rounds of Erangel. But of course, plenty to play for the teams that are on board right now. As we have already seen, 2 of the teams hailing in from the invited spots, as they have been able to successfully qualify for all these international events of the EWC, and now making a mark for themselves again. But of course, that's nothing to, of course, say anything bad about all these teams that come in for play-ins, because we still see good consistency coming in from names like Reluctant Squad as well as FW in the first 2 rounds. So I think that they're definitely keeping things very, very competitive, where certain other teams still need to perhaps a little bit more of that warm-up.
Yeah, a few of the play-ins teams have definitely shown up to play. Obviously, the wins have gone to the invited teams, as you said, but I've been liking what I'm seeing from the teams that came through that play-in stage. We're still looking at 𝐴𝐴RENA and Buriram to warm up into this lobby. Starting to think that that's going to be a trend for those guys, even if they do manage to go overseas here. Maybe it's going to take them a little bit to warm up, and you can't blame them, right? 2 games passed, you can go back and VOD review, and hopefully you can do better, but sometimes coming into a lobby like this can be quite harsh. It just doesn't go the way you expect it to. The tempo of the lobby is weird. People and teams aren't doing what you thought they would usually do. So 𝐴𝐴RENA and Buriram, as we saw in the play-in stage, they'll eventually figure it out. It's just how long it takes them. The longer it takes them to figure it out, the more that top 4 slips away. And that's probably a very important talking point for the likes of 𝐴𝐴RENA, for the likes of Buriram as well. They are teams that can absolutely fight for that top 4. And we're talking about top 4 here. We're not talking about top 8. So they can warm up into this lobby, absolutely. But there's now 4 less slots that they're fighting for. In the play-in stage, we were wondering when they were going to step it up. It was almost an inevitability. They did, and they made top 8. But this time out, it's top 4. And that is a hell of a lot harsher than top 8.
It definitely is. And overall, as much as we have definitely discussed about SGD's qualifications into the PGC to be pretty much locked in, but they're definitely putting a lot of challenges to all these big names like Buriram United, where we saw that struggle back in game 2. They were stuck in the same shack, and Mings back in game 1 have also shredded out a lot of all these players out there. So he's definitely looking to be very impactful there, also hoping to make that mark into PGS 5 as well as 6 to also perhaps earn more moolah on top of that. So of course, plenty to talk about here. As much as we haven't really seen the Thai squads have that full pop-off moment just about yet, we've got a couple of glimpses of really good fights hailing in from even Tier 5, where I was pleasantly surprised. At a certain point of that game 2, they were looking to be squeezed by teams over in North Point, and they just plow through like hot knife to butter, making it look so clean and simple. And I'm excited to see more out of T5 in this map of Rondo.
Yeah, I think T5 are a team that you'd probably put up there in at least your top 6, if not top 4. Very strong team, very strong players on that team, and certainly looking to see them probably pull out one of the most dominant wins of this lobby. Probably just a matter of time until one of those top dogs from Thailand does exactly that. 9 seconds now until we get into Rondo. Another new map on here on day 1. Are we going to get any more hot drops? That's the question. I believe this was one of the rehearsal games, if I'm not mistaken. And of course, we saw early action. But again, we don't know whether that early action was just because people were TDMing in the rehearsal games or whether they were actually contesting people for positions. So as this plane flies over, and maybe even 2 planes fly over, hopefully it's fair enough to give people a chance at their own drop spots.
That's right. All I remember from some of the rehearsal games was Zigzag being an absolute nuisance, which he has continuously to do exactly that in these competitive matches where FW have seen so many successful runs despite not being rewarded with chicken dinner. Who knows, the time may come eventually. But as we spot teams dropping out of the plane, this is going to be a decent passage for them to at least play around the north as well as central, and of course not forgetting the west as well. So plenty of area. Maybe Jadina is going to be a little bit off of the course. So it'll be interesting if the circle actually pulls all these teams to the southeast, but likely than not, we've seen plenty of all these rounds of Rondo to have the circle thing either get into the central or somewhere around the Urine areas to play. Will be interesting if it goes up north as well.
No hot drops. No one contesting for any position. They have sorted where they want to go out prior. Good to see, honestly. I think this is probably going to result in better endgames, more entertaining endgames for us. While that means we might have to waffle a little bit more at the start of the game, as soon as we hit that action time, it's all gonna go haywire. AGG in a position quite close to SGD might find themselves pincered as they go towards the center of the zone. And yeah, it is a quite central zone, a bit more towards that northwestern side. Shouldn't be too difficult for most teams to get into this one, though. It's basically over where the plane path went, and so no one finds themselves on the soft side. Everyone mostly finds themselves lined up for a good rotation in.
Yeah, it's definitely in a very interesting location as well. If teams were to look to traverse and book a spot in the direct center, they'll probably look to get only some tiny compounds or just hug towards some hillside for them to try to look for certain pickoffs. But SGD's in a decent spot, as they've always dropped into the test track as well as Neox factory ever since the play-ins, and they've never left since then. So I guess if they were to be curious kittens to look around, we might actually see certain exchanges between them as well as AG Global. But likely or not, that's not going to happen so early on. But what's interesting to also note that there's about 5 teams over the south side that will have to journey their way past perhaps areas like Yulin. So wonder if Cerberus Esports will continue to be within that city. And if so, could they actually defend? Is going to be the major question that we'll have to be getting answers in the moment in time.
There's 4 or 5 teams that are lined up to take central spots, none of which have been taken just yet. AGG was the first to rotate. T5 has also started to rotate in, and so has QC. They're all kind of lining up to take central spots at the exact same time, which could result in some early fights here. Cerberus was the other team that was in an early enough position to take something central, but they haven't really moved yet. They seem happy and content with where they're at. SGD haven't really moved from test track either. The Expendables potentially getting involved. As you can see, Pampong went down towards the south and probably got shot at or saw something that he didn't like, a QC player that had taken a compound that he wanted, and so he's backed off now. But yeah, definitely getting kind of we're getting tension in the center already, and it's just because everyone was kind of in that position where you want to go early to claim something as early as you can, but you also want to get as much loot as you possibly can. And so each team has kind of sent 1 or 2 players out just to test the waters, and it's resulted in a pretty tight center of the zone right now.
Yeah. With Delvid now trying to look for a spot for the rest of the Expendables to claim a territory of their own. From the minimap, I guess I get a little bit glimpse of where Duck is currently at, as they managed to find a decent spot over on the north eastern corner of the hillside. They probably would be able to just hug tight together later on, but whatever info that Delvin gets up in the air right now will be very vital for how the rest of the Expendables will solely play this round. But of course, if they were to take guesses, some of all the major cities have been preoccupied, so they're not going to be dropping directly into those form of township at the very least. Temp Entertainment seem like they've already sorted out some of their connectivity issues as they're journeying their way across the corners of Yulin. Cerberus Esports have left that corner of the town, so this is free for the taking. Whereas Velvet now gets spotted out by Sortie. Nothing too difficult for these teams to handle for the moment. As Phase 1 sees no casualties at all, but SGD could easily change that.
Down goes Zest.
I jinxed it.
Yeah, you did. He lost his life in Game 1 first as well. So he hasn't had the best of nights. And that's AGG, as I said, testing the waters, getting too close to other teams, also looking to claim spots in the center of the zone. AGG not as aware as the others. Cerberus now looking into the center. QC has been here for a few minutes now. Cerberus is just discovering this. Figuring out whether they want to go for any sort of breach. What's the QC split looking like? Is it 2-2? Are they grouped up as 4? And Cerberus don't want anything to do with it. They are going to group in Sololzi's compounds. They've got SGD to their east to worry about as well. No reason for them to commit to anything too early. Phase 1's a little bit dodgy. Obviously, you could crash a split. You could crash a weakened compound. But They could shift away from that compound, and then you've wasted time. You've potentially lost one. You've wasted resources, and phase 2 is nowhere near where that compound you breached is. And Cerberus are playing for that at the moment. They want to keep as many people alive as possible, keep their resources as stacked up. Orkran scouting out. This is in on the south of the zone. It's very free down there for the most part. Well, Bleach should be able to find themselves somewhere in the off-center. And as we had Game 1 and Game 2, really, this lobby is playing very, very central heavy. I asked the question at the start of the night, is this lobby going to play edge heavy? Is it going to play central heavy? And I think, at least in these first 3 games, I've had my answer. Everyone is trying to get a spot in the center of these zones.
Yeah, it's definitely important for them to really take some really good spots for them to actually hold out. Meanwhile, it seems like Bleed Esports have been struggling to do so. A couple of rounds already, we see Bleed cutting by the edges, and now they will have to do the same coming in from the southern side. But at least the coast is clear for the Indonesian squad. Game 1 sees fruitful result for the team that have seen so many successes. But Game 2 was a lot rougher than what they've expected it to be. But we did see decent battles coming in from the side of Bleed Esports. Reluctant squad, though. They're one of the teams who are building that tension up against SGD. They're not willing to commit into the dead center just yet. Now, great shots now fired from the side of Banana 1 to perhaps signal a little warning for the rest of Entertainment to pull off a U-turn. So FW will still have the space for themselves to claim, as the entire area of Yulin will be up for them to siege at the moment.
We wait. We wait, we wait, we wait. Seems like the lobby is happy to delay until the circle tells them what to do. No one's looking to get involved in any early action as of these first few games. And like I said at the start of this game, I honestly like it. It means that the mid-game action is that much more intense, that much more chaotic. Panadol on a glider, gathering as much information as he can for day trade. He's got Flash just below him in a vehicle. They're arriving towards Team Bliss at the moment. Flash is rocked up in the compound just south of Bliss, and I think they would have heard that. If they didn't hear the car, at least they've heard the glider. The arena inside the city as well. Panadol hasn't taken any shots yet. He's got another glider behind him. That's an E-Arena glider. Oh, I really wish we get to see a dog fight here. But I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think it's going to happen.
I have slight hopes that it might be the case where they're both looking to play over on the corners of the unplayables. But beautiful shots now fired from inside of Drake as they manage to nail one player out in the open. Brooklyn squad still going for the exchange as Banana 1 takes down Zayu, while Bleed was also drawing the attention span of these RS members as they now look to secure Zayu out in the open.
They should get him too. Reluctant squad choosing to back away from this one. Bleed have taken control. FW close by, but not close enough to get involved. They've got more pressing matters. Yulin is now on the edge, which means FW has to rearrange their players to figure out how they want to hold that western side. Bleed finally claims Zayu. And yeah, as I said, Reluctant squad looking to get out of there, but not before taking 36 damage off the back of Man's SLR. I think that was on the Nox player as well, so he's going to have to get out of that car pretty quick. Luckily, they do rock up to Jun, who's got a foothold in the zone. And Reluctant squad... Oh, no! They just lose Van Nye. They were so... Well, they tried to be quick enough to res him, but they just weren't. Unfortunate for Reluctant squad, as they are in a very nice spot in this zone as well. And now they're only here as 2. One of the most devastating things when you have a 6th spot in the zone, but not the manpower to make the most of it. So, rough for Reluctant squad. But still a zone where they can... Well, still a spot, sorry, where they can recover a decent amount of points. Love to see them play it like AGG played on that last game of Erangel, where they, even though they were 2, they were still going for fights.
Yeah, and also great job for Bleed Esports to be proactively looking for targets, and they knew that there were isolated members of the side of Reluctant squad, and they just quickly got her up to secure not only the spot, but also those 2 points to be back in this early game. Whereas we're now having T5 getting up close and personal up against the rest of Q Confirm. We've seen fights happening around these shacks before. It's definitely within a grenade range. So they're just going to hold back for now because they don't really want to waste so many of their resources so early into phase 2, especially when they don't really have full vision on each other just yet. Chixing, I think back in the play-ins, they've matched a really massive run around this corner map. Perhaps trying to emulate that again. That also depends whether or not if the circle does pull up over inside. As 𝐸 still have Lerix up in the air, it seems like he had unlimited field to be still fooling up and about, but 𝐏𝐼𝐼 though is in a really good angle. I don't think that Akita has got any clue at all.
Yeah, when we saw Bliss in this bowl earlier on, I immediately thought to myself that they looked uncomfortable. They're most likely waiting for this phase 3 shift to see where they can actually go and what their kind of a big play is going to be, but I don't think they're going to have the freedom to do that. Cerberus have rocked up and they don't have any idea that Cerberus are here, or at least not this close. Akita gets lined up and taken down. Haisaki and 𝐏𝐼𝐼 combined. Now Bliss are on the defense, but how easy is this going to be? They've got that bow, yeah, but it's so nadeable and it looks so open. Phase 3 pops, and now Cerberus and Bliss are engaged at an unlucky timing. They do find themselves inside the zone. So I think Cerberus are probably now more inclined to clean up what is a very close threat.
Yeah, those nades did manage to chunk out some of the health bars, but Monty stays afloat. Will be able to weather the storm for now. They will still continue to play over onto that corner bowl. Not that they have any other options. Their option is to just go back into vehicles and just hope not to be sprayed out of that by the rest of Cerberus Esports, but that's too big of a risk for Team Bliss to take. They want to remain on the spot as 𝐾𝐿 did manage to go for a really good exchange. That's a headshot around the 𝐏𝐼𝐼. So that will send him off from that roof for the meantime at the very least. But over the back, take a look at this. 𝐸, they're about to barge up into this formidable location. We might actually see this dogfight happening between these 3 squads.
𝐸 probably could have put the hurt towards Team Bliss, but they opted for a different rotate, and I think that's definitely in Team Bliss's favor. Cerberus would have been looking to third-party a fight between Bliss and 𝐸. Mortars coming in now up against Team Bliss, I believe, unless I'm mistaken. 𝐸 rock up on that hillside. This car fort needs to be immaculate if they're going to defend against Cerberus. They've got the rooftop angles, and those angles are looking mighty nice. Smokes need to be fantastic for 𝐸 right now. Tigger's kind of out, isolated on an island, but he's got a car of his own. Everyone finding nooks and crannies where they can survive, but without vehicles, it would be very difficult. 𝐸 also had a threat off to their east, it seems. Maybe they were just going for a crate or something that was over there. I think one of them stepped out of the cover, and the smoke's off to the side too. J-Dye, TNP, they lose 3, make it 4 immediately. The Expendables combined, they all chip in, and Take Me Please is out in 16th.
I have no clue what went on right there, but perhaps it's just a desperate attempt for these players to drive past and found themselves in a deep trouble. Tem Entertainment does manage to find a little bit of a ridge for them to hide out for a moment, but they had to deploy the smokes. Thunder is already soaking up plenty of damage. Rognans to the rescue, so they will be able to still fight out against FW Esports through long range. Not too difficult for now. But I was taking a look at 𝐸's position, and I feel like this vehicle bunker that they're trying to form up looks a little bit questionable for that late game. I guess for now, they could still make do, as the only pressure that they're taking is coming from Cerberus Esports, where they're not really opening up heavy fire just yet. Oh, Floki just drives through. I don't think he's spawned anything at all. But the rest of T5, they might just be in trouble right here.
Oh, what a feed for 𝐸. Bleed. Tem probably in a bit of trouble as T5 exit Yulin, FW as well, but very nice feed for a couple teams. T5 now struggling to leave their terrain. FW combining with Tem Entertainment. Looking very difficult, if not impossible, for T5 to lead this edge as the nades rain in. Padampong on the south side might be able to escape, but he'd run straight into Tem Entertainment. Flucky, he has nowhere to go. He's just up here on the rocks looking to get his one. Not possible though. Raze is here. 6 sacks as well. And Banana One had that if both those players failed. Emergency cover, but it is far too late. Down goes T5. They continue their streak of mediocrity going into game 3. Jun as well from Reluctant Squad. That's a powerful player to lose in the moment. Thanawat down as well. Bleed from that Fed compound in the center are doing quite well.
Yeah, I absolutely love seeing that setup coming in from FW Esports. So cleanly done. The moment that they got that contact ability, they put T5 in a really tough spot. And there's honestly no space to work with as we last saw them just running out, trying to even seek for cover, and Entertainment is the next one on the list of chopping block. FW Esports once again claiming more lives. 7 kills already in this standard round. Still relatively early here in the phase 4 as they got much to be done. Meanwhile, 𝐏𝐿 has no cover at all. That's pretty quickly spot up by 𝐏𝐆𝐒 with a headshot. 𝐾 confirm hoping to actually back that one corner, but that's quickly stolen away. As they try to drive by, that's tough run into the rocks. 𝐿𝐿 quickly claims one. There's more robbing towards his back. 𝐿𝐿 now with a nade. Quick coverage coming from afar. That's from other teams as well. 4 is claiming up the lives of Buram United. Well, still a close proximity fight. Tries to go in for a revive, but 𝐿𝐿 will deal tons of damage, and there's still more to go.
Everyone's getting involved. This is a fight that's in the open to every single team in the lobby, it seems. QC, hard to take this fight without losing members. Add another one to the tally. FW playing this quite well, though. A great defense from 𝐿𝐿, being able to survive at this rock for so long and get a couple kills too. Well done to him. Khan, not much longer for this world. He should go out behind that car. And all the teams in the center of the zone who have the luxury of using their DMRs, who have the luxury of all these long lines of sight, are fully taking advantage of them. You can see Daytrade up on that hill. Bleed happily sitting inside that compound will take all the third party they can get. Bliss as well have managed to skate past Cerberus. They've avoided the expendables as well and find themselves in another nice spot in the terrain. It could probably all fall apart for them in an instant. If a few grenades get thrown into that little bowl of theirs, but for the moment they've done well to avoid death. KM99 rushing into this compound with the Panzerfaust, whipping his mouse around, trying to clear these corners, hoping that he doesn't take his teammate out with him, but as long as the spacing is good enough, then they should be okay. This has become the shotgun of PUBG now. You guarantee yourself a knock, you guarantee yourself the kill, especially if it's an insta. Nade comes in, everyone's a little bit deaf, and yeah, guarantee the trade. KM99 obviously gets knocked as well, but the Panzerfaust does its job. Definitely a wacky meta in that instance, but Forest do clean out that compound.
Yeah, still a really clean take, although of course he has to risk his life for it. Jervis unable to actually form any form of response, and I guess that's the beauty of having a Panzerfaust on one of your members, where you could just easily go for these form of trades, especially with isolated targets. 𝐿𝐿 so far hitting a lot of beautiful shots. That connects over on Akita, while Team Blizz tries to secure some space up over north, dealing with the situation against the rest of E-Arena, while 𝐿𝐿 primes in the big nade in the middle of the open, also spots out Trick. Oh, it's a full collateral between these 3 Titans. Hamas hoping to close right in. It's a lot of space for them to take claim of, as AG Global is the next one to bow out. I'm not sure what happened between them as well as Daytrade, but Daytrade so far popping off on that corner screen, while the Expendables holding by the edges here. Big nade flown towards the side of Delwyn. She stays afloat. Lucas now finding 𝐿𝐿 as well. The hail of nades making things very difficult for E-Arena.
𝐸 and Bliss have like plateaus that they're using just to survive, and then Cerberus and the Expendables are trying to use their ridges that they have to take down 𝐸 and Bliss, and neither of those teams have been successful so far. They certainly have weakened those teams. 𝐸 is bruised right now. Cerberus haven't lost a single member. The mortars come in, but it's the nade that finishes off 𝐸. Those mortars looked close. It's an explosion that gets it done in the end, and now it's Forest as well as the Expendables. The Expendables actually likely to go out here. Forest is the real threat right now for Team Bliss, but Daytrade might be saving Team Bliss's behind. A nade, not coming in, sorry, from Tanadol. Smokes up, difficult to get any more knocks with this DMR. He's got a teammate, Ignorance, a little bit closer as well. He's got a better LOS too. Forest losing members left and right. KM99 trying to fight back. This is so good for Bliss. They're being allowed to survive because everyone around them is fighting.
Yeah, especially with a little bit of helping hand coming from Cerberus Esports, who's looking relatively healthy. Now taking charge, taking down Forest Natural Gaming. With a spray coming out of Tanadol and the entire squad. And now they at 9 points to the tally, with some teams desperate to make their journey into the western corner of the field. Oh, this has been a really tough round for those teams who are booking the central location, and now they will find themselves out in the open once again. But here comes the rest of Daytrade recuperated to get a fight up against Cerberus.
Down goes the Expendables. A rough spot for them. They fall to the zone. This is the Daytrade that we've been looking for, though. This is the Daytrade that we like to see, up to 9 kills into our top 4 situation. And they're looking good to potentially wipe out Cerberus here. The nades are deadly. Down goes Sololzy. It's just 𝐷𝐿 up. As long as Daytrade don't overextend on this ridge here, they should be okay. All right, 𝐿𝐵𝐿, just a quick little 90-degree turn. Down goes 𝐿𝐼. It's just 𝐷𝐿 up. 𝐿𝐼's martyrdom from the grave will knock 𝐿𝐵𝐿. And 𝐷𝐿's in there for another 1-2, stolen away by Raze. This is kind of turned around for Daytrade. They lose 2 members very quickly, and they have to fall back and reset here. Otherwise, this could fall out of hand very quickly. 𝐷𝐿, though, still in those smokes. The solo man up for Cerberus. He's taken away one of those kills. Flash doesn't want to let him get any more, but 𝐷𝐿 is the one in trouble right now. There it is. Daytrade up to 11. Raze is the one that gets it. Always getting involved in these fights from a distance. FW in a fantastic spot. Daytrade, though, they survive.
There was some immense effort coming in from 𝐷𝐿 on that last end. Still managing to put a little bit of dent towards members of Daytrade Gaming. And Daytrade now, we're down to only 2 members going up against a full stack of Fleet Esports as well as FW. This ain't going to be an easy task at all for these Daytrade members as they are wrapping around the corners on the desperate attempt. Going out, we'll find him moving on the outskirts. Perhaps just getting barely enough cover for them to at least stay afloat for now. Now that they've drawn the attention span of the Esports, this could be a really good time for FW to also strike. But they're just overlooking on the other corner of the hillside, having a deep coverage. They don't want to give away that position just yet. It's FW, they have already taken at least 50% of the corner of the map. I wonder what exactly will be the game plan here for Flash as he rocks up over the back. He gets a glimpse of some of these members of FW. This could be a couple of points that they can stack if they could just work in tandem perfectly.
This is actually a really sick spot for Daytrade. Might not be... It is in the zone, but not by that much. They're almost certainly going to be out of it. Yeah, next zone they should be gone, but for the moment, yeah, they've got really nice lines of sight onto FW. One smoke just to the east. It's going to block out Bleed, and you can peek down onto FW. But of course, it's Raze getting up close. And FW have 16 kills, 7 of which are on Raze. Don't lose your head. Now he's gone down, but in the bowl. Should be safe. Is this potentially the first 20-kill win of the final stage? Going towards FW, they lose Raze. That momentum eventually costs him, thinking that he can get away with a push onto Daytrade, but not possible. That line of sight was fully open to Bleed, and he's punished for it. FW now down to 3, but 16 kills is insane. I don't know how they got up to 16. I feel like we haven't spectated them too much, but they've been everywhere. They've been ever present in this game. Daytrade now make the dash at the edge of zone, and FW is driving at the exact same time. It gives a slight window of opportunity to Daytrade to make a push.
Here we go. Zigzag has that perfect line of sight. They do have a little rock as his cover for the meantime. He will take a little bit of refuge for now, get himself healed up, and then recuperate with the rest of FW Esports. Chimoy spots the opportunity to take down these members of Day Trade, as there's only one member left. And Day Trade might have actually regretted their decision because their prior location was actually within the circle. Now they found themselves pretty much stuck in between both of these teams. There's only so much that can be done by Flash all alone. Whereas Bleed has played this out very cautiously. Oh, while great sprays coming in from side of Walker and spots out 𝐿𝐷𝐷, but couldn't really get the job done just yet. As they trade for blow, 𝐿𝐷𝐷 managed to eventually pin him down. Down to 2 remaining members, or should I say 3 versus 3 on each side. Pretty much equal opportunities out there, but take a look at that space for the map. FW, they do have a lot of room to wiggle with, but that's a tough attempt coming from inside of Mon. He tries to open up the angles for the rest of Bleed to play this one out. As they manage to eventually catch the rest of them. 𝐿𝐷𝐷 already down. Drake is holding into really great position. So it's all up to 𝐿𝐷𝐷 to turn it around.
Are they going to be denied the 20-kill win here? It is looking like it. They need all 3 of these remaining kills. It is a 1 versus 3 for 𝐿𝐷𝐷𝐾. Or Bleed deny the 20-kill win. It looks like they will deny it. 𝐿𝐷𝐷𝐾 down low. It is a matter of time. If it's not the bullet, it's going to be the grenade. Bleed are your 3rd team to win a game here in the final stage. A nice 10-kill banger for them, but FW as well. 17 kills on the trot. That is an insane effort from them. It unfortunately all fell apart at the end there. Ray's giving up his life definitely didn't help that situation, but Bliss are your winners of Game 3. Sorry, not Bliss, Bleed.
Bliss was a pass round, but Bleed Esports, they were calm and composed throughout the entire circuit, where we see teams desperately looking for a spot. But look at how FW played it out. They just clear off all these teams by having some massive setups over on certain ridges to catch out teams like Turpon 5. And that was just the start of it. And of course, while we have the camera pan all over onto the different portions of the map, I believe they managed to also spot more teams out of rotation, where we saw FW just continues to go in for this massive rally and a big spree of points to be gained, where they've been able to even go up close and personal against certain teams out there.
This is a really good looking FW. Again, for those just joining us here in the APAC qualifiers, FW topped the play-in stage. They came first in the play-in stage, and they look to continue that performance going into the finals. And I mean, when you look at the plays that they made that game, it's looking like a very good version of FW. The players are on point. The players seem confident. 𝐿𝐷𝐾 with an epic defense on that rock. It's just unfortunate that Rays got a little bit too overconfident to be able to peek up that ridge onto Day Trade at the end there. Otherwise, I'm almost certain that would have been an FW win. But yeah, incredible stuff from them this game. It almost feels like they won. At least they won in our hearts with 17 kills. An insane effort. But of course, Bleed were the ones who netted themselves that victory. Orca in from Bleed as well. Very pivotal spot here, to be honest with you. Just can't get it done. FW wrap around on either side, and it crumbles. And so for Bleed to be able to pick up the pieces after Orca goes down shows a lot of tenacity.
Yeah, it does show a whole lot of tenacity. And overall, Bleed Esports, they were really smart on their approach on when exactly to strike. So they were very decisive, which netted themselves this win, where they were trying something funky as compared to Day Trade Esports. And I was thinking that Day Trade definitely had their decent opportunity when they were fighting up against Cerberus Esports, but we saw that final member of Cerberus to be able to really chunk out at least 2 of the members. That's where they start to hold back, and it seemed like they were desperate to even find certain cover. They didn't feel confident playing over onto that tiny little bowl, and hence why we saw them rock around over the south side, and then we saw that hard shift going up north. They know that there's only so much that they could possibly do than to, of course, just take the fights and eventually not having any more chance for that chicken dinner. But very interesting round, though, like on how things have transpired in just a couple of all these phases. Especially, I think, phase 4 or phase 5, I think there's a quad of the lobby who just got obliterated out of nowhere.
Yeah, I mean that northern side where you saw Bliss and the Expendables fighting, Forest getting involved as well. It seemed like that's a very desirable area to be. Lots of plateaus where you can set up a nice car fort, and then obviously lots of ridges as well for teams to be able to push into you. It seemed like a very desirable area, an area that a lot of teams found themselves in when all of the compounds were taken to the south of the map. And so yeah, that looked like the priority area to be in, and that's why it turned into absolute chaos. Bliss caught on all sides, 𝐸 caught on all sides. Very difficult for them to survive. I think both those teams did quite well given the circumstances, but in a situation like that, most of the time it's going to be the team that has control of the ridge, in this case multiple teams that have control of the ridge. Yeah, that end up with the win in that fight, and they obviously all combined to make Bliss's life very difficult and obviously take out 𝐸 as well. So good stuff from all teams involved, though. That was a very entertaining rondo.
Yeah, it definitely is. And, you know, like with those vehicle bunkers being set up so early from 𝐸, I thought it was a decent idea, but perhaps that was a decision made slightly too early as compared to all the other squads who has yet to move into the area of the playing field. So, of course, very unfortunate for 𝐸. They haven't found their rhythm just yet, but Bleed certainly has. You saw that sigh of relief coming from Trick and the entire squad, where they managed to back this massive win. And this is out of sheer effort that Trick has been able to pull out of the bag. So kudos to him and the rest of the squad. And once more, they would be vying for that top four to continue a perfect streak for them for the events that they've been able to partake in the international run. So hopefully they don't miss out on PGS 5 as well as 6.
Yeah, in real life, this guy is the happiest of chappies, and in the server, he's an absolute demon. 5 kills, 630 damage almost, putting on a great performance for Bleed. Man got 0, but that is totally okay when the rest of your team can pick up the pieces. 1200 damage, they add a win to their tally, and maybe this is a Bleed that's going to come out here and, yeah, claim that spot in the top 4. We certainly know that they can do it. Their peak is phenomenal, and Trick is obviously a very valuable or a very pivotal piece of the puzzle when it comes to Bleed hitting their stride. 10 kills, same kind of win that Bliss got in game 2. Bleed weren't as fed, and they did have to leave their compound and take a fight with FW, and obviously they did it in a 3v3 manner. But yeah, still a very nice win from Bleed.
Yeah, I really do love how they always set Trick up for success as well. The way that they've always been able to back him up in many of all these circumstances, and also clearing certain passages, feeding back that intel for Trick to deal this ton of damage, where it wasn't exactly easy to navigate around that very final fight, but they made it look as clean as possible. So far, we've yet to see the Thai teams actually get themselves any chicken dinner, surprisingly, for the entire course of this finals here in day 1. But I guess that eventually when they do pick up the pieces, they will be celebrating with. But for now, first 3 games will be won by Vietnam, Australia, as well as Indonesia. I wonder who's next.
Yeah, maybe it's Thailand's turn on 𝐏𝐺𝐒 when we get back from the break. 𝐏𝐺𝐒 probably going to be as action-packed as Rondo. Kind of similar terrain in some spots, not you know, across the entire map, but certainly similar in some areas. 𝐏𝐺𝐒, I'm certainly looking forward to in a lobby like this. I continue to speak about how stacked the lobby is and how everyone's happy to take fights, and how all of these teams are very formidable. When you put a mixture of these kinds of teams on 𝐏𝐺𝐒, I feel like you get maybe one of the best games you can possibly get. Everyone will be taking terrain fights, everyone will be breaching compounds. There's a bunch of bridges to camp if you wanted to, and if we end up on that northern island, well, that creates chaos just by itself. So certainly looking forward to 𝐏𝐺𝐒, but as Rondo leaves us, I leave very fulfilled. I was very happy with how Rondo played out.
Yeah, it was super competitive, and like you said, we first questioned, will more teams play over the edge or the center? This center type of play, I've seen a lot of teams to be pretty much locked from getting anything hastily done. So every small little move in this wide area of map will definitely matter. So of course we'll leave them to that, as they'll take a couple of minutes to navigate their way around, as we'll move into our next map shortly. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after the break.
World updates to 𝐏𝐺𝐒, some quality of life improvements for training mode, and a new survivor pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 31.2 patch report. First up, we've made updates to some areas of 𝐏𝐿. The studio has been turned into an abandoned hospital, changing the layout, adding new buildings, and also a few more loot and cover spots. We also added a new bridge to the shipyard and improved the terrain around Hosan Prison, Songam, and Hosan to give you more strategic opportunities in this area. Next, training mode has been improved as well based on your feedback. Training mode now has infinite ammo, recommended attachments automatically on weapons, and the ability to save and import your personal weapon and gear settings. We also improved the sound training area to provide feedback when a wrong target is hit. This update also features a brand new survivor pass, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 31.2 is here, so load up your training gear, grab the new survivor pass, and hot drop back into 𝐏𝐿. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Hello everyone, I'm 21. I play for team PMA.
Hello tất cả mọi người, mình là 𝐏𝐿 đến từ đội tuyển 𝐿𝐻 Squad và hôm nay mình tham gia một trò chơi rất là vui vẻ. Hy vọng mọi người cùng đón chờ.
ผมทิกเกอร์ครับจากทีม Arena ครับวันนี้ก็จะมาเล่นเกมกับเพื่อนๆใน PUBG นะครับก็จะเป็นไงมาดูกันครับ
Hi guys. I'm Kermit the Frog. I like playing PUBG. My favorite map is Miramar. And yeah, I'm Kermit. Thank you.
เป็น TE Corey.
I think is 𝐏𝐿𝐒 from Team Biz.
I think 𝐏𝐿𝐒 from T.
Inside.
No.
I like playing PUBG. My favorite map is Miramar. And yeah, I'm Kermit. Thank you.
Hi guys, I'm Inside from Team Bliss.
This
is Cameron.
Almost.
Thanks.
ฮัลโหลสวัสดีครับพอดีว่าผมค่อนข้างที่จะเรื่องการยิงเต็งหนึ่งแล้ว PUBG ไม่รู้ว่าจะเดาได้ไหมนะแต่ผมบอกเลยว่าการยิงผมไม่แพ้ใครหรอก
I think Eddie from Brian.
EA Electric.
แอมตี้แอมตี้
ฮัลโหลสวัสดีครับพอดีว่าค่อนข้างที่จะเรื่องการยิงเต็งหนึ่งแล้ว PUBG ไม่รู้ว่าจะเดาได้ไหมนะแต่ผมบอกเลยว่าการยิงผมไม่แพ้ใครหรอก
อีซี่จัดอ่ะ
สวัสดีครับ ผมเป็นหนึ่งในตัวแทนทีมไทย ก็ไม่รู้เหมือนกันว่าใครลองทายกันดู
โอ้ง่ายจัด easy
I think Thanaron.
มันรู้ no ธนดลฮองเอฟ
No Thanaron?
no เบลมอส
Oh, really? You sure?
yeah you can change yeah
Đừng.
you can
No.
you can check
No, the boy. I think Thanaron. Yeah, I sure.
ธนดลครับผม
Okay, I will go for Tanado.
สวัสดีครับ ผมเป็นหนึ่งในตัวแทนทีมไทย ก็ไม่รู้เหมือนกันว่าใครลองทายกันดู
Tôi là một tuyển thủ chuyên đi lẻ và gần mò đối thủ. Tôi tên là 𝐏𝐿𝐒
Who are you
I think 𝐿𝐒 from TL.
same ครับ same คุยสมา
Okay,
I know him no copy I know him สมา I know
I think Ninja 2K. Yeah.
Tôi là một tuyển thủ chuyên đi lẻ và gần mò đối thủ. Tôi tên là 𝐏𝐿𝐒.
น้ำมัน E85 หรือ E20 มันดีไหมครับ แล้วถ้าดีทำไมพวกรถแพงๆหรือเครื่องบินถึงไม่ใช้น้ำมันพวกนี้กันเหรอครับ แต่ถ้าเป็นผมนะ ผมน่าจะใช้น้ำมันพืชครับ
ทีมไทย for Esports World Cup.
Oh, from EA?
Yeah, from EA na.
I think 60 of 𝐏𝐿.
Yeah, I think I go with last week.
I think 60. Yeah.
Sure? You sure không?
Yeah, I'm sure. 60.
CC ครับ CC
น้ำมัน E85 หรือ E20 มันดีไหมครับ และถ้าดีทำไมพวกรถแพงๆหรือเครื่องบินถึงไม่ใช้น้ำมันพวกนี้กันเหรอครับ แต่ถ้าเป็นผมนะ ผมน่าจะใช้น้ำมันพืชครับ
我有2只猫，1只狗。我的猫叫芊芊，我的狗叫富贵儿，还有1只猫叫阿强。
I knew it. Yeah.
Xavier.
I think PMA Lun Lun.
I think it's 𝐏𝐆𝐒 from Taizu from the X-Men.
我有2只猫，1只狗。我的猫叫芊芊，我的狗叫富贵儿，还有1只猫叫阿强。
I'm ready.
Again, one more time. Good luck everyone in PAQ and thanks. Bye bye.
Cảm ơn tất cả mọi người đã theo dõi bọn mình trong trò chơi này. Cảm ơn mọi người.
ฝากทุกคนที่กำลังดูอยู่หรือว่าเชียร์อยู่ครับก็ฝาก EA ไว้ในอ้อมหัวใจแล้วก็ทีมไทยทุกทีมด้วยครับก็จะทำให้เต็มที่ครับผม
Welcome back, everyone. Halfway through the night here for the first night of the PGS 5 and 6 APAC qualifiers, and we have yet to see Thailand get a win. 9 out of the 16 teams in this lobby are from Thailand, and they haven't got a win yet. Vietnam, Australia, and Indonesia are the ones to claim victories so far. That said, Thailand has been performing very, very valiantly. FW have done exceedingly well in tonight's lobby. Without a win to themselves, they have still claimed a bunch of points, and in that previous game on Rondo, they got 17 kills. Denied the 20 kill win by Bleed in the end, but still getting very close.
Yeah, and we can see stark differences as to how these teams in the finals are playing out the tempo of the match, especially on the squads that like to actually take the center stage, making things very difficult for teams to actually cut into the center. I guess this is where the forward play styles left certain teams feeling maybe a little bit out of place on how the tempo of drastically changed so much within just a couple of days moving into the finals. And now we're seeing, you know, a lot of all these Thai teams of which we have hoped to actually see them perform to their usual standards are now falling out very early on, where if I look at the current list right now, Temp Entertainment, Arena, Baram United, Q Confirm, Take Me Please, all these names were the teams that were playing, except for 10, of course, were playing inside of the play-ins, and they've seen a lot of successes, and they've hardly even found any form of tempo throughout the run. It's starting to be a little bit concerning, but of course, one good win is all it takes for them to bounce back up. So hopefully they can adapt to that situation that they're currently being put into place. So we're only halfway there. We'll see how the other half plays out.
Yeah, I think given that we just had a 10-minute break, it's a good time for the teams who currently aren't really performing to look back, at least have a quick look at the twiers from the first few games and decipher how exactly they want to go into these final 3 games of the night. We have observed that this is a lobby that likes to take prio positions. Anything in the center of the zone that sets yourself up nicely for a good game, that's what these guys like to take. I don't think at all it is a edge-based lobby. At least it hasn't been in these first few games. Everyone seems to be going towards the center. So in this 10-minute break, obviously the coaches and players will be looking at the twiers. They would have figured that out, and then they can change their strategy accordingly. It is going to be difficult for a lot of teams to crack, I guess, the outer rim of the center of the zone. If it is continuously stacked, it just becomes very difficult unless the circle gives you in a certain way. But that's what we've observed. Hopefully the teams are able to figure that out as well. I'm sure they will, given 10 minutes. Obviously, you're going to look back, you're going to have a quick discussion, a bit of a food break as well. I haven't even finished the food I've got with me, so 10 minutes is a short time, but it definitely is enough to look at those twiers and figure out any mistakes that you've been making, and hopefully iron those out going into the final 3 games of the night.
Yeah, lucky you got some food. I only managed to make myself a cup of coffee, but hey, I'm happy with just this mug with me for me to last out the night because we got exciting games. And, you know, what's super impressive was FW Esports. This is that got one out coming from the play-ins that have been performing so consistently well, and they stuck to their usual playstyle where it's not too different from what the current meta is looking like. Play around the center and really look for that grand funnel to also third party other teams, and lo and behold, they got 17 points out of the run, and so far they've yet to back themselves a chicken dinner, but at this rate I don't feel like they need it.
Yeah, I mean, they've been super consistent. They came 6th that game, but with 17 kills, that nets them the most points in the lobby. Bleed obviously will get the second most. They got the win and 10 kills to back it up. But yeah, FW on top, and justifiably. They have absolutely earned that position. 33 kills to them right now, 17 placement points, and a 14-point buffer for themselves. Again, topping the play-in stage and coming into the final stage, obviously they have carried that momentum across. It was a question whether or not they were going to come out in this final stage swinging. I think that has firmly been answered. FW are leading commandingly right now.
That's right. Now moving into Tago, I feel like the teams who love to wrap around the edges might actually see some decent opportunities to actually pick some really good fights off. Unless, you know, if we go back to the play-ins, there were rounds that was outrightly won by Baram United just by taking that GOT compound. But, you know, we got some MVPs on our screen. Ray so far showing up to the platter with 95 points that see him seize all these players out in the field and remains to be one of the tournament favorites out here. Race really hard at work. Well, that was followed closely with Tanvu also at 95 points.
Grenade damage so far goes to Delwyn, 6 sacks following it up, 𝐿𝐿𝐶 and Scappy just behind those two. Bit early to call the Grenade Master. We've got 21 games left for people to chuck grenades at each other, but right now it is Delwyn in the lead. And like I said, very closely behind is 6 sacks. I'm trying to think about when we would have seen Delwyn pop off with those grenades. Maybe it was in that previous game as they were throwing grenades at Team Bliss on the plateau above them. Could have been in a prior game as well, though. Right now, the Field Medic, another one of the individual prizes. It's tied. 3 arrives for Tanvu, Banana 1, 𝐏𝐸99, and Megalos down there in 4th. It's, I mean, this one's going to be probably hotly contested because everyone should be doing their job, I suppose, in getting revives whenever the opportunity arises. So this one is not one you're going to, you know, individually go for. You could certainly aim to go for the Grenade Master. You can certainly aim to go for MVP of the lobby. But, I mean, this one is one, if you get it, you just get it.
Yeah, you don't want to be that guy who nades your own team just to get these form of results, right? So...
I'll get the revenge. I'll get the res. I'll get the res. I'll get the res. Like, it's, yeah. You're not gonna barge in just to get a res and delay timing. Certainly not. Definitely not gonna be the case.
That's right. We still got 3 more maps to go, and it's all gonna be all the big rounds of Taego, Miramar for our closure of the night. That's gonna be those double rounds that will be happening later on. So we will focus onto what could potentially happen in Taego. This is gonna be the first time that we would once again see all these 16 teams, of course, the same log be playing Taego. So once again, the question is there going to be hot drops? Because back in the play-ins, we've always seen areas like Palace to be hotly contested, though it is sometimes questionable. Certain times we do see both teams dropping in the same location and also look to disperse the moment that they got whether initial vehicles or even certain loots, and then they just move to different locations of the map. But overall, Taego has always been a whole lot of fun to spectate. I am hoping to see perhaps maybe more modern action heading into this round, because last round we've seen some flying around, but nothing hit. This area of play, if it's going to end up on, you know, all those flat terrains, you expect it to be popping in the middle of the map.
Yeah, well, Taego's got a lot of fields, right? And teams will play the corners of those fields. They'll set themselves up on the ridges of those fields. And yeah, I mean, that's perfect mortar territory. And you've got all the hills that will be surrounding that low ground too. And so you can line it up easier. Definitely, there are lots of spots on Taego in which mortars will, have a field day. But as I said before we went into that break, I'm looking forward to Taego regardless. This is a map that just invites team fights no matter what. It invites third parties no matter what. And as I said, going into today's games, none of these teams, even if they're going to play conservative in the first few minutes of the game, even if they're going to take prior positions, none of these guys are teams to shy away from fights. And Taego, it invites a little bit of that greed, you know? It tempts you a little bit with that opportunity. It tempts you to go a little bit further, peek over that hill, maybe extend yourself out of the compound a little bit. You can get very greedy on Taego. You push the limits quite a bit, and sometimes it pays off and sometimes it doesn't. We'll see what these guys opt for. And yeah, you brought it up. Maybe there's going to be some hot drops on this one as well.
Yeah, that's what we want to see. A little bit of greed. Probably wouldn't hurt too much, but who knows what kind of risk are they willing to take moving into the second half of day 1 during the APAC phase 2 to see who gets that final 4 slot by the end of the weekend. But here we are as we take a look at the flight, or should I say, at least some views of certain terrains. Is this a coal mine that we're looking at? Where exactly is this? Is it over south side?
Brother, I cannot pinpoint where this is on the map. Unfortunately, Taego came into competitive right as I was like, yeah, I'm going to retire. I suck. And so I didn't actually get a good opportunity to discover the map like the back of my hand. But I think maybe it's towards this. Look, I'm not going to make myself sound like an idiot. I'm just going to focus on the stuff that I do know how to talk about. That plane path, totally fair. No one should be upset with that one. It looks like a little bit of close close quarters stuff on that northwestern side. 𝐿𝐶 and Team Bliss might actually get into it. T5 are going to go towards Go Doc, but 𝐿𝐶 and Team Bliss, they can't share unless Bliss go for the compounds just below them. 𝐿𝐶's extending a little bit further to the north. And the other two are going for, I guess, a car on that intersection. QC are going to go all the way to the north. Team Bliss are going to drop a little bit earlier, so I suppose we won't get any super early action. However, 𝐿𝐶 and Team Bliss could certainly get in it, or get into a fight with each other in the first 5 minutes. That zone, it's a mess. I mean, it's a total mess. It's filled with water. It's filled with unknowns. It's basically the center of it is on that peninsula, and every time that happens, it invites a ton of chaos.
Yeah, I was just staring at it, and I was also scratching my head. Where exactly will teams actually place themselves? I guess the best bet is to also play around somewhere south of Shipyard, but it's the intersection between two sides of the river, which is very difficult for teams to navigate around. If it's going to be for the rest of TE, the Expendables, they're happy where they're currently at. If they could, they'd just take certain space up on the corner of the hill and call it a day, where they just wait for other teams. But for now, these teams will have to figure a way out of this, where honestly, it's really boiling down to what decisions they do take that will yield them the better end of the results. But definitely very difficult spot to actually see decent play for now. Meanwhile, as we start off, Blitz Esports celebrated a win on the prior round of Rondo. A very important win for the Indonesians, as they had a tough time navigating the fields of Erangel. Something for them to sort out for day 2. But they're definitely building their momentum from here on. And they start off with a decent location just by the corner of the airport, so they will have an ease of access coming from that corner of the airport to any area up the north, or even somewhere towards the center of the first circle. Meanwhile, Take Me Please haven't really got anything built from the first game up till now. I wonder what exactly is the struggles that they're dealing with throughout the course of the evening.
Yeah, it's hard to pinpoint any team's struggles really and what exactly they are. We've just had such a limited sample size to be able to say that this team has this as their problem. It's just too early to tell, right? I mean, E-Arena and Buriram in the play-in stage, even after the end of day 1, it would be unfair to judge exactly what their problems were, other than they're just getting used to the lobby. And so I think for the moment, until we see, you know, hard evidence that this is the problem and that's the problem, I think it's just about getting used to the lobby, and then we can see where we go from there. Olympus was in his map, probably. That's why he slammed into that tree.
It happens.
It does happen. But yeah, people should just be getting warmed up into the lobby. After 3 games with 21 remaining, I'm not stressed for anyone. I'm not going to call the top 4 yet at all, but I think we can absolutely say that FW has been on fire. And obviously starting out the first 3 games, grabbing yourself 50 points. I mean, that's just good leading into the remaining 21 games. That is without a doubt. This circle is difficult to figure out where to place yourself. TMP, you mentioned that they were struggling. Well, they're basically in the center of the zone. They've got a really good spot to be able to figure out where exactly they want to go. First action, Theraton 5 up against AGG. Rostered through the window. Tycon with the quick 90-degree flick. Rostered double-headed down on the ground. They're trying to clear out Tycon, but he's putting on a show. Another one, finally, they put down the king. Flucky in through the window. Patampong just arriving now, and AGG have another man on the flank. This is so cheeky from Sir T. Patampong has absolutely no idea. Sapao sends himself straight into the compound. It's a 3 versus 2.
An absolute brawl between the two sides. Incredible placement coming in from these AGG members, as they managed to eventually get that full clearance inside of the compound. He has got no more space to even hide out by the corner wall. That Nate was not even needed to wrap this perfect ace to kick things off for AG Global. I want to take a look at that again, like that fight that erupted through that compound that we just witnessed, that 90-degree flick like that you mentioned, and then the immediate trade backs coming in from the rest of the members of AG. That was sublime.
Rossiter couldn't even get any damage through that window. His bullets hit the windowsill, which made it so much more likely that Tycon was going to win that second engagement that he had. And yeah, when Tycon looks at that window, all he can see is Rossiter's head, and that's the only thing he can shoot at. So it makes his it just makes it that much easier. Well played from Tycon. Made that fight so much easier from the perspective of AGG. And then 𝐶𝐸 coming in on the... well, I think he honestly just found himself in the right position at the right time. I don't think that was a super intentional play. He was coming over to back up as well. It just so happened that he was able to catch out Padampong. Team Bliss looking to catch out QC on rotation here. Petret alone. Teammates to the south. He should be able to escape, and Team Bliss probably won't commit to this one. They will chase him down and see if they can get some long-range DMRs. Maybe they will commit, but I think they're going to be very wary that if they go any further, they'll be running into a bit of a trap, or at least they'll run into backup, which is absolutely true. 𝐏𝐿𝐼's there, and Team Bliss disengaged. They don't want to lose anyone this early. This is also an engagement happening outside of zone on that northern island, so wasting any time up there would mean you have less chance of getting a good spot in the current zone. Both teams go their separate ways. And as we've seen all day today, the center of the zone is already pretty tight, already pretty contested. Splits being set up by multiple different teams. All angling for the middle peninsula. All angling for the mainland. No one wants to bank too heavily on that northern island. AGG is only up there because they were just in that engagement with T5. They haven't really had time to figure out their position just yet. Panadol up here above terminal in the glide up. Getting info as you usually do. I believe he was in the glide up last game as well. But no E-Arena behind him this time to maybe get into a dogfight, unfortunately. Just gathering as much as he can. And honestly, this is good for day trade. They are in a spot where likely they're going to have to take a fight if this zone shifts to the north. And so everything that Panadol has just figured out is crucial information for them coming up.
Yeah, same could be said about Khan right now on the other end, trying to open a little bit more space from the southwest for Bremer United to make a clean entry. They're surrounded by day trade as well, so we might actually see this tie collision taking place in a moment's time, really depending on how the information is being gathered by Khan at the moment, as he takes a lot of that space over onto the course over the southern side. Now, I wanted to trail back into what really went over the north side. Of course, we saw that fight between AGG. It makes a whole lot of sense on why teams are also gathering around Yongchan if they're starting off in the islands, because that could be a really good place to hold out where you still have opportunities to cut over a bridge. Later on, Team Bliss will need to do the same if it moves back into the mainland, but we focus back onto what's at stake right now. Shots now being fired over on members of Forest Natural Gaming. Go to the spot. They also want to take claim over the course of the hill. So we'll probably see a long-range trade-off between the two of them. A little bit of warning shot coming from the side of Pong. Nothing too detrimental just yet for each side. But good control that they're trying to acquire over on the course of the center of the location, where there's still a decent amount of space to play out, though it's rather dangerous where it's still phase one. So it could get a little bit claustrophobic later on as we approach the later stage of the game.
𝐏𝐿𝐼 coming down from the emergency pickup alongside Petret. Grouping up with Opons. Where does this circle go? Is it fair? Is it unfair? Look, it's pretty fair. I think most of the players will be rather content with this one. It's not too harsh. Could have gone a little bit more south and made it a little bit easier, but we'll have to do with this. 𝐏𝐿𝐼, as soon as he lands, Tycon takes him down. Add another one to Tycon. 3 on the trot for him. Oh, never mind. Only 2. He didn't actually get one of those. Oh, stolen away. I didn't realize Megalo stole it away. Looked like he guaranteed that one for himself, but not the case. Bliss arrive in time to maybe catch out the remaining 2 members of QC. Petret putting up a fight. Akita doing the exact same. How much space does Petret have to play with? Not much. 𝐏𝐿𝐼 with the quick 90-degree. Necessary, and Opons just has to get out of there. Team Bliss successfully clean up the remnants of QC, other than 1. Opons allowed to live. Important for Bliss as well, losing members on rotation when they still have to cross over to the mainland is not ideal. They've got access to a busted bridge. Could swim, could take a boat if they can find one. Or an emergency pickup if they wanted to. But I think for the moment they'll be biding their time and figuring out the optimal strategy. Forest making their way across in the lines of sight of the Reluctant squad. Van Nye going for the tires, as you should in a situation like this. But Forest make it through unscathed. They will take part of that top hill that is ever so important in zones like this. Difficult to manage if teams start to surround you, but I think in Phase 1, Phase 2, you should be okay to just exist. You can play on these plateaus quite well. The Arena have set themselves up nicely with a little trap. Tigger and Zizzy aren't making any noise whatsoever. They're waiting for a team like Forest to fall victim to it.
Yeah, I think that Forest have a hunch that there's going to be players around. Perhaps they spot some vehicles as they make their movement across the hillside. Lerix now spots out the rest of Forest Natural Gaming. Might be able to actually align some beautiful angles here, and Arena have set this up so well, like you said, that 2-2 split going on. And keep in mind that Bleed Esports as well as FW is not too far away. Look at that lineup. Oh, the damage immense upon KM99. Almost falling down on his knees. Scappy tries to pull all the way back to get more recovery coming from the rock. And they will start to close the distance between themselves as well as Sizzy. He's hiding in a tiny little shack. I don't think he revealed himself all too much, but one good nade from the rest of Forest Natural Gaming that could see him sent out. So very dangerous place to be where FW wants to get involved this time against Bleed Esports. What a nade by Banana One, dropping in from him quite far.
How much do they want to commit to it though? This hillside can get chaotic really quickly. And if FW overcommit, Arena are on that high ground ready to third party. So they're just going to throw other nades, see if they can get the flush without extending themselves over that hill. Razor's calling out the information as well, making sure his team don't overextend. And FW won't for the moment. Good discipline. No reason to throw away this momentum. A little bit of fight back from Bleed as well. And I think Chimoy might actually live. FW looks like they've run out of nades, at least on those two front players. The Expendables are fed. Blessed by that zone. And it's guaranteed to shift towards them next time as well. Do they regroup in that compound? Do they let someone else take the other side? That's the question. Or do they be greedy, as I said, and continue to split it 2-2? Bleed will get that res. Arena never tried to third party this too much. FW also allowed to survive as 4. I've been really impressed by the discipline of a lot of these teams. I don't think we've seen many moments of just blatant disregard for your own life, other than that moment with Ray's last game. That's the only moment I can remember out of these first few games that has just been undisciplined. Every other game, people have been trying to survive, stay alive as 4, keep your resources going into the late game. It's fantastic to see. Bleed will make their rotate, just head themselves a little bit more to the north, avoid this kind of pincer between Arena and FW.
Yeah, all these teams definitely showing a whole lot of discipline. Eddie now takes claim of Mings, who's laid right out in the open, getting picked off. One member of SGD down. Now, back towards what you mentioned about the Expendables, they have never left since they started off on that location. They can afford to get a little bit greedy with that split at the moment, as teams have yet to actually make deep runs using those vehicles. As the battles are still taking place over the hills for this control, the rest of Bleed pushing up. Lerix got tagged for quite a little bit, but he finds that target up against Chimoy. What a spray that was with that drop shot. Man's got a plan with the Panzer. I'm not too sure if that is going to be landing over onto these members coming from this angle. Chimoy does not get to survive. Man has to pull back. Within grenade range, here comes the convoy. AGG pulls ending up against Team Blizz. This setup looking to be pretty incredible as it matches Shred. At least a member down from the side of AG looking for Cess as well. Could this be a double? Out of bullets, relying back on the Esports. He at least secures one in the back.
Bliss get one on that cross. It looked like maybe they shot too early up against AGG. 𝐏𝐆 was having to 3x spray at people coming across the bridge at a distance. Maybe not the most perfectly done bridge camp from Team Bliss, but they do get one and they all survive as 4. They can also continue to push towards AGG and keep the momentum up. Keep the pressure on AGG. They've got this coastline to work with, then, I mean, for the most part, it's isolated. They could run across that entire thing and not get shot at. And they're looking to do exactly that. 𝐏𝐿 down low, seeing if he can find a cheeky angle onto 𝐏𝐿. I mean, the smokes indicate that someone must be there. The car's also there, so 𝐏𝐿's in trouble. Stuck all by his lonesome, desperately wanting some help from Tycon and Zest. And Bliss just sent it in. Inside, maybe going a little bit too aggressive. He gets himself knocked. Not expecting Tycon to be exactly in that position. Nades go over now from Bliss to see if they can recover the situation. We're into a 3-on-3. 𝐏𝐿 put down to basically 1 HP. This nade from Akita has to land perfectly, and it's looking good. If not his, surely someone else's. They all miss. All 3 grenades miss. AGG allowed to survive. 𝐏𝐿's now backing off, going for a car. AGG in with a chance.
Big chance coming in from Monty as well as he drops a nade towards the direction of these AGG members. But over on top end of the hill, mortars are being sent towards this direction. Lit Esports happy to take on more of these players out of AGG. Barely enough cover for him to work with, but I believe that there's also certain troubles lying up ahead for Lit Esports from another angle. Stuck between a rock and a hard place. AGG got nowhere to run. Unable to ultimate back. Monty finally clips him. And it's going to be blow for blow down to 𝐏𝐿. He's got not much to work with. We'll try to heal up. But Tycon just barely hanging on by a hair strand. He does know where exactly 𝐏𝐿's currently located. He has to just go prone. There's barely enough cover, and here comes the nade. 𝐏𝐿, can he dodge it in time? He's falling relatively short. It is a bounce, but it will be 𝐏𝐿 to eventually close it with that grenade. Well, on the other side, Forest over South are dealing with a situation with Day Trade Gaming.
Such minor things from Team Bliss would have resulted in a much better fight from them. But they kind of mistime a few things and it all falls apart. Difficult as well. They're getting third-partied when they push that ridge, so turns out the lines of sight were a lot more deadly than I initially anticipated. But you're right, we move over to Day Trade. Decent last game! That one is perfectly cooked. Over the fence, into Thanadol's face, and down he goes. Belmoth is nowhere near that fight to get engaged, so Forest clean it up. Alive as 2, yes. SGD try to get involved as well, but KM99's there, 2 for him. Off the back of the Day Trade fight too. This is a great defense from them. Now Belmoth's trying to help out his previous competitor. Jervis down to 34 HP. The jump shot should do it. If not the first one, then hopefully the second one. Baron is disciplined. Doesn't want to go for that second jump shot. Jervis had an opportunity to get that knock, and Baron doesn't want to give it up. This has been great so far from Forest. Defending on either side. They've lost members, yeah, but they've done well to survive that engagement. Megalos now the last one up for TMP. They were fed in Phase 1, and they've been shoved out of the zone as we've moved into Phase 4, almost Phase 5. Megalos doing his best with the M249. He's got 1. Maybe he'll get a 3rd. He will. That was just Zest that remains for AGG, coming in behind eArena, who are definitely the victors on this northern side.
Yeah, this was the same prior position that Team Bliss was holding out. And I have to go back to that fight because I thought initially Team Bliss has gotten it in the bag. But that hasty push coming in from either it was Monty or inside, I can't remember the person on the wheels. That overcommitment kind of resulted in them falling short. But of course, this fight has yet to conclude though over on the south. 𝐏𝐿 now has got the Panzer. We've seen this kind of trades before. Now he's only down to 1.
High mass?
No risk. Where exactly is he coming from? Okay, from the top side of the hill, it seems.
He knocked himself with that mortar, huh?
I don't understand. How did you do it?
I don't know how that's happened, but Jun's got 2 with the nade. I would love to see that on a replay. I don't think I've ever seen that in my life. Did he just land it on top of himself? Did they try to pre-fire the mortar? They drive in? I'm not quite sure. I am bamboozled. Day Trade go out. No, I'm seriously baffled. I really want to... Maybe it landed on a roof. He was too close to a roof, and that's how he knocked himself with it. Plenty of ways that could have gone, but it's just 𝐿 and 𝐷𝐼 up against Reluctant Squad. 4-man strong inside these buildings. 𝐷𝐼 has to play this to perfection. Nades out. Jump shot does come in from KM99. Cleans up SGD. Baron nades himself as well. Got a lot of team damage in the last 30 seconds here. That nade looks good, but it lands on the top floor. Doesn't roll down those stairs. Blue zone to deny space and make sure that Cerberus aren't playing inside those buildings. Reluctant Squad are doing their absolute best to clean out these last two members. 𝐏𝐼𝐸 exposes himself through the window. Duckjuice takes that one. Gets traded in return, but this should be a cleanup from Reluctant Squad. Flashes in, utility in. So blind is Duckjuice. Duckby gets another one. Van Knight trying to clean this up all by himself. Duckby's got two. Cerberus are fighting back. It's this 1v1 now between Van Knight, and Duckby has all three remaining members of Reluctant Squad. They fall. It's a successful 2v4 on the side of Cerberus.
It's crazy that they managed to turn this one around. I mean, we saw a little bit of that team nade, that mortar, which we have got no answers to, and it all lined up. Being the saving grace of the team, Duckby stands tall. Well, we have another battle that might take place between E-Arena as well as the Expendables. So far, the Expendables have been uncontested around this area of the north. Tanvu lurking within the vegetations as well. So it's a little bit of standstill between these two members, as Tigger has yet to be sniffed out by any of these members, just quietly sitting around the bushes. I don't think he's moving anytime soon, for sure. But FW looks to be pretty eager to take on the Expendables, at least notifying that there is a team around that section of the map. A lot of space has opened up after having a lot of tussle on the rim of the circle, and now the update will bring them directly in the center, with TE still having a little bit of space over in north. But the mortar's now being sent towards Bleed Esports. Surprisingly enough, they managed to dodge all of that, with the rest of FW Esports overlooking the hill, trying to close it up against Bleed. So he might just be cheeky enough to be able to actually find some angles here, but he's got to prioritize his own first and foremost and create that space for Brahma United to play the end game.
This is great for FW and the Expendables to make a gap between them and their competitors on the leaderboard. Both alive, both 4 strong. Regardless of the positions, this is a good game from them to gather a few extra points as a buffer. FW obviously have to come off the hillside. Likely to take a fight. It's just where do they go is the question. Where do they end up? And obviously the Expendables very nicely fed inside this compound, just on edge too, so they can control their side of the zone. A headshot to FW's car. And they're going to go straight towards the people that did it to them. Tigger, a flashbang, a cheeky peek. He's got one. He can't get the second. That would have been FW's saving grace. It might still be. Do they breach this compound off of that? Of course they do. Raze goes in first. No one's ready to defend. It's a headshot on entry. They have to get this opener if they want any chance at fighting TE in this compound, and they haven't been able to. It is a cleanup from the Expendables. Tally them up. 11 kills now from them. No better opportunity for FW to breach than then, but still, the 3 remaining players do well enough to clean them up in an instant, basically. No damage taken, no stress at all. FW are out.
It's crazy how sharp Tanvu is. The moment that he heard those shots, he snapped it right over on the E-Arena, and FW thought that this could be a really good opportunity for them to rush around the quarter, and instant response. He just got the perfect angles to just quickly take them down. Up to now, the mortars have barely hit the mark to flip over on the trade, but at least mine has been caught out.
Nice.
And BRU, they have a little bit of opening through the ball to try to, once again, trade out against that Lone Ranger of Bleed Esports. Still finding that form of consistency to make it into this top 4. Cerberus Esports also squeeze past that, and TE looking very likely to be the kingmakers of this match. So it's going to be a lot of babbles on the outskirts here. Drake now, last-ditch effort to try to haul a couple of points up against Brahma United, as both sides are hugging by the rim of the circle. Likely for this to update directly towards the center, which favors the rest of the Expendables, as we've seen. The entire game, they've just been hugging onto those compounds, and now they finally make the advancements and make themselves known across the map.
Not necessarily guaranteed the win, though. They could lose members here up against Cerberus. Buriram could have something to say about their advantage as well. Looks like Buriram are helping the Expendables though. Solozzi overextends, taken down immediately. Nice shooting from 𝐾𝐿. Saw him be excellent with the DMRs in the playing stage. He's excellent here as well. Dynasty does well to take down Trick. That's one threat eliminated. That now opens up the eastern side of the zone for Buriram if they wanted to go and play in that direction. There is maybe a road ridge or a little ridge below that hill that they could play, but it looks like it's mostly open space. And with 𝐾𝐿 playing the anchor role inside that compound, it's difficult to see Buriram having any success on that eastern side. In fact, 𝐾𝐿 has left the compound now and is now playing out on the terrain on the eastern side of zone. So this is the Expendables putting a chokehold on every single player in this endgame.
Yeah, they're just expanding the wings, just taking all the space that there is. There's just no firm entry for Buriram, so they will have to look for a decent takeoff to get any form of chance at all. And they have better chances to take out the rest of Cerberus Esports to at least book themselves as slot number 2, and then later on deal with the rest of the Expendables. And we see full discipline coming from the Expendables, where they're not really too hasty on their approach. Eddie now pushes forward. Dakmai rely on those smokes, but 𝐾𝐿 will also clip around the Dynasty. Now it's down to Eddie as well as 𝐾𝐿. As that will be the final member of Cerberus taken off the list. They get an angle against Taboo. Not quite enough with that spray down. Delvin robbing from the back. Eddie only do so much, but we know that this is the Expendables to gain another chicken dinner here in match 4.
Their first win was 13 kills. Their second win of the night is 15. They are just getting better and better as we go forward. Fist pumps all around. A fantastically played game. They had the advantage in that compound. I don't know how long they stayed 2-2 split inside of that compound, but certainly that would have been a huge factor in getting them their win, being able to maintain control over not only the western side of the compound, but also the east. So well played to the Expendables. 15 kills is an insane number to tally up.
It's just incredible. Like, there were also certain hustles coming in from E-Arena lurking around, and then there was FW, but they stood no chance at all. We go back into the early stages to take a look at some of all these slight little skirmishes where teams were struggling to even think of where exactly should they actually place themselves, where we saw a majority of them fighting over that hillside. Blizz Esports managed to last out pretty long, and I thought, you know, Team Blizz, they got this beautiful catch, but they didn't manage to convert too much other than that.
A crazy game. Honestly, I got what I wanted out of Tego, and yeah, this was, I mean, maybe I'm hyper-analyzing Bliss because of my Australian bias, but I think my minuscule timing within their decisions there, and it would have been a much better fight from them. This was a fantastic compound fight from 𝐏𝐿99 and Baron, doing so well to not only take down SGD, but also day trade at basically the same time. So very well done from 𝐿 in that engagement. 𝐏𝐿 did his best. He did actually manage to get 3 at the end there. There's a pump shotgun, which always makes me nervous. Baron unfortunately nades himself, but 𝐏𝐿99 comes out the better, and it was looking like a guaranteed dub from the side of Reluctant Squad. They had 4 up against Cerberus's 2, and Reluctant Squad fumbled it. Cerberus got a very, very dominant 2 versus 4 off, and of course this moment, I mean, from the Expendables, I think they're probably expecting it, but having 1 knocked obviously gives that opportunity over to FW, but the remaining 3 members who had their guns up and ready were immaculate.
Yeah, it definitely was immaculate, especially the vibes right now in the gaming house of the Expendables celebrating 2 chicken dinners here in day 1. They are definitely set up for success from the get-go. Like, overall, this team just played it out very cleanly. They didn't really have to really make things overcomplicate. They don't have to complicate anything at all, where they already got a good spot. All they really have to do is just to take each compound their own and just really hold out. And after that, they slowly spread their wings little by little, and they eventually got all these teams running up to them. So plenty of these points were just them snagging up from pretty long range, I would say, throughout the course of the field. And other than that, it's just a lot of all these open areas where other teams will just have to fight for their dear lives. But that battle between Reluctant Squad as well as Cerberus, that was super tight. Like, it could have been RS to actually win it out, but we saw that perfect lineup coming in, and Cerberus definitely took their chances on that.
Had a couple crucial kind of team fights within that game. 𝐸 had multiple, I believe, up on the hill to the eastern side. I thought potentially that hill would get a little bit fed. I feel like every time I've spectated a game that's ended in that area, it has something to do with that hill, right? The massive flat hill with some nice gardens on top of it. I feel like it always has something to do with that. The comp players probably have a name for it. I haven't sniffed it out just yet though, but it didn't actually end up there. We went towards the road, and because of that, we ended up with a lot of open space. The Expendables compound and the hill just beside it became very, very, very powerful, and FW had to send it straight off that hill, unfortunately for them. The MVP for that game, 𝐴nvu, absolutely deserved. 6 kills. He was the MVP game 1, was he not?
Yeah, he was, and now he backs the MVP yet again, and he was just a sentinel holding up over on the rooftops to really spot every single movement for TE to be able to quickly respond to. And of course, a lot of kills were traded back and forth, but so far, 𝐴nvu was also responsible to ensure that the team stays afloat. We saw that ambush coming in from 𝐸, which could have been devastating if 𝐴nvu was not, but he sorted out very quickly.
Yeah, 𝐴nvu, I mean, what a fantastic day 1 from him. He's showing up, and it's obviously inspiring his team to be on par with him. So well done so far from the Expendables. It has been their day in spades. FW have tried to contest with them. They've tried to do as well as the Expendables, but they just haven't. They are on a rampage. We are 4 games through, and the Expendables have 2 wins.
Yeah, and the rest are just biting the dust right now, left with only a couple of scraps out there. These guys are coming up with those big double digits per round. Like, it's making life harder for the teams that are currently struggling, but overall, it's just clean plays after clean plays. And of course, I could say the same about FW's efforts throughout all the course of the run, where they're also keeping up to the pace. So perhaps an overtake might be very likely here with this massive win of 25 points, but not too far off. We take a look at the rest of the teams. They're also catching up right now. This has been the better run for Buriram United with 11 points.
Yeah, a better game from them. Look like they are slowly warming up into this lobby, which is obviously what we expect from Buriram. At some point during that game, FW and the Expendables were on even points. That's not going to be the case once we go to that total leaderboard. The Expendables will undoubtedly be in first place despite FW's best efforts. A better game from Cerberus too, waiting for them to warm up into it and get that 20 kill dub that I'm sure is almost inevitable from Cerberus. And you could almost say the same about 𝐸 given their recent international performances. A better game from them overall. They actually get themselves out of that bottom 3, put themselves into 12th, which is nothing special for them, but certainly a better game. 61 points for the Expendables, 55 for FW, and there is a 20-point gap between 2nd and 3rd. And that kind of a gap after just 4 games is crazy. That's a massive buffer that the Expendables and FW have to work with, just off the back of performing excellently in these first 4 games. If they fall short in the next couple of games, or if they have a bad game here or there, they have that incredible buffer to work with and remain competitive in that top 4.
Yeah, meanwhile, in the middle of the pack, we'll definitely see shifts coming through if, of course, the trades in the Miramar might not favor those teams in the top 8, where RS now finally getting a little bit more of a surge to be able to push through. They had a decent round 1. After that, it was a little bit of a sign of struggle, but now also trying to recuperate after, of course, taking a fight against Cerberus Esports, which they got the better end of it. Still plenty of chances out there, but from anywhere from 12th placement, they could still find certain ways to get back on track to solely fight for the top 5. So still many more games throughout the course of the finals for them to play out, but the teams who are currently finding themselves near the bottom, they really have to study how the games today have went, and perhaps they will have a better lead heading to tomorrow. But Miramar, I think certain teams will definitely love to have a level playing field in this map.
Yeah, I think if you're not super confident on Erangel, Rondo, or Tego, then hopefully you're confident on Miramar, because those are the only 2 maps that we have left for day 1. Still yet to see Thailand get a dub across the course of this day, but I feel like Miramar might be their map, man. I don't know, maybe I'm superstitious, but I guess we're going to have to see. Do not go anywhere. 2 Miramars coming up after this short break.
World updates to 𝐏𝐿, some quality of life improvements for training mode, and a new survivor pass. All this and more as we dive into the update 31.2 patch report. First up, we've made updates to some areas of 𝐏𝐿. The studio has been turned into an abandoned hospital, changing the layout, adding new buildings, and also a few more loot and cover spots. We also added a new bridge to the shipyard and improved the terrain around Hosan Prison, Songam, and Hosan to give you more strategic opportunities in this area. Next, training mode has been improved as well based on your feedback. Training mode now has infinite ammo, recommended attachments automatically on weapons, and the ability to save and import your personal weapon and gear settings. We also improved the sound training area to provide feedback when a wrong target is hit. This update also features a brand new survivor pass, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 31.2 is here, so load up your training gear, grab the new survivor pass, and hot drop back into 𝐏𝐿. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Welcome back, everyone. We have 2 games of Miramar to close out the first day of the APAC qualifiers here for PGS 5 and 6. 4 slots up for grabs. SGD claiming that Malaysia wildcard slot for PGC, but they absolutely still have to fight for the top 4 if they want to go to PGS 5 and 6 as well. Plenty of action has been had throughout the first 4 games, and now we go to another unknown, which obviously brings up the talking point of, are we going to see hot drops? Is anyone going to contest for spots on Miramar? I think, honestly, we've been starved because no one has contested basically at all in the first 4 games. 3 different maps, no hot drops. I, for one, am disappointed. But maybe we'll get it on Miramar, and if we don't get that on Miramar, then we're obviously looking for the teams that, that haven't performed on Erangel, Rondo, and 𝐏𝐿. We're looking at them to perform now on Miramar. We're switching it up to the other map that these guys will be super comfortable on. No excuses going into Miramar. If you can't perform on Erangel, Rondo, or 𝐏𝐿, surely you'll be able to do it on Miramar.
Yeah, sometimes I really do wonder whether there's a certain script for them to have this form of duel and then they form certain gentleman's agreement in order to sort out certain disputes of location and then call it a day, right? But well, certain times, like, you really feel like you're more confident taking a spot. That's where they really want to go for hot drops, where we've seen even teams like SGD2 have been shifting different locations in order to make do with what they have. I guess, like, they are just trying certain things out in order to see if it works or otherwise. But so far, it's looking relatively great for the Expendables so far, celebrating 2 chicken dinners, while FW has been super consistent, not even dropping out of the top 5. As a matter of fact, they have 2 top 2 finishes back in round 2 as well as round 3. I wonder how will they fare this time as they move into Miramar, because if there's any Thai team to do it, I want it to be FW Esports, because they've been doing a great job so far.
Yeah, they've also shown us that they've got the firepower in them as well. 17 kill games don't just come out of nowhere. That obviously requires your players to be very on form individually, and I think 𝐏𝐿 was the highlight for me out of that game. Raze as well, obviously. Those 2 players seem to be quite on point, but I guess if FW has 55 points, everyone is on point. The plane goes over. We head from the northeast to the southwest. Maybe a not super central. Maybe some teams unhappy if you want to loot 𝐿𝐻𝐿, if you want to loot 𝐿𝐻𝐿, if you want to loot towards water treatment, but most people should be okay with this one. Am I seeing any hot drops? I'm almost praying for one. I'm almost on my knees begging for one. I really thought going into this lobby we'd have some teams who, you know, really have that arrogance or that ego and would really love to fight for a certain drop spot, but everyone has sorted this stuff out already, it seems. It's the only action we've had early is car contests. So, I think that's going to be the case going into Miramar. No one, other than people going for cars, no one else is getting close to each other at all.
Yeah, I was looking all the way down south between E-Arena as well as FW, hoping for a little bit of action, but Tiger saw that car just got taken off very early, so they would just go for alternative ones. But this circle is pretty interesting, as we do see the majority of these teams dropping very early off of the plane. So we see a little bit of a pack coming in from over a northeastern corner map. So for those who have dropped towards the central area play, they'll be happy where they're situated at the moment, especially for Cerberus Esports, AG Global, as well as Bleed, to say the very least. SGD, though, we've seen a lot of brilliant stuff coming out of Mings from the play-ins, even up to the point of the first game of the finals, where he's been an absolute hero for the Malaysian side. And I want to see him thrive yet again.
He's been a beast. Undeniably been a beast. So is FW. All the way down in Partona. Pretty sure we saw them down here in the play-in stage as well. Big enough city to loot, I suppose. No reason to be afraid of it. E-Arena, Day Trade getting quite close to each other. Belmoth inside the crater. Zizzy up here on the top of the hill. Tigger is quite far south in comparison to his teammates, but he does have one slightly close by. And looks like Forest have to go elsewhere for loot and cars. KM99 needs a site. Well, he'll be hoping for a site, at least. Worst case scenario is the IGL calls for everyone to group up and crash a compound, and you're doing it with iron sights. You know, there's part of you wants to just say, wait. I don't even have a site yet, man. I don't have a scope. But duty calls, priority position calls, and you can't really disobey the leader. Banana One has a car for himself. And as has been the case for the entirety of tonight, not much early action. No one trying to get involved with each other until Opons arrives next to Zest and Sir-T. Sir-T opens it up, a spray onto Noadra. 2 bullets lands. And Zest has that Panzerfaust in defense, but there's 3 players from QC here. The backup from AGG has to arrive, and has to arrive now. Hopefully Zest can get this Panzerfaust off without knocking himself. I'm worried these boxes are giving me anxiety. Maybe the hitboxes aren't going to be super perfect for this Panzerfaust. He's a little bit blind, but if he aims it at that doorway, it should be perfect. He might even land himself 2. Oh! He does! Are you serious? 2 off the back of 1 Panzerfaust. It's dead center. in between both those players, and 𝐏𝐿 is out of here. He doesn't want anything to do with this. He was immediately running to that car. A beautiful explosion from Zest, and 𝐴𝐺𝐺 successfully defend that compound.
Someone's got to clip that. That was beautifully done.
Oh, they're chasing too.
Oh, Tycon. He's out for blood. He definitely wants all of these members if he could get their hands on them. But QC, they were super respectful. They thought that there were more members inside of that warehouse, which is why they opt not to contest. Else, maybe there might just be decent trades, but if there were to be any members to also come in and wrap around, it could be an early exit for Q Confirm, which they want to play it safe, rightfully so. But my, I didn't expect the Panzer to be able to have that perfect aim to land onto both, because the other members seemed to be slightly further away, but he definitely landed that one perfectly. Oh.
Yeah, it was in between both of them. I also thought that it would go short, or maybe too far to the right, maybe too deep into the warehouse, but no, it lands perfectly. Zest started out the night. In game 1, he was the first dead, and in game 3, he was the first dead. He has fully made up for both of those games with that play. Well done. Gives 𝐴𝐺𝐺 a chance here, and they certainly need one. Banana 1 and the rest of FW rotating in from the south. They'll head up on top of the hill here. Good spot to scout from. That said, it is all the way to the south on the very edge, and so most likely the ground in front of them is quite free. Just some very light scouting, some very quick leapfrogging. Eddie and Dynasty, the front men right now for Buriram. Heading up towards the top of San Martin. TMP is kind of close by. No guarantee they'll get into action. DuckJuice takes some shots from DuckMai. And the Expendables back away from that engagement. Little do they know there's only one player here, but I'm not sure they wanted that compound to begin with.
Yeah, perhaps he's just scouring around, hoping to gain a little bit of info. And 𝐴𝐺𝐺 still on to something right now. Sepal managing to clip over onto UNQ. One member less for the side of TMP. So far, being very, very proactive in the early game. And I was taking a look at the mini-map earlier. We see plenty of teams opting to play through that highway between Los Leones as well as non-Team Evo, where it is usually a very populous area where teams would still be able to have a decent amount of that spacing. I wonder if Bleed Esports will be able to hold for much longer by the gas station, smack that onto the outskirts of Picado. Could be a decent spot for them to hold out if it does close up directly towards the center. But take me please, having only Latte up above, as he's slowly being surrounded by the rest of these members of Bram United over on the lower ground.
Dude.
As they slowly make their ascent. He's only got the iron sight though.
They have no idea he's here. I don't think, at least. They shouldn't. How does Latte choose to play this one? Dynasty up on the rock now as well. Same idea. He's actually kind of being cautious, almost aware that someone might already be here, and that pays off. The awareness on Dynasty to go for just the cautious AD strafe and peek into this little bowl. He had an inkling either from earlier on in this game or from a previous scrim or official match where Latte did that, or TMP was here, and it pays off. Very well done from Dynasty. That could have been very painful for Buriram early on, but they avoid it. It's now more pain for Take Me Please. They're going to have to go down to 2 players, currently sitting in 13th. You mentioned their name. I'm also looking for them to show up. I believe they had 2 16-kill wins, 2 separate 16-kill wins in the play-in stage. And so like everyone else who performed well in the earlier stage, they'll be looking, or their expectations may even be set quite high as they head into these games. But again, I'm not super worried for anyone. Mistakes and nerves and what have you will run rampant on day 1. We have 3 more days for you to sort out all of those issues, understand the lobby, and make sure you don't repeat the mistakes you've been making. DuckMai, tire popped. Is he just going to go down here? He's being swarmed by 2 members of SGD. You'd either have to be reversing that car or fighting back. It looks like he reversed it and got out of there. SGD didn't want to commit to it. Mings is getting shot at. Running out in the open. Hard shots for 𝐿𝐻𝐿 to hit. And none of them land. He's alone actually here. In Picardo. Alone in the 5 stack. But doesn't seem to be perturbed. Doesn't seem to be worried about it. I think he's also fully aware that SGD are on the north side. But he's confident they won't breach.
Picardo as a city is still plenty of space for them to at least wrap around. So SGD probably will respect that. Making assumptions perhaps there's more members of TE to be around their area of play, so they're being a lot more mindful. We might have actually seen SGD to go in for a little bit of that chase for that one pointer out there. Whereas for FW Esports, they booked themselves a spot over on the top end of the hill. Not too far off is Huang, who's currently hiding in between these slum areas. Don't think that 𝐷𝐀𝐀 has any clue at all while Tandal tries to take a couple of pot shots towards Man. Lead Esports now. Congregates find themselves at a very decent spot in the center of the map, where Arena is also hoping to take claim with a warehouse of their own. Just taking a look at the current situation right now. Phase 2, a lot of all these prime spots so far has been preoccupied. Though, of course, we're still waiting for that hard shift to happen. It may not end up dead smack of the center for all these teams to leverage on. So, for now, it's just going to be a quick checkpoint for Bram United. Moves over onto the corners of Power Grid and quickly saw a glimpse of Tycon. And Zapao also doing exactly the same, trading right back. Eddie will just take note of that position to not get anywhere close to the center of Power Grid for now. So, are you happy to at least take that from a space over in northeast while we go back over outside of Day Trade? Finally, a little bit of action. We did manage to sense that Huang might eventually get himself in trouble, and eventually we do get a little bit of battle between FW and also Reluctant Squad.
Yeah, trading back and forth. Looks like it's in the favor of FW for the moment. Banana 1 quite open, but I think FW have the positional advantage over Reluctant Squad here. I say that Banana 1 is flashed out, but I think still positionally it's just far better for FW. They just need to find 𝐿𝐻𝐿. See if they can catch him on this escape. Other than that, though, FW have secured 2 kills against Reluctant Squad. That's a headshot, I'm pretty sure, onto 𝐿𝐻𝐿 on the rotate. And Van Nye obviously stuck in that glass building as well. Desperate for a Reluctant Squad to try and survive. They're not even in the zone either. This is just FW putting on a great gate camp. Until Day Trade get involved. Down goes 𝐷𝐀𝐀. He was fully exposed to this hillside. Maybe FW biting off more than they can chew, getting into a fight on the edge. I mean, if I'm them, how the rest of the games have gone today, I'm not expecting anyone else to be around this position. They should be center, right? But Day Trade's here. You can see a team off in the distance as well. So 4 teams here on this southern edge. And FW will go down to 2 members.
Yeah. At least they do have a decent vantage point working with a compound as well as a decent heal for cover. Inside spots out, that late rotation coming out of Forest Natural Gaming. I wonder if they would be able to afford a rest right now. Seems like they do have a little bit of space of room to play out from. But the circle is unforgiving towards those who are coming in from the western side. Team Bliss has got to wiggle their way through E-Arena, Forest Natural Gaming. Rusted gets that free passage though, but we'll expect a lot more teams to be fighting for the hill close by to Power Grid.
I love these zones. These end up being very exciting zones. Especially now with the way that the zone doesn't necessarily have to shift off of what was previously unplayable rocks. At least I'm almost certain that that's how it still goes on Miramar. Chimoy either spectator bug or DC'd. Not sure which one. Hopefully just a spectator bug. Would be unfortunate to witness another DC. I'm pretty sure he's DC'd. Otherwise, Trick wouldn't be putting up a smoke. So hopefully 𝐏𝐿e can get back in the game. Because Bleed are in a really, really, really solid spot. A nice split with the colors as well. Trick taking shots long distance. 𝐴𝐴RENA rotating up towards the hillside. Take Me Please are already there, but remember, they're down to 2. So if 𝐴𝐴RENA were to get in a fight, it should be in their favor. How far did they go? Where did they end up? 𝐽𝐷𝐈 looking to make his mark on this lobby. As soon as he steps out from the hard cover, though, he's immediately put on notice by Forest off in the distance. Back into that shack, back into safety. Don't want to overextend. I like the attempt from Take Me Please. They recognize that if 𝐴𝐴RENA is to get close, they're obviously going to be a threat. So if you can deal some damage to them, that increases your own chance of survival. But Take Me Please not able to do so. Forest putting a stop to it, and 𝐴𝐴RENA are allowed to survive as 4.
And now they get a whole lot of wiggle room to play around. They will be extremely careful not to overextend because Q-Confirm is also looking over onto the best possible spot. True to the Olympus of Power Grid. Q-Confirm now closing in the distance up against Tigger. Tries to spot him out of the window. And when he pops his head just to try to spot others, 𝐏𝐿𝐒 will immediately go in for the confirm. But he's got different plans. He's got that grenade in hand. Tigger takes notice of this as he tries to fire back. He's now tossed right through. Here comes the Molotov. It should be able to squeeze past, but it drops slightly out on the window plane. It will take a little bit longer for him, but 𝐏𝐿𝐒 finally drops in the beautiful nade. Not much that 𝐴𝐴RENA could actually offer assistance in that form of position. That will leave them susceptible for that open angle coming from Petred. And he should be able to secure it in jiffy. Not too problematic. Yep.
I don't think Tigger is gonna live. I think you're right. And you're also right in the fact that 𝐴𝐴RENA struggling to assist Tigger. It's difficult because you want to help, but you also know that Take Me Please is where they are, and with Petred on top of that unplayable, it's so hard to justify helping him in any sense. You probably just end up losing more than one player. He's still knocked though, to be fair. Maybe they could help him out. But you're absolutely right. Stressful situation. If they knew QC was 2, which hopefully they do, then maybe that changes their mind. But other than that, 𝐴𝐴RENA are just interested in staying alive. Take Me Please move a little bit further down the hillside. 𝐴𝐴RENA try to get a knock, but they fail. Daytrade have rocked up now onto those unplayables. Q-Confirm have to back all the way off. Khan takes down his own teammate in Eddie. Hopefully that's not another DC. Forest, as I said, they've already arrived. Everyone trying to find a spot on this hillside. It's getting very, very claustrophobic. And for the teams like Daytrade, for the teams like Q-Confirm, this is where you just run wild. It's a shooting gallery up on top of those unplayables. You just have to remain very disciplined and make sure you don't go down. Team Bliss trade out FW. Successfully winning that fight. The Expendables rock up underneath Daytrade. They will be at the mercy of everyone on this side of the zone, but they choose to go a little bit further. Finally, they stop. They rock up. They have actually got that res. Are you serious?
Wow. I didn't think that that could be possible. I think that QC got themselves overwhelmed with plenty of teams coming across, and they were just taking the chances, trying to trade out. Reluctant Squad is the next one to bow out with the rest of Bleed Esports to be able to just plow them through. Meanwhile, Open Valley is nowhere for 𝐏𝐿𝐒 to even step out of that shack. I say that he tries to perhaps make a desperate run for it. Angles open up. He does manage to attack Tycon in the head. 30 HP left, forcing him to back away. Someone's also closing through. Perhaps Rokenet has something to say about this situation where he will take on the entirety of AG Global 𝐿𝐴 on the outskirts. Now rocking up, and what an angle as he picks off Zez, but nades are flying through. 9 HP left, tries to heal up 𝐿𝐴, closing into the distance. He should be able to secure it. Finds a little space, but it trades back. Wonderful performance coming from Rogue. 18 more HP. He can turn the tides around, but he's popping into the first 8. Is there another nade? And here comes Tycon. He finally stops the bleeding, but it's all over for AG. Tremendous fight, and somehow TEM, they're still on board.
Rogue getting that first aid off is what won him the engagement there, what allowed him to survive for so long. He was on 1 HP and AGG just couldn't get that push off. Unfortunate for them, but yes, so good for TEM Entertainment. 𝐏𝐆𝐒 alive in the blue, but they get themselves a couple more points, a couple more valuable points. Team Bliss just brawling with Forest on the edge here. Down to a 2v2 in that kind of situation. Mings just ducks behind cover. Avoids disaster. We'll loot up that crate as well. And still Daytrade sits on top of this unplayable. Happy to do so as well. It's changed a little bit. There's more playable terrain around here for teams than there has been in previous iterations of Miramar, but Daytrade's still in a power spot. Team Bliss, they lead those smokes. They run to that rock, but in that cross, Insight goes down. Baron now with a chance at a double, and he'll get it too. Easy as that for Forest. Team Bliss fall. 5 kills now for Forest, 4 of which go to Baron. And they've bought themselves more time to play with. Daytrade just have to be disciplined up on top of this unplayable, and this will be a great game from them.
Yeah, unfortunately for Team Bliss, I think that was a really good moment to trade right back, but of course, timing once again. Impeccable stuff with those Netflix also being thrown out. While Daytrade, they're the kings of the hills, also hugging by the rim of it. Trying to zone away all these teams coming from the outskirts. Cerberus Esports vies for a chance to go for a pick-off against the members of the Esports for picking inbound. Duckmai tries to look around, though. Perhaps he might be able to do something about Daytrade being on top of the unplayables, but for the meantime, it's definitely tough to challenge them. The Expendables at the mercy of Daytrade, just sitting right down below the hillside. Getting a little bit of cover. Take Me Please is the next one to bow. We're only left with 10 more teams.
Oh.
Trades go true. Daytrade versus Cerberus. This one I would love to watch.
Cerberus is in such a rough spot, though, and you can see the Expendables below Daytrade. This guy is basically an 8-man wall that Cerberus has to get through. I don't think this is possible in any universe. They're going to hop in a car, opt for a rotate, go somewhere else. This is impenetrable. But as they go elsewhere in the zone, they're just going to run straight into Bleed, run straight into Arena. They don't even get that far. They hit a rock, probably intentionally, actually, set themselves up here. I mean, intentionally, unintentionally, it's looking rough for Cerberus. I cannot see them getting any further than this. All of them are putting on meds right now. Smokes are up to give them a slight chance at maybe taking a fight up against Arena here that actually could pay off. The timing's okay. Cerberus has to make this cross almost flawlessly, though, and that's not happening. Daytrade taking out 2 teams at once. They've already got 2 knocks onto the Expendables below them, and Cerberus is their next target. Haisaki in smoke, Sololzi out in the open. It is perfect from Thanadol and Daytrade combined. Cerberus fall, the Expendables have lost a couple. This is looking absolutely fantastic for Daytrade.
Yeah, they're just farming all these kills from the top side of the hill. Everything is up for the taking. Daytrade right now 6, and they could definitely do a whole lot more damage, but with the zone shifting away from their current position, they will have to climb down, though. They've probably taken notice of the Expendables. I'm not too sure if they want to spend longer to try to take them down, but they also found the mark up against Chimoy. The Esports also hugging by the rim of it. Tough times for anybody by the west or even the south. SGV is going to try to see if they could maybe hold him out, though, as SGD is in a really good spot in the circle.
I'm loving where Buriram are. Find themselves on the edge of power grid. The only real threat for them is T5, I believe, and T5 is going to be pushed out of that north side eventually. SGD have low ground up against Buriram's high ground, so a potential banger coming in from them. QC have been here since basically the start of the game as well. Unfortunately, they lost 2, and so they haven't been able to extend or be as aggressive as they would have liked. And as Bleed make their rotation in, they recognize that as soon as they rock up, there are far more angles to deal with. Bleed lose 2 on that entry. Flushed out. Third one to go down will be Chimoy. Only 1 up now for Bleed. Down goes Petret. Forest and T5 have combined to put the pressure onto them. QC and SGD loving how this kill feed is panning out for them too. Everyone weakening themselves on the west side while they all remain 4 strong. T5, better game from them, up to 7 kills. Maybe this is when they wake up and arrive to the lobby. They're going to have to take more fights though on this western side. If they can successfully deal with QC, they bag themselves a good spot.
Oh yeah, I think if it'll make QC, there's just plenty of spots for them to just wither out the rest of E now. Also trying to pave a passage for their own. They trade now, desperate with those smokes to try to cut their way across some of all these open areas where SGD is overlooking. Sophia's gonna hit some of the true smokes. Thankfully that's not gonna be enough, or else they will spend a whole lot more time until these smokes dissipate. They will still carry on with their journey, trying to find perhaps a little bit of crease to hide out for the meantime. As these big nades are being sent right in from Tanadol. It's just so tough for E-Arena to actually get much done, as they're being sandwiched in between all these squads in between. With E-Arena also trying to trade right back. It is Pain that pops off.
Dude.
Takes out the entirety of Day Trade.
That kill feed is almost impossible to track. Everyone taking fights with everyone else in the lobby, and yeah, Day Trade go out like that. They were looking like they were in a solid spot. They just got pincered. 3 on the side of Pain. E-Arena happily taking their advantage in that fight as well. And that's a lot of kills gone from the lobby in an instant. Buriram and SGD would have been happy with a few more third parties, but they're going to have to settle for this end game. This is our top 4. And SGD and Buriram have remained 4 strong for the entirety of it. T5 should be able to get that res inside of those shanties. They do. They're going to have to play into that low ground. SGD will have to do the same. And that just opens up more opportunities for Buriram. The Arena will happily take a third party here as well. I mean, there's no scenario in my head in which this doesn't pan out beautifully for Buriram. I don't think SGD are going to push into Power Grid. I don't think they can make that work. I don't think that's realistic. It's too open. T5 and E-Arena will shoot them as they enter into Power Grid as well. Buriram obviously have themselves set up, so their only option is to go into that valley. T5, they have to leave the shanties. Their only option is to go into that valley. E-Arena are also out of zone. Their only option is to continue into that valley, and it's all in the line of sight of Buriram. Everyone in this zone will be at the mercy of Buriram in 30 seconds time.
And I like the fact that Dynasty is also pushing out,
Oh,
also
Canaxi?
taking a lot of all the space. Canaxi actually shot his own teammate, so that is going to be a big trouble for BRU to settle with while the fight takes place. Ranger somehow falls down in the thick of things as well. I guess they were just being a little bit frantic of the current situation where they will have to dive into the open fields of the valley. Shots now being taken from the side of Pain as they try to just seize the rest of E-Arena. Her stuck in the middle of both T5. Doesn't seem like they have got many more areas that they could actually have safe space to go. MML lands a couple of shots. Tiger managing to stay alive. He gets a little bit of cover, but for how much longer? No more nades in the hands of MML, so he's fortunate enough to be able to make the cut. While Dynasty is moving around, this position is perfect for Dynasty. He might be able to take out the entirety of SGD if they were not capable enough to move up towards the Power Grid side. Mings, this time, clips over on Eddie.
Another knock onto Eddie. Taking 2 knocks in this endgame is not good, but Mings will suffer a knock of his own. SGD now all falling backwards to see if they can get that res. They need to keep up some presence here, though, on the edge. Buriram starting to look like they're the ones under pressure here, as SGD actually ended up with a very powerful ridge to work with. Discipline, name of the game again. T5 stuck on edge in smokes, and I think that's all that they have left. Once those smokes dissipate, they'll be at the mercy of SGD. Not looking too good for them, but obviously they've had a much better game than they have had in the past. And they're out of zone to add to their woes. This is going to end up being an SGD versus Buriram 4 versus 4, almost certainly. And I cannot put my finger on the victor. Down goes Flucky, Patampong to follow. They made themselves MML flashes himself. Unlucky his teammate walked into that line of sight, but we do get our Buriram versus SGD 4 versus 4. Buriram, they had to warm up into that play-in stage. SGD were hot basically the entire time. Both of these teams need points. Both of these teams need to fight towards that top 4, and Dynasty's opened it up with 2. That southern side was the most powerful for SGD, and all of a sudden it's fallen. Khan has blown himself up somehow, maybe giving SGD a chance. MML also given a chance to get a res, and Jervis is playing this low ground, a crate to work with. Good cover for the moment, picks himself up a Famus, could be vital in this endgame, but right now it's on MML to fight back.
It was Dynasty that was taking that great location, and they managed to overwhelm the rest of SGD. Now only down to MML, as he's got not much space to work with. The pushes are coming into effect. Only hiding behind that rock. Not too sure if Jervis can actually offer a little bit more of a helping hand, being on the low ground. He's been spotted out. MML still tries to do as much damage as he could, but he will fall to the Thomas, where Eddie have been able to shred them. So it's all down to Jervis. He's already by the edge of the zone. He tries to cut right through. And BRU have finally done it, securing Thailand's first chicken dinner of the night.
I mean, what impact from Dynasty. As when he joined this team, I thought, yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Dynasty joining onto Buriram, that is a powerhouse team right there. And Dynasty's impact in that late game was undeniable. He got a nade pick and a rifle pick in the same, in the span of 5 seconds. They're taking out the most powerful position that SGD had to work with. Well done from Buriram, a well-deserved win. Almost looked like they were trying to, I don't know what they were doing, but they had that Kanaxi Edie team kill, and then Khan blows himself up, then Edie gets a second knock. I don't know what was happening to them in that endgame, but I think the smiles on their faces tell us that it was a little bit more stressful than it needed to be, but they still get it done.
Yeah, we got a lot of wonderful stuff in the early game, though, especially with that Panzer Faust double. Once in a lifetime clip, I would say, for finals. So other than that, a lot of all these trading in the hillside to seize control around the facilities of Power Grid, which sees Bay Trade coming up with a great angle of position. But after that, they just got funneled into that meat grinder where SGD has been able to take them out. But this one coming from Rogue was spectacular.
Yeah, well done. And as you can see, if he didn't or wasn't able to get that first aid off, then he wouldn't have been able to take that second fight. One bullet hit him in that second fight, and yeah, just not good enough. Well defended by him. Bliss and Forrest just kind of got into it on the western edge, got into it for too long, and it allowed both of them basically no time and no space to work with. And of course, Day Trade on top of these unplayables had a field day. I mean, this is the kind of game, the kind of space that you dream as a PUBG player. You live for these kinds of games, just to spam your DMRs from distance. And so it was very easy for Day Trade to do well in that situation. Unfortunately, when they had to leave that unplayable, it became nigh on impossible for them to actually make it into the zone, but they had their fun.
Yeah, they definitely had their field day out, at least bagging a lot of kills in this round. And I was taking note of Dynasty's extension over the quarter hill, and I knew that he will definitely have a big impact onto how the final fight will pan out. And true enough, that double that was secured just opened up all that space for them to take this chicken dinner home, or else it could have been a much closer fight between the members of SGD versus BRU. And, you know, it looks a little scuffy. We got a couple of team nades going in between the way, but hey, I'm glad that they managed to eventually sort it out to finally take a win for the Thai region. So we have almost everybody on the board right now from all different regions to be taking a chicken dinner. Maybe we'll get one more for Malaysia, but they came pretty close at second place. So I'm not complaining at all. Plus, these guys, we'll see them in PGC anyways. So it's more about that PGS 5 as well as 6. So that being said, we still got one more round to go, but I'm enjoying what Miramar has to offer. An even playing field for those teams that definitely needed these big points.
Yeah, and I think the scary thing is, coming off the back of that Miramar game, is it looks like Buriram have warmed up. The circle obviously helped them quite a bit, but they took the win. They successfully fought off SGD, who I thought were going to have a lot more trouble in that endgame. Turns out they had quite a nice ridge to work with. And Dynasty just annihilates that threat in an instant. I think that the impact for me is the fact that that is SGD's most powerful position. It might have been out of the zone towards the end there, but they can still stagger it. They can still watch as Buriram push towards them or push out of power grid. That's the power position for SGD. And just like that, Dynasty has a nade knock and he's got a rifle knock. That is impact. That opens up the end game for Buriram completely. And that's why you bring someone like Dynasty onto your team. And this is Buriram warming up already. In the play-in stage, we saw Buriram warm up on day 2. But in the finals here, they've warmed up on day 1. This is a scary-looking Buriram. My personal MVP would be Dynasty, but of course, Eddie is just as deserving of the MVP. 467 damage. He got more damage than he did kills, that's for certain, and obviously had quite a big impact in that late game.
Yeah, overall, they managed to convert a little bit that momentum of finishing in the top 4 position in Taego, and then now celebrating a chicken dinner. They're absolutely sprinting up the charts when we add these 9 kills alongside with chicken dinner. They should be somewhere within the region of perhaps a top 5, but of course, I want to take a closer look at the leaderboards later on. But that's a hefty amount of damage being put in to the field, where we saw Dynasty having major impact. And I'm surprised he wasn't the MVP, considering he also did a lot more damage
kills,
compared
600
to
damage. How are these MVPs determined? I want to know how these MVPs are determined. It was clearly Dynasty that game. Either way, 𝐿, of course, had some impact, but yeah, Dynasty definitely the big player in that endgame. 5 kills to himself. 19 points total for Buriram. T5 again with another decent game. I thought they had a little less points than 15, but they certainly earned 15. That was a fantastic game from them. Fought their way in the entire time and then survived into that end game. Unfortunately, they just ended up with the worst spot out of everyone else, and they had 2, everyone else had 4. It is what it is. They've been pretty consistent as we have headed into the latter stages of tonight, which is good to see. It seems like they've woken up a bit, and if you let Buriram and T5 both wake up at the exact same time, then that gap that we see at the top of the leaderboard might dissipate a lot quicker than anticipated. Buriram move into the top 8 off the back of that win. FW and the Expendables remain on top with that 20-point gap intact.
Yeah, at the moment it looks like a 2-way horse race, but it could change with Chicken Dinner 2 for any teams that are currently in place from 3rd all the way down to 9th. So it's still pretty decent on how teams could still be able to catch up to each other, especially from 4th all the way to 8th. But I definitely would want to see a lot more improvements coming from Temp Entertainment. I think Rogue's performance definitely is giving them a little bit of revival of hope to research into all of these upcoming rounds. But of course, they will have to sort out a lot of all these things that has happened throughout the course. They have to focus on the final match remaining for the night, ladies and gentlemen, as we will give them a little bit of time to think about how they want to play this to the best of capabilities. But Extreme, I think I've been pretty excited on how things have played out for all these teams, and my expectations have been met, especially for the teams that are invited to the finals.
Yeah, it's been an absolute banger of a night so far. Everyone is putting on their best game face, and we are being very, very entertained. We have one more game remaining. Do not go anywhere. We will be right back after a short break.
World updates to Taego, some quality of life improvements for training mode, and a new survivor pass. All this and more as we dive into the update 31.2 patch report. First up, we've made updates to some areas of Taego. The studio has been turned into an abandoned hospital, changing the layout, adding new buildings, and also a few more loot and cover spots. We also added a new bridge to the shipyard and improved the terrain around Hosan Prison, Songam, and Hosan to give you more strategic opportunities in this area. Next, training mode has been improved as well, based on your feedback. Training mode now has infinite ammo, recommended attachments automatically on weapons, and the ability to save and import your personal weapon and gear settings. We also improved the sound training area to provide feedback when a wrong target is hit. This update also features a brand new Survivor Pass, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 31.2 is here, so load up your training gear. Grab the new Survivor Pass and hot drop back into Tago. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Well, everyone, it has been an excellent night of PUBG so far, and we have one more game of Miramar to finish us off. It's been excellent. I've been having a great time. We've seen great things from so many different teams. Expendables and FW have been running rampant. Finally, we're seeing the resurgence, or the arrival is probably a more apt term to describe it, of teams like Buriram and Daytrade and T5 as well. It's been excellent, and we end it on Miramar. Again, no hot drops have happened throughout the entirety of the night. I don't expect any hot drops to happen on this final game of Miramar either, but that gives us much better mid games, that gives us much better end games, and I mean, arguably those are the more entertaining fights to watch.
Yeah, it definitely was. We have a big Panzer to also open up these rounds for our Miramar, so I'm pretty satisfied on how we got at least tiny little battles happening around these open fields. So it's really all about taking that center stage where we saw Daytrade really got themselves into that optimal location over on the course of the hill and found themselves that chance to also bounce back up to lead the current standings at the very least. So don't count them up just yet, as Daytrade are definitely in poised position to eventually look for that top 4 spot. But of course, nothing is for certain just yet. We saw a lot of teams also making some decent maneuvers for them to at least have a chance to get better records throughout the rest of the night, as well as what's going to happen through the course of the week as well. So this Miramar could potentially set the tone for what we would be seeing for tomorrow as well, because we usually flip those maps. We also will begin in those Miramar matches for tomorrow, so at least getting a good rhythm would make things a lot easier for them to navigate when they start off with day 2.
Yeah, and they're going to have an entire night's worth of VOD to review as well. Yeah, you go back to back with Miramar, and so if you want to perfect that map, no better time to do it than now. I'm expecting a lot of improvement as we head into day 2 as well. I mean, look, I think this is a lobby in which the top 4 can run away with it quite easily. It's pretty apparent right now that the Expendables and FW are running away with it. I don't know if that's going to continue. We have so many games left to play. That could change very, very, very quickly. But it's a lobby where the top 4 is going to run away with it, I think, probably quicker than the teams will expect. So I think honestly, after tonight, if you haven't put yourself in a very good spot, if you haven't got a few points on the board, if you haven't, I don't know, maybe reached 25 points or something like that, you could actually be at quite a big detriment, because it seems like there are a few teams in this lobby that really, really desperately want to go to PGS 5 and 6.
Yeah, they do, especially for FW's performance from the play-ins up till now. They've never dropped the ball, remaining to be extremely consistent. The only rough round that they had was actually the round that was concluded inside Miramar, where they did manage to get much spacing through those hills. But other than that, I have no complaints after all, where they've been consistently top 2 for the early portion of the map. And now, we'll see whether they can give chase to the Expendables, who's currently the kings of the field. So here we are, final game of the night, ladies and gents, as tomorrow we'll continue with another 6-round back-to-back PUBG Esports action. Well, you're never too late if you guys just join in, as we just kickstart our first day of the finals out of 4. And now let's take a look at the trajectory of the flight path. Pretty fair, I would say, as it cuts through the direct center of it all.
Yeah, I don't think that's I mean, that's just the most fair it can be, to be honest with you. And I mean, maybe the horizontal one is better, but I feel like I'd almost prefer the vertical one. Maybe the horizontal one, actually. Well, I don't know. I'm starting to think I'd prefer the horizontal one. But I mean, yeah, the results are mostly the same. Everyone should be happy with that. And of course, that's going to result in very little, if any, early action. I can see Petret landing at Plains, while Padampong and Rossadud from T5 land nearby. But even then, I don't think Petret's going to get too aggressive. Team Bliss, I think that Oasis drop spot is a result of them losing an ideal drop spot for them. It's probably something they don't want to do. They're not happy to drop up at Oasis, but on this occasion, it actually nets them a really nice northern rotation into the zone. In fact, there are like 3 teams in this entire lobby that even have players inside this zone. 4. T5, QC, Take Me Please, and the Expendables are the only 4 teams inside the zone right now. This is a fantastic opportunity, if they recognize the soft side, which they should, for a team like QC to get very central very early.
Yeah, I'm also looking at TMP to do so, as they're rolling off of Minas Generalis. Easy extension to get access through the hills, where they can take control of the valley of the region, while they have plenty of space to do so at the Mem, where it will be a long journey up ahead for teams like 𝐴𝐴rena that's coming from the furthest distance, still looting up in Kona, as it's going to be a little bit of a different drop zone as compared to what we last saw in the previous game. I believe it was somebody else that takes claim over onto the direction, but I kind of forgot who exactly that could be. But no matter the case, teams are absolutely safe in the early game. 𝐴𝐴rena, we've seen plenty of brilliant stuff coming in from the play-ins, but it seems like they still have a lot to figure out moving into this tournament. And, you know, this team's seen so much success in international stages. We've even had some of these guys who have played out what I remember to be PUBG Nations Cup, or I could be wrong, but overall, 𝐴𝐴rena, they are late bloomers, as we've seen them getting better results back in play-ins on day 2 as well as day 3 onwards. So probably a good discussion with their coach or analyst, anybody in the organization, will be able to sort things out by day 2. So not too worried about them just yet. Whereas Take Me Please, they're going in for perhaps an early engagement up against QC, who have taken the warehouse for themselves. They're just making very good disciplinary checks, but admittedly, shots are being fired, so they're absolutely interested in taking this one. But it's going to be 𝐿 that got flipped off. Instantly secured as well. Oh, that kind of backfired very quickly.
Yeah. Yeah, QC got here very, very, very early. Take Me Please weren't expecting it to be that early, and 𝐿 falls for the bait. Drive straight into the compound. QC are ready for that exact play. Reluctant Squad, emergency pickup overhead. They can see Take Me Please trying to find somewhere else in the zone just behind them. I mean, Reluctant Squad is early enough here where looks like they're going to end up at least 1 or 2 inside 𝐿 and looks like Zayu's going to go a bit more to the north, maybe go for a car. In fact, I think that's the reason they're opting to go towards 𝐿 in the first place, is just to grab the hard spawn, any other car that they can see, and then take a better spot. Probably set themselves up at Smiley, which is just to the west of 𝐿, on top of the hill as well, potentially. Would be a great spot for a Reluctant Squad, and they've got the time to do it as well. There's a few teams that have opted to go super early here. QC's one of them, Reluctant Squad one of them, Take Me Please is the other. Everyone else is kind of lagging behind, but still going quite early, recognizing as well. I think the entire lobby, as soon as that circle popped, they recognized that barely anyone would be inside it, and so a few teams have tried their luck at diving at center. And it's unfortunate that Take Me Please lose 1 off of that endeavor. But well played by QC to set themselves up that quickly.
Yeah, you mentioned it very early on that they will go in for those quick extensions, and sure enough they did. And now they're also taking a firm hold onto the Valley of the Region, which might actually stop any form of approach coming in from either AG Global or even the likes of Terracon 5. Van Nye dangerously close to Monty. I don't think that Monty actually knows of his presence. Just slowly lurking up. This could be a decent catch, whereas the rest of these members are not looking around. And here we go, Van looking to confirm it, convert it quickly. He will. The rest of Team Bliss a little too scattered, unable to actually form any sort of resistance against Reluctant Squad. So as it stands, only 2 takedowns so far inside of Miramar. Still rather playable with a 3-man squad at the very least for both TMP as well as Team Bliss.
Monty was meant to be scouting as central as possible. He just got done with it, so... But again, Reluctant Squad were here much, much earlier than Bliss, and that nets them a kill. So the early risers do catch the worm, or whatever that saying is. I forget it exactly. Early bird gets the worm. That one. It's ringing true in this final game of Miramar. Eddie down already. Buram getting into a bit of trouble. In fact, in this final game of Miramar, some teams are playing it very quickly, going as close to the center as possible, and others are waiting a long time. 𝐾𝐿, surely he knew that people were inside this compound. I suppose not. Take Me Please are being super quiet. I thought Buram might have lost 1 to Take Me Please, but they lost 1 to someone else. Insight now fighting back up against SGD. It's an even trade between Team Bliss and SGD. Insight goes down. Bliss now down to 2. And Reluctant Squad shoo Buram away from crossing the road and usher them back towards Take Me Please. But they want to avoid Take Me Please as well. Buram, now that they're down to 3, no other choice really but to dip into 𝐿. They could stay up on top of those hillsides and fight and be aggressive, but it's so risky as a 3-man on that southern hillside to expect to win fights, especially if you go up against 4. So playing inside 𝐿 and banking for a feed might just be the best option for them.
Yeah, I do think that is a better maneuver for them to just take hold on to some of the high hills of 𝐿, which is what they're currently doing at the moment. Plenty of these teams have already caught a spot over onto the outskirts of Minas Generalis. It's going to be interesting on what will happen over south, as Cerberus are also cutting in closely to teams such as the Expendables. Now, Lerix, does he actually get to see anything through the sandstorm? Doesn't seem like the case.
No,
well, he'll just have to wait out for a little bit. Well,
he's behind it, so he won't crash into a tree or anything, but definitely won't be able to see anything inside the sandstorm. A little bit of vision, though. These guys are coming in on that southern side, so not too many threats to worry about. Taking some shots at 𝐴𝐿. This is kind of on the edge too, actually. Ty is now taken out on Man's car. Be looking for a pickup from Trick. Be very awkward if Forest and Bleed got into it on the south side here when Minas is completely free. The Minas unplayables are also completely free. Too much space to be playing for inside the zone to commit to a fight outside of it. So hopefully that one doesn't actually take place. And Reluctant Squad are... I mean, I like how they're playing it. They took Smiley, 2 up on this hill, create some presence. If this hill gets breached, you've got 2 here to defend it. And then 1 inside 𝐿 is actually really smart too. Getting a foothold inside the city, just in case it feeds there, is one of the reasons you do that. But also, if you gather some information inside 𝐿, you actually have a player down there that can react to it and play off of that information. So, Reluctant Squad setting themselves up really, really, really nicely. It has kind of fed them, kind of been kind to them, that it allows them to hold their edge really nicely. But for a lot of other people in this game, it's really, really, really unfair. T5, fantastic spot. QC and FW will have their pick of the litter as well. But this one goes all the way northwest. Unfair to a lot of people involved, but... Still a ton of space to play for.
Yeah, we'll start to see the great migration taking place from this moment on. So, plenty of all these teams will be on wheels. Q confirm fancying an opportunity for a pickup, but I think that they better get going or else they will lose a lot without all that space. 0.5 will be having that hit start as they're already getting a little bit whole outskirts of Crystal Ball, but they got themselves in the scuffle between TE. Oh boy, I don't think they really want to commit to it. So they try to steer clear away from danger. Flash is also totally right behind Belmont as they try to wiggle a little bit of room. Keep in mind, this is still very far down the south side, so I don't see any advantage for either side to be committing to anything at all. But Norrens, if they could pick him off, this would be good enough for the Expendables to at least walk away with that 1 pointer out there. As a matter of fact, they've already found one very early on. They're still up in the air, and they should be able to at least have a clean passage for E Arena. Plenty of space on water treatment if they want to wrap around the edges of the west. Q confirm, just making the presence known so that E Arena does not try to do anything cheeky to dive bomb their way up the hills.
𝐿 just got out of here in time. Just driving down the hill. Day Trade are arriving, and it would have been quite bad for 𝐿, but he gets out of there. And they backfilled Reluctant Squad too. Reluctant Squad went deeper. Cerberus happy to take Smiley on edge. Take Me Please and Tem Entertainment have found themselves in a bit of a standoff here at church. Something tells me Megalos doesn't actually know that Tem Entertainment is here, which is really wild. And this could be very bad for Take Me Please, or at least I don't think they're that close. Some bait on the side of 𝐿 or Tanawat would be ideal for the 2 teammates who find themselves pushed up. Rogue and Thunders with the onus on them. As we can see, Forest dropping into Cruz Divide in the distance. Should be okay for them. Maybe FW takes some pot shots at them, but I think they've taken the southern side of Cruz safely, which they have. No worries for Forest. And we stay locked in on that fight, because it could pop off at any moment. As soon as one of the Take Me Please players oversteps the mark, Rogue and Thunders will be happy to take it. And it's what Tem are waiting for. But maybe Tem have to set up some sort of bait. Maybe you have to get Take Me Please to leave the church. Otherwise, I don't think that opportunity is going to come.
Yeah, somebody's got to get the party started in order for them to reap more rewards out of that situation. Well, SGD, they've been traversing with caution overall. And I think they've got a lot of a decent room to wiggle with along the ridges of some of the regions of the valley, and potentially having certain capabilities to also gatekeep some members of TE if they do move past that direction. And speaking of which, it's going to be Latte that gets the castle on Thunder, as we've been waiting for this for quite a long time. Nate's out, but Rogue trying to keep himself afloat. The Sandstorm is not helping at all. They're lacking vision, but they will try to take charge on this close proximity fight. He gets another one. Incredible shots to the head. He might be able to also spot out 𝐿 by the corner of these fences. And Meglos also taking another beautiful angle. As the graveyard is not going to be a safe spot for him to hide out. Meglos dropping low. And here comes June. Latte, he's just hitting all these beautiful shots. It's going to be June with double to get that beautiful knockdown for Exclusion as well. Tawat barely has any space. He's being forced to prone up. All these smokes popped up, trading back and forth, and still no clear victors just yet. He's coming by. The sole member of TAM doing whatever he can to keep his team surviving. They're all just scattered all throughout the corner of the map. Latte should be able to spot this out.
Get the window!
He did about to get a revive though. Oh,
Just
Latte's got more to do.
So much more to do. I was hoping he'd jump on the window. Latte has all three. Tem get obliterated. I don't know how or when or why that fight popped off in the way it did, but I thought Tem had the advantage for sure. But you will not catch Latte lacking on points. And Take Me Please Stay Alive. Desperately needed to as well. Down there in 14th. That is vital for them. That looked like it was going to be the epicenter of this game, but Reluctant Squad backed off. Obviously, Forest can't push up that hill, so it's allowed to take place in isolation for the most part. And Latte just pops off. Well done to you. All gamers global now find themselves victim to a bleed rotation, but there's a Famis in the mix. It doesn't matter. Scappy's taken down Tycon. Man knocks or gets knocked by Orca. It's not clean from the side of bleed, but Forest is helping out a little bit. They do lose Man and Orca at that. T5 also taking bleed out on rotation. It's not clean from bleed. They've had to stop. They've been forced to stop and reevaluate their options.
There's definitely plenty of vultures in the field. T5 got involved. Force Natural Gaming also getting those third-party pickoffs. But these fights continue to be within close proximities, while SGD just drops in a big bomb off the flash. This one down from the side of Daytrade. Here comes the monitor as well. Tunnel, where can he actually go? He has to fall back. And even Belmont is just cut by the edges as this area has been bombarded. SGD should be able to claim a few more lives as Tandal will have to just vacate the area. But the deeper they go, the more teams they will face. Tandal not exactly walking scot-free from all these fights. Tandal now gets picked off. RS gets a beautiful catch in the middle of the field. And it's just sharpshooting from all these teams who are just keeping their eyes sort of out.
Yeah, Daytrade find themselves on the back foot, don't they? Just Belmoth alive now. Belmoth now out. I thought it was the Mortar as well, but it's Opons from a distance. Helps out Buram a little bit. They don't have to deal with him themselves. Chimoy ducks for cover inside that shack and survives as well. He's got a teammate in Trick coming in, but I'm not sure Trick makes it in. With Q-Confirm looking that way, Buram also looking that way. Trick is on a collision course for disaster. The car is smoking. He cops a headshot. Does he make it inside the shack? I think Chimoy stood up for a second to try and provide some cover. They both make it to the shack. Trick vaults in. That's the riskiest part, but he does it cleanly. Bleed allowed to survive, but for how long? If Q-Confirm are given any amount of freedom, they can just walk straight over to that shack and throw in some grenades.
They could very well do so. While Fluky is now going up against some members of AG. SGD continues to triumph over onto the far eastern corner map, where it's been rather difficult for the Expendables to cut through, let alone the rest of the members of Daytrade, as they have already been taken out. FW Esports is trying to zone off the rest of Team Bliss. I'm not too sure where exactly can they go. They're also dealing with a situation between FW Esports. Now, it's going to be a full send coming in from E Arena. A lot of things happening over in the northern corner of the map, while Six Act also getting picked off. At this point, I'm not sure where these angles are coming from, but honestly, there's just still a lot of feel for everybody to take hot shots at each other. Speaking of which, Funky goes down.
FW not with the strongest man advantage here. They are doing their absolute best. You're right though, Tonk, one of the strongest members on that team, is now out. It's just Banana 1, and he's all the way out in the blue. Nothing he can do but look for a kill still potentially on eArena or Bliss, whoever exposes themselves first. The Expendables as well, down to 2. They're both stuck in the blue as well. The top 2 in the lobby falling short in the final game gives a lot of opportunity over to those who are close. Do the Expendables fall that quickly? Neither of the top 2 teams will make it to placement points. I'm almost certain of that. Far too many teams in the lobby to have that as a realistic goal. And I'm not sure it's realistic to expect Glories to fight back. It's not. Down go the Expendables. An incredible first day from them here. 64 points. 2 dubs on the board. Very, very commendable. And FW, Banana 1, he will follow a sharp shot by Jacob. The blue finishes the job. Our top 2 in the lobby fall out very quickly in Game 6.
And there's plenty of chances right now for the rest of the field to play catch
Oh.
up. Jarvis, he just barely made it up to the hill. IMAZ was just perfectly on time to catch that opportunity, while 𝐏𝐼𝐿 also spots out the rest of QC members running across. A lot of bodies now hitting the ground. 12 more teams somehow still squeezing their way in this lobby, while Drake, unfortunate to be sniffed out by Tirtan 5. Everyone's doing a decent number going for those pickoffs, but QC, they're not off the hook. Kaisaki gets this free pickoff. Oh, they're not even looking. Cerberus Esports now with a 5-pointer. They could basically claim it even more because 𝐷𝐼𝐿 has been crawling around that corner. Not that Khan could even get anywhere close for a save at the moment. Tirtan 5 now has drawn attention towards the resident members of RS. Like, these shots can come from anywhere, I tell you that.
𝐏𝐼𝐿 just saved Buram entirely. 𝐷𝐼𝐿 got knocked. Q-Confirm would have undoubtedly flushed him out, and 𝐏𝐼𝐿 just shoots them in the back. 𝐷𝐼𝐿 calls, they're all dead, and now Khan can actually go for that res, and yeah, Buram are allowed to live. The timing is so generous to Buram. But they've been fighting for their lives down there on the south this entire time.
Speaking of fighting for their life.
Yeah, TMP have been doing that, haven't they? Latte with that 3K earlier. Forest now have to make the push. They've been AFK for most of this game, but finally they're being forced to do something.
Yeah, this push is imminent, but this is pretty tough coming from the low ground. With plenty of position now being held by the rest of TMP members. We focus on to another fight that breaks loose far north. There's 3 teams up the board, and maybe even more. AG struggling to climb up the hillside. Tirtan 5 looking very likely to clear off all these angles, just having Rossited Jr. as well as Pat just to wrap around. They could also spot out both Forest as well as TMP in this instance.
T5 lining up another good game. They found consistency, they found form in the last few. Will that continue? Already in the placement points, already got 5 kills. Flucky landing DMR shots as he has been all night. Forest now put down as UNQ gets involved in the kill feed. Flucky, a couple Molotovs, a couple nades, a couple kills for Flucky. T5 making their aggression known. Flucky getting all up in TMP's faces. Scapping down low, nothing he can do. Flucky just pushes through all of them. T5 are so aggressive right now. Pay no mind to the building on your right, my friend. You've opened this up completely. eArena, no time to even get involved. Flucky on the fence. UNQ has to get it done. They're just dancing around this thin wall, but it's Flucky all day. All the way up to 5 now. T5 up to 10 in total. T5 have come to play.
That's one gutsy push coming from Flucky, and now he receives a couple of shots coming from afar. But wow, that bolt extension, he was just rushing all by himself, just dependent on Rossitet's cover. And he had that full confidence just to claim all these lives, and suddenly you start to see the rest of Tirtan 5 coming up alive. And as a matter of fact, right now having the most number of kills in this lobby, 10 takedowns, by just flushing out those weakened units of Forest Natural Gaming and also TMP.
Reluctant squad sitting in a very powerful spot in this zone, if not the most powerful spot. eArena have high ground as well, but there's a snake behind them in the form of Mings. But while they have this high ground, they will ruin everyone else's days. Cerberus, one of their victims. 𝐏𝐷𝐾 already knocked. 𝐏𝐼MAS surely to follow unless Cerberus can fight back. Technically, Cerberus still have all 4 members alive, so maybe they can take the fight to 𝐸𝐴RENA here. TIG has been headshot. Gives a little bit of an opening to Cerberus to actually rock up. They do get that res as well. This has turned into more of a fight than I thought. This is a 4 versus 4. 𝐸𝐴RENA, Cerberus. 𝐸𝐴RENA with the high ground, Cerberus with the low ground. Mingzie's been spotted as well. This little snake in the background. Will he have an impact? No, he won't. Timing, but that's it. A little bit of delay for 𝐸𝐴RENA to look over towards Cerberus, and this 4v4 remains pretty clean until Tigger doesn't miss a single bullet. I said 4v4. What I really meant was a 4v3.
That was impressive. He just snapped that Haisaki. Now, that long-range angle coverage will be denied. And the rest of Cerberus Esports have to take this fight up close and personal. Jacob with the push right now, having slight advantages as the nades are now lobbed right through. This bounce might connect. And Jacob, he just rushes through. He gets lined up. He's got to check his left. His left is sorted out by Zizzy. And it's all down to Sololzy. Pure confidence displayed by 𝐸𝐴RENA as they charge right through, just like how 𝐷𝐾 did. And they claim lives while at it. 𝐷𝐾 5, as we mentioned, they will now take their chances. They knock down Tigger, and somehow RS been staying quiet for the entire time. They have a chance at a go for a chicken dinner as well.
Jacob's the last one alive for 𝐸𝐴RENA. 𝐷𝐾 5 arrived just in time to clean up what was left of the victors of that fight. And yeah, you said it, Reluctant Squad have been here for the longest time. 6 kills added to their tally so far, though, and a 4v4 in their future, almost certainly. Jacob is a threat, don't get me wrong, but how much of a threat is the question? Flucky has him locked in, pinned down behind that truck, almost the headshot. The tire pop on that truck almost cost Jacob his life. Certainly these nades will, he's just delaying time. Smoke up. Blow that car up if you want to guarantee it, is what I say. But 𝐷𝐾 5 won't overextend. The positional advantage is surely in the favor of Reluctant Squad. They've got the entire circle to spread themselves out on that entire ridge to work with. T5 don't have much of the ridge to work with, but it's enough to take the fight. And Jacob is just a thorn in their side right now. As long as he stays alive, 𝐷𝐾 5 can't really focus on that much else.
Yeah, Jacob's just hoping for a miracle to try to get a second place finish if he could. But right now, he's not off the hook, especially being marked previously by the rest of T5 members. So it's really down to these 2 Titans to fight it out. RS so far had really clean runs back to Wrangle, now finding another good chance, and 𝐷𝐾 5, they work hard in this round, and we saw the brilliance of Fluky relentlessly charging in for those numbers. 𝐸𝐴RENA trying to do exactly the same, but that definitely cost them a whole lot because 𝐷𝐾 5 have taken over their prior position. Jacob now doesn't really have much room to wiggle with, only biding time. And here comes the big one. Big nade's now sent towards his way. Jacob completely dodges it. Still being very pesky as he's trying to stay alive with all of these smokes that he has, but his resources are slowly depleting. But doing decently, considering that he's currently outnumbered. Probably not outgunned just yet. The zone's going to be shrinking in a couple of seconds, and I don't think there's much space for Jacob to play anymore.
No, Reluctant Squad also realized that T5 aren't in the best spot in the zone. And this is a play that Reluctant Squad are making to ensure the win. They don't want to give T5 any more space than they currently have. Reluctant Squad are going to get all up below them and then fall back. Smartly so, almost, because of that zone. T5 are now out. I would almost love to have seen Reluctant Squad keep one underneath them just as a linchpin, just as a way to get a cheeky knock and almost secure the win, but you have to respect the conservative play. No reason to risk anything. They fall back and they have the timing to do it as well. T5, they've been so stuck trying to deal with Jacob. He has survived for so long. T5 haven't hit the nades, they haven't hit the shots, they haven't been able to take care of him. And that is almost the only reason that T5 haven't been able to even fight Reluctant Squad. They have had no opportunity to do anything else, and Jacob is still alive.
Yeah, and I think they lost sight of him. Now he pops his head over the corner, so he will have to take the full-on fight up against the 4 members of T5. And you know what the result's going to be when you're overwhelmed. So it's in between Reluctant Squad as well as T5. Both sides with full squad strength to go over the region, and now we have this slight valley to be the sector that will draw a line between the two squads. One good pickoff, and perhaps they'll have certain openings to go ahead for a full send. A lot of smokes now being primed over onto the lower ridge as they're forcing a push up against Jun. I wonder what kind of impact will this entail with Jun now dropping some big nades as the rest of the members of T5 are coming right through.
They've got to make this push. They've chosen the side they want to make it on as well. Now we're just waiting for an opener, waiting for the nades to do their job. There it is. Hwang opens it up. It's not the start to the fight that T5 wanted, but they still have opportunities that are slowly fading. Reluctant Squad have put on a fantastic defense, and it's a defense enough to get them the win. Reluctant Squad are your final winners of the night. Another win added to the tally for Vietnam. And it's a win that was well-deserved by Reluctant Squad. Playing it smart, playing it conservative, there was nothing that T5 could do.
Yeah, the rest of T5, they were forced to make that push, and that angle held by Jun was just sublime. Perfect finish to wrap up the night for Reluctant Squad, and they should be also up in the running once again. Now that we see the top two teams bow out of the competition in this final map, so there should be decent openings for squads like Tirton 5 to also find a good position by the end of the run. So let's look back as we quickly go forward to recap. Reluctant Squad, they take that pick up very early on to land themselves in Al-Azhar, and they managed to also find a lot of pickoffs in between the fields throughout the course of the match.
Dude, this was insane. This was awesome from Latte. Just got that res in the moment. If he jumped on the windowsill, he wouldn't have had to do what he did to finish off that fight, but still very respectable, very well done from Latte. Take me, please. I feel like a decent end to the night from them. They were struggling all throughout the night, and I think this is a game that they can be relatively proud of, at least in comparison to what they did previously in the night. And it's good to see that Latte and the boys at Take Me Please still have it in them to perform really, really well. T5 as well. I mean, another massive highlight game from them. Unfortunately, doesn't result in the win, but they were so good, especially leading up to that endgame fight. This push from Flucky, I mean, he's going through the center. He knows there's someone on the rocks, and you can almost assume there's people within the buildings, inside the compound, and he still just dives through the center of the smoke to try and open up that fight. If nothing else, he took all the attention and allowed for an easier fight for T5. So, yeah, Flucky, an insane game from him. This E-Arena and Cerberus fight was cleaned up very nicely by E-Arena, and it's fantastic to see E-Arena being that clean. It's just unfortunate that it also caused them to lose so many members. And yeah, I mean, it's hard to criticize T5 on that push. It's a very difficult push to make. Reluctant Squad had such a positional advantage, so T5 really had to get an opening with the nade. Unfortunately, the opening with the nade went on the side of Reluctant Squad. T5, valiant effort, but Reluctant Squad get the win in the end.
Yeah, overall, with the amount of points that they managed to gain from kills alone, we might actually see T5 best the results of what this chicken dinner has to offer for a Reluctant Squad. So it's still very important points for both of these teams, and I might actually think that Funky might just be the MVP of the match, considering how he actually played that out. I've never seen a player with such a confidence in the finals. So, like, he literally ran past everybody, claiming last while at it. Like, there was just no care in the world. So that was beautiful to watch. And of course, Latte, he absolutely bodied some of these members of TEM, where we thought, you know, that could have been potentially a big lurk that could.
I thought it was Thames.
Yeah,
I thought that fight was Thames, to be honest with you. They had that kind of nice bait setup almost, and then I don't know how that fight opened up. That's the problem. I don't know who took the first shots or who spotted who, but yeah, I thought it was Thames to be, like, the whole time, and then Latte just does that. So I don't know what happened.
Well, there was a sandstorm in between that might have actually caused a little bit of a chaos where they don't really get perfect vision at the very least, but Latte takes it. I mean, he all he had to do was to hold some of these tight angles, and I was just surprised because we saw trading bodies being traded between these two teams, and he was just there over on the corner where there was also perhaps a lifeline for Tim after getting that revive true, but Latte made damn sure that he's not going to allow any form of that chance. And the MVP this time will still come in from the winning squad, which was RS. Van Knight today has been excellent, even on some of the rounds that we've seen him coming into Wrangle as well as Rondo. So he's been really hard at work to be able to back an MVP title for himself.
Yeah, I've liked what I've seen from Van Knight tonight. He seems like the most well put together player on Reluctant Squad throughout the entire night. He's hit some really nice sprays and just in general has had some important impact for Reluctant Squad's games throughout the entire night. And yeah, definitely deserving of the MVP in this one. I'm almost certain he had a really important kill at some point during the mid game there, and obviously finished off the game nicely as well. But across the board for Reluctant Squad, it's pretty even. 3-3-2-2. You'll be happy with that.
Yeah, the comms definitely were working perfectly for them to walk through so many of all these traps being set by all these teams that they were pretty much well in live throughout the course of the run. Whereas you saw how many teams tried to book a spot somewhere in the middle of Valley. And there's just vultures everywhere. Like I said, the shots are coming in from 360 direction that I start to lose track. But T5 only bested them by 1 point with that 15 kill ratio of a round. Impressive.
It's still crazy, and this is, I think, the second or third game tonight where there's one team in the lobby that, even though they don't win the game, they get the most points out of anyone in the lobby. And that shows you that even if you're a Bliss or a Reluctant Squad to get a win and it's 10 kills, that just might not be enough to compete with the other teams in the lobby. Like, these guys are coming out here getting 20+ point games off the back of a good placement and a ton of kills. I said this lobby was going to be competitive, but beating the winners of the games consistently is something else. That 20-point gap that we saw between second and third about halfway through the night has now dissipated almost completely. It's still a gap, don't get me wrong, between FW and Cerberus, but it's a much nicer gap now. Much more realistic for the likes of Forest, T5, Cerberus, Buram, and everyone below them to actually make that run. And it is competitive throughout. Go third all the way down to 13th. That's competitive. That 20 points in between 3rd and 13th. That is insane. A good game from anyone, and it puts them in the running. A good game from a decent game from anyone, and it puts you up there. That is a very, very competitive mid-pack.
Yeah, that mid-pack overall, we've seen so many great highlights from each respective teams. Of course, we are just waiting for TMP, QC, as well as TEM to show up, hopefully tomorrow, and then we will have a really ultra competitive lobby. But for now, of course, we'll wait to see what happens for tomorrow. Now, the road to PGS continues as these are the teams currently fielding the most points possible for the race to book up that top 4. Currently at the top, it's going to be the Expendables, who've gotten 2 chicken dinners today. FW following closely with 58 points. Turcon 5, who have managed to stack up some points coming in from the first phase 1 run, will be following suit at third. Forest, 40 points. I think that is super competitive. If you take a look at 5th all the way up to 8th, they're around that 30-point margin, which sees plenty of chance for them to eventually overtake Forest, T5, and maybe make a race up against the top 2.
Yeah, unfortunately, this graphic doesn't show just how competitive it is. We did see it on that total leaderboard before, but even the 13th place is still in the race to grab that top 4. So absolutely excellent stuff tonight. I am thoroughly entertained. I didn't expect the mid-pack to be this competitive. I also didn't expect just 2 teams to run away with the lion's share of the points tonight. The Expendables and FW performing well above my own expectations for them personally. I know that FW topped the play-in stage, but I wasn't aware of their game, man. They came into tonight absolutely insane. And the same with the Expendables. I know that when the Expendables hit their stride, they can do some crazy things. I know that when the Expendables are on point, they are very deadly. I've seen them go overseas. We've seen them go overseas and really put a dent in international lobbies that have the best of the best teams in the world in them. And I think it makes total sense that they're at the top of the leaderboard right now as well. They came out swinging tonight, man, and it is fantastic to see.
Yeah, out of all these many names of Thailand, you know, I wasn't exactly expecting FW to still have this same consistent performance coming in to not only top the play-in stage, but now also challenging TE for that top spot. Where this is definitely a story to behold, and I'm pretty sure that within these final 3 days of the run, we'll have something incredible being cooked up by some of all the other squads to also challenge the current top 2. So I'm definitely stoked for what's about to come. So make sure you guys who are currently watching, drop that follow, as well as like, subscribe where you guys are watching from, because over the course of the weekend, we'll see who will make it to the PGS 5 and 6. But wow, today I truly did not expect what the results were, but I am happy to actually see what we're getting so far with such a stacked lobby.
Yeah, unfortunately, no hot drops. You know, my wish going into today, after yesterday's rehearsals games as well, I thought we would get some hot drops, but all the diplomatic, all the politics stuff, that was sorted out well before we went into today's games. Guys, it's been an absolute banger of a day. I am very fulfilled, very happy with what I saw today, and we do it all again tomorrow. So don't miss out on that. Same time tomorrow. I'll see you there. It's been a fantastic show. I'll see you guys tomorrow.